or yesterday, and I don't remember, a train derailment every other day or something.
Like I was saying a couple days ago, I mean, it's almost like the derailment of the day award. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I just have a theory on it. I could be off. I'm not saying I'm right, but if you look up, like Bill Gates is buying up all this farmland, and he owns more farmland than anyone in America.
And the Chinese.
And the Chinese, exactly. And he's real big on, this fake GMO, lab food and stuff. And if you notice, a lot of these places are getting hit by, it's like chicken farms, and or it's an eggplant or a fish or this or that. And I'm like, I wonder if, I'm not picking on Bill, but kind of like, I'm connecting the dots here and going, maybe he's trying to monopolize where we all just got to eat fake food, That's just a theory.
Well, I tell you what I want to find out. I want more specific reasons on why these trains are derailing. I mean, is somebody playing around with the tracks and lifting them off, and then the trains hit these tracks and they go right over? Who knows? But we're not getting those kind of reports. So I want to hear why they are derailing. The first one that was in East Palestine, Ohio, they said that something had happened to one of the gears on the wheels of the train. I want to know more what's going on there. Jim in Orange County, California is with us. Go ahead, Jim.
Hi, Alex.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hi. Coast Insider, big fan.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just curious, who's going to take over after the show once you retire? It would be Ian Punnett, Richard Serrett.
Well, I don't plan to retire. What could very well happen is just I pass on, but that depends on when that happens. If it happens in 10 years, who knows who's left? If it happens soon, who knows? But I have handpicked. Ian Punnett was here when I started. As a matter of fact, my first Coast to Coast show was in 2001. Filling in for Ian on the weekend. And then we brought in George Knapp. We brought in Richard Serrett. We brought in Lisa Garr, Connie Willis. All those folks have been doing it. But don't worry about that. We got a long way to go on that, Jimmy. Let's go to Mike in Florida, east of the Rockies. Hey, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing, George? Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Mike.
I just want to talk about I had a bad experience whenever I got COPD real bad. I'm 66 years old.
Oh, take care of that.
And, they rushed me off to the hospital, and I was had a ventilator down my mouth for 7 days. And when I woke up finally, there was a big ball, about a 6 foot in diameter ball, right in front of my face.
Like an orb?
It had little hearts, like the size of little girls' watches. And they all had Fury written on them. And they was all spinning so fast, there was thousands of them in this ball. And whenever they come in and pulled the ventilator out, they all disappeared.
Jeez. Well, sometimes some people might say you're hallucinating, but I don't think so. There's something weird going on there, to be sure. We're going to come back and talk about why people faked their deaths in just a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Is 93 WIBC.
This hour is powered by Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling, your American Standard air dealer in Johnson County.
Tony Katz.
It's best, Mr. President, that you don't know what you're guilty of. It's best that you not know that these documents pertain to conversations regarding Ukraine, where your son was having business dealings and making millions of dollars, and now they, meaning the free and thinking world, can connect your classified document, the classified documents in your possession, to things that may exist on your son's laptop.
Tony Katz, mornings 6 to 9 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Terry Stacy here. At Easter, we gather with family to celebrate the traditions that comfort us. Make honey-baked ham part of your holiday meal tradition. Always slow-smoked for 24 hours, spiral sliced for easy serving, then fire-glazed right in the store to create that sweet, crunchy finish they're famous for. It's why honey-baked has been the centerpiece of holiday dinners since 1957. Taste the tradition this Easter with 2 Central Indiana locations, West 96th Street and Michigan Road in Indy, or East Greyhound Pass in Carmel.
Were you born from 1945 to 1965? People born during these years are 5 times more likely to have hepatitis C. But most people don't know they are infected. So even if you try to eat right, exercise, and take care of yourself, you can still have hepatitis C, a serious liver disease that often has no symptoms. In fact, people can live with hepatitis C for decades without feeling or looking sick. But over time, hepatitis C can cause serious health problems, including liver damage, liver failure, or even liver cancer. Getting tested is the only way to know if you're infected with hepatitis C. That's why the CDC recommends everyone born from 1945 to 1965 get a blood test for hepatitis C. Treatments are available that can cure this disease. So talk to your doctor about getting tested. It could save your life. A message from the CDC.
It's not just adults who can feel stressed out. Our children feel stressed too. I'm Tammy Silverman of Indiana Youth Institute. Between school demands, maintaining friendships, and expectations from adults, it's no wonder that children sometimes feel stressed out. But unlike adults, experts say children may not be able to recognize stress or know how to cope. Luckily, you can help your child handle the challenges they're facing. Start by making yourself available to talk and be a good listener. Let your child express their views, and when you respond, focus on your child's feelings rather than your own. You can also ask your child what they need from you, whether it's advice or help solving a problem. But if stress is still overwhelming, experts recommend you reach out to a licensed mental health professional to make sure your child gets the support they need and deserve. This Kids Count Minute is a message from Indiana Youth Institute. For more parent tips, visit IYI.org.
Kids Count on you.
Managing a teenager's ups and downs can be trying, even for the most patient parent. I'm Tammy Silverman with Indiana Youth Institute. During your child's teenage years, they are seeking separation and independence, which are natural developmental steps. But their feelings may come across as aggression, including verbal rudeness or physical behavior. Experts say this is not a power struggle or a sign of rejection. While your teenager may appear physically mature, keep in mind that the part of the brain that regulates self-control is not fully developed. As a parent, you can do a few things to help with this transition and keep your calm. It's important to acknowledge your teen's emotions and listen to their opinions. Use their behavior to open a dialogue and try not to critique their every move. A few adjustments in your approach can make a big difference in helping your teen navigate these tumultuous years. This Kids Count Minute is a message from Indiana Youth Institute. For more parent tips, visit IYI.org.
Kids Count on you.
Beyond Belief, that is our television program.
It sure is, and make sure and watch our program. There's a lot of things you can check out for free at the website, beyondbelief.com.
Now, here's something for you to get you through the day and sleep better.
HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness while increasing energy and stamina, plus help to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus. Then Accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome.
I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this.
I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%.
I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. I've lost some pounds, inches mainly. My family has me back.
Get George's Power Pack, Accelerate, and Elevate, including free gift Be Slim for daytime weight maintenance. Plus, free shipping with promo code GEORGE. Accelerate, Elevate, free gift Be Slim, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at HealthyLooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Have you ever wondered if we're alone in our vast universe? Of course, Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with that incredible question. Marvin Sunderland is a certified film director, science fiction genius, Army veteran, and video game developer, and he's the author behind the series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece series, bringing out the best of your imagination. You really enjoy them. Sergeant Wackett. Journey with Sergeant Wackett in search of a crashed alien spaceship that leads into an alien invasion. The war is underway. Sergeant Wackett promises to take your imagination to marvelous heights. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, at Marvelous.com. That's Marvelous.com. MARVALEOUS.com.
Tax season isn't fun for a lot of reasons, including that you put a ton of your sensitive information all in one place.
All right. I call to order this annual meeting of Sean's sensitive info. Sean's home address, are you in attendance?
Present.
Sean's social security number?
Right here.
But that also means, especially during tax season, it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity.
Sean's account info. Hey, anyone seen account info?
Not me.
Hello? Account info? Or Sean's login? Oh no, they've been stolen.
LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring your info and alerting you to potential identity threats. If you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year at LifeLock.com with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 25% off. LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here.
Weather Together weekday mornings and afternoons. 93 WIBC.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. You know, death is a part of life. People die every day, but why in the world would people fake their deaths? Author Elizabeth Greenwood knows. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Hi, George. Thanks so much for having me.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this. We're keeping you up late. You're on the East Coast, aren't you?
Sure am. Middle of the night over here, but I've had plenty of coffee, and I'm really excited to talk pseudocide.
What an amazing book and subject. Oh, my God. How did you get involved in even writing about this?
Well, there's the short story and the long story, and I'll give you the thumbnail on each. So
okay.
The short story is that I, in 2012, wrote a profile of a man named Frank Ahern, who at the time worked here in New York. And Frank is a quote-unquote privacy consultant. So he is a person who helps people disappear, both physically and digitally. A lot of people bring up that character on Breaking Bad, Walter White in the last season. He's kind of the real-life version of that. Although he claims not to do anything illegal, you can really actually vaporize without resorting to illegal means. So, one of the questions that I kept asking Frank is, well, why would you disappear instead of fake your death if your problems were really that grave, pardon the pun? Because faking your death really means staging some kind of accident or hoax to make it appear that you have perished, that's the end, that's the period, punctuation point on your story. Whereas disappearing means, it's kind of your classic case of dad goes out for cigarettes one day and never comes back. So it's just more open-ended. So my question to Frank was always like, well, why wouldn't you fake your death? And what he kept telling me over and over again was that it's actually a lot easier to get yourself caught if you fake your death instead of disappearing. There's more for investigators to look into the circumstances surrounding your death, especially if you were in some hot water. Usually it's legally, financially, or maritally around the time of your fake death. The way I got to Frank in the first place is because I, like many Americans, have a ton of student loan debt from both my undergraduate and graduate degrees. And I was having dinner with a friend one night when I was in graduate school, and I'd taken out all these loans so foolishly, all my own fault. And I was saying, oh my gosh, Matt, what am I going to do after graduation when I have to start paying these back? I think I need to just find a country with a really nice beach and no extradition policy and just slip through the cracks. A fantasy probably a lot of us have had at one point or another. And my friend said very offhandedly, meaning nothing of it, he said, or you could fake your own death. And I was like, that's such a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? So I just became very fascinated with the whole concept of how you would do it pragmatically, of, I'd always heard about death hoaxes like Elvis and Tupac, and I just became totally enraptured with the idea, especially once I met characters like Frank and real people out in the world who deal in disappearance and pseudocide.
Were you serious about disappearing?
I don't think I was. I mean, I think that it was really more of the fantasy that was very appealing. I always joke that if I'd actually faked my death, my mom would kill me. So I'd be dead right now. I don't think I could ever go through with it.
You'd end up missing the ones you cared about, I think, eventually.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the real reason why so many people end up getting caught, isn't because they get their image captured on closed-circuit TV somewhere, and it isn't really a function of the kind of omnipresent surveillance and technology of the world we live in today. It's really because people can't cut ties with their past lives. It's just because they can't stop talking to mom, on her birthday or when they miss her. So it's really kind of a human nature problem why people have a real hard time staying dead when they're supposed to be.
How often, Elizabeth, does this happen where people actually try to disappear?
Yeah, it's such a good question, and it's a really tough one to answer. So, excuse me, in the case of faked deaths for life insurance purposes, which is a main factor of people who fake their deaths usually. They're trying to cash out on that life insurance policy and, get rich and die trying, as it were. So I spoke with the Coalition of Insurance Fraud Investigators, and these are people who monitor all insurance fraud. So not just life insurance, but Medicaid fraud,
everything,
any kind of fraud you could commit. And they said that just life insurance fraud is less than 1% of what they see on an annual basis. And speaking to fraud investigators, the guys who are kind of like the real-life Indiana Joneses, when there's a fishy case that comes in from some far-flung country, they get on the plane and, traipse out to the village in Mongolia, and they'll dig up empty coffins sometimes. They have pretty amazing jobs. They're investigating usually several dozen of these a year, but these are only really high sticker price frauds, in the realm of the millions that they're investigating, because it's a kind of a cost-benefit analysis for the company. They're not going to be paying these guys thousands of dollars a day.
That's right.
Unless the policy is very high. So the kind of inherent paradox with trying to get a good number on death fraud is that people who do it successfully are simply presumed dead. We don't know. We only hear about the cases that go awry. So with those, just at least American cases, it's around a couple hundred a year.
And do they disappear? Are there fake bodies with the teeth pulled out? What happens?
I mean, you name it. It's pretty amazing. So one of the ways in which people often attempt to commit life insurance fraud, particularly, again, this all kind of goes to your motives of why you're trying to.
Sure. And the benefactor in these cases, Elizabeth, would be whom? The guy's wife or some girlfriend or what?
Indeed. Yes, exactly. So it's typically, a wife, a child, usually someone you're blood related to.
Are they in on the scam?
Yes, they have to be. Unfortunately, you can't collect your own life insurance policy. So that's one of the kind of tricky parts is you need a trusted co-conspirator. And as a lot of the fraud investigators told me, they will always, first thing, like go to the person who claimed the money and start interviewing them, and a lot of people break pretty quickly. So you've got to really know who you're getting.
He's hiding under the treehouse. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. But to answer your first question, so for life insurance fraud purposes, people will get very theatrical, and typically these kinds of cases occur overseas in countries where there's a very robust culture of fraud. So one place that I visited for the book, and that the investigators told me again and again where they see cases coming from right now, is the Philippines. So your average fraudster will go to the Philippines, and you can get so theatrical with your fake death over there. You can purchase a body in a morgue, like it can be anything from a black market morgue where they will pick up, dead derelicts off the street and keep them on ice for these purposes, or you can go into a municipal morgue where they're just like very overtaxed and say, "Oh, it's Uncle Marco, we finally found him." Yeah, it's pretty grim stuff. And they take that body and immediately cremate it, and then they will host fake funerals where they will hire, locals, pay them a few bucks to weep over the casket.
Wow. And what about the death certificate? Will you get a phony death certificate? Oh, my God.
That's a big part. So most of the best frauds really don't take place with, these very theatrical kind of scenarios. Because then what they'll do is videotape the funeral and provide all this photo evidence to the life insurance company. But it's really about the documents. There are a lot of documents that go into a death. When you think about it, you have the death certificate. If it was a grisly accident, there's an autopsy report. There's a doctor's, testimony, witness testimony, police reports. So making sure that, and I don't recommend this by any means, but really looking at those documents and getting high-quality documents is really how most death frauds are carried out.
Give us an example of a story of an individual who tried this and, let's say, succeeded, and then maybe one where they got caught.
Well, the problem is, again, for my book, I talked to some people who did fake their deaths, but they all got caught.
They all got caught.
I was talking to them. I unfortunately have not found that holy grail person yet, of someone who's presumed dead and wants to talk to me. But hey, Coast to Coast listeners, if you're out there,
it's right. When we go to calls next hour, they might pop up for you.
That would be great. So one of my favorite stories comes out of the UK, and it's about a man named John Darwin, who, in his own words, he called himself Mr. Boring. He was married to his wife, Anne, at the time, and he was a school teacher. At the time, he was a corrections officer. And he and Anne had gotten themselves into some pretty steep real estate debt. They had taken out mortgages on a lot of different properties and were having trouble paying the notes. They had tenants that weren't paying the rent on time. So they, in John's own words, he realized at a certain point that he was really in over his head and he was worth more dead than alive. So his plan was to cash in on these life insurance policies and pensions that he had. So with the help of his wife, he staged his drowning in a kayaking accident on the North Sea, right in front of his home in Seaton, Carew, England, paddled out. He kind of crash landed a little bit down the beach. His wife, Anne, picked him up in the car, drove him to the train station, where he then took a train to the west coast of England, camped out on the beach for several months. He grew very gaunt and thin and grew this long beard and took on this elaborate disguise. He then actually returned to his own home. They had this amazing Victorian house where they rented out half of it to renters, and they lived in the other half. So he took on the name Carl Fenwick, and as Carl Fenwick, he posed as a renter and had his own room next door. And the houses were connected through a series of stairs. So at night, he would just take these stairs and, go to bed with his wife, and in the morning go back as Carl Fenwick. So they had 2 adult sons that thought he was dead the whole time. They were not in on this plan. So in the time that John was presumed dead, he managed to obtain an authentic UK passport and the name of a person called John Jones, who was born around the same time as him but died in childhood. And with this passport and with Anne, with his wife, they traveled all over the world to a dozen different countries. They bought property in Panama. And after about 6 years of this, John turned himself in. He was never caught. What he told me was that his whole plan was to kind of use release the liquidity in the homes and the life insurance and pensions to, pay back his debts and then come back and make good. Well, as you can imagine, that's not exactly what happened. He turned himself into a London police station in December 2008, saying that he had amnesia and that he couldn't account for events prior to the year 2000. And that ruse quickly unraveled, within about 24 hours. So he served 3 years and 3 months in prison. Anne actually ended up serving more time than him because she pleaded not guilty. They divorced while they were serving their sentences. But, the amazing thing about John is, I spent about a week with him, in Seaton, Carew, after he was released from prison. And, he showed me exactly where he launched the kayak and the homes and how everything happened. But he's recently remarried, and he actually lives in the Philippines now. So kind of full circle.
Amazing stories at how they would do this. And I guess you have to have a lot of guts, Elizabeth, to want to do this?
Yeah, a lot of guts, or also a lot of self-confidence in a way, kind of suffering from high self-esteem in the sense that you think that you'll be able to get away with it, that you're going to fool, law enforcement, fraud investigators, that you can really pull the wool over dozens and dozens of highly trained people's eyes. I also think that it really comes down to desperation to go through with it. And that's something that I realized in the course of researching my book, is that student loan debt isn't really that big of a motivation compared to people who find themselves millions and millions of dollars in debt or facing down, pretty severe criminal charges. And you kind of start taking on some fight or flight response. And it was, that's really one that's flight.
Is it fraud to fake your death if you don't have any financial gain?
It's a great question. So faking your death in and of itself is not illegal. So there's no law on the books called faking your own death.
Well, I never knew I had Martians in my garden. And I never knew there were aliens on my roof. I got shadow people, and they're living in my basement. Got a funny feeling Bigfoot's gonna be here soon. I was so blind before, I was so unaware. But now I swear I'm seeing Sasquatch over there. And I turned on my radio in the middle of the night, and I heard things I need to know. Now I can see the light, and I also see a ghost, 'cause I'm listening to Coast to Coast. Well, you never knew that your baby was a hybrid, but as he grew, you began to see the clues. Now you know the signs, 'cause you learned it from George Norrie. Even while you sleep, you got Martians watching you. I turned on my radio in the middle of the night, and I heard things I need to know. And I can see the light, and I also see a ghost, 'cause I'm listening to Coast to Coast. Good morning or good evening, wherever you may be, whichever world you're living in, whatever century, your voice is always welcome here on my radio. Call in with your space transmitter or your telephone. And I turned on my radio in the middle of the night, and I heard things I need to know. Now I can see the light, and I also see a ghost, 'cause I'm listening to Coast to Coast. 'Cause I'm listening to Coast to Coast.
For Adam Thompson, Tom Danheiser, Dan Galante, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladasor, Ryan Stacy, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Banal, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
Alcohol everybody drinks. You may have already heard this statement from your teen. I'm Tammy Silverman with Indiana Youth Institute. Alcohol is a substance most commonly abused by teens. Survey data shows that 2 in 10 Indiana high school students reported drinking in the past month, and more than half of Hoosier teens say it would be easy to get alcohol. How do you talk with your teen about alcohol use, especially if they see peers or adults drinking? First, understand that your child may point out contradictions in our society's views on alcohol. It's okay to acknowledge those facts. Talk with your teen about the many risks of alcohol use. During your conversation, you can both validate their views and uphold your family values. You are the first line of defense against alcohol abuse, so don't be afraid to talk to your teen. What you say has a big influence on their decision to drink or not. This Kids Count Minute is a message from Indiana Youth Institute. For more parent tips, visit IYI.org.
Kids Count on you.
I'm a veteran. We hit a mine in Vietnam. When I came home, I didn't know where to turn.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
My victory's been never giving up hope. My wife is always there to remind me we have a life to live.
DAV provides a lifetime of support, helping veterans of every generation get the benefits they've earned.
I am a veteran, but after I got out, I spent 2 years alone and homeless.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans so they can reach victories great and small.
My victory was finding the support to get back on my feet. Now I'm getting things right with my family.
I finally admitted, with my PTSD, I wasn't doing well.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
Now I wish I'd found DAV sooner. I am a veteran. My victory is just enjoying each day.
Help support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Broadcasting from the Peterman Brothers Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
Now 7 dead from severe weather. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. Indiana State Police say 2 people have been killed and buildings damaged in Sullivan, Indiana, south of Terre Haute. That storm also knocking out the county's 911 call center. Tupelo, Mississippi, a tornado has partially collapsed a tire plant and damaged several vehicles. 4 people are dead in Arkansas from tornadoes that touched down Friday in Wynne and in Little Rock, where the police are warning would-be looters.
We will do all that we can to secure those areas, to make sure that there's no looting that takes place. We will enforce the law to the highest extent for those that believe they can come into the area and take advantage of this horrific event. We will not allow it to happen.
Little Rock's Assistant Police Chief Andre Dyer. Hurricane-force winds have collapsed the roof of a theater in Belvidere, Illinois.
We know now that severe storm system killed at least 1 person and at least 28 people are injured. And we now know that it was a Morbid Angel concert that was going on here. And the sign of the theater just completely torn off. If you look at the top of the roof, you can also see debris. That's how strong these winds were.
Maddie Hicks of Fox Weather. Tornado watches continue for parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. It was a week ago that tornadoes ripped through parts of Mississippi, killing more than 20 people. President Biden tried to comfort the residents of Rolling Fork on Friday.
We'll do everything that's legally within my power to do to be of assistance to the people in this community.
The New York indictment against former President Trump remains sealed, but details are leaking out.
2 people familiar with the matter tell the Associated Press former President Donald Trump faces multiple charges of falsifying business records, including at least 1 felony offense. Court officials say he will be arrested and arraigned next Tuesday.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
5 inches of rain by tomorrow.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
North Carolina.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
He doesn't agree with it. I'm Harrison Silcox. Here's what's trending this hour. One of the people upset with former President Trump being indicted is the former Vice President and Indiana Governor Mike Pence.
I think the unprecedented indictment of a former President of the United States on a campaign finance issue is an outrage.
Thursday night, he told CNN that this is nothing more than political prosecution. Trump is accused of paying off an adult film star with hush money to hide an affair right before the 2016 presidential election. How do you feel about former President Trump being indicted?
Now that we have an indictment, it proves that no one is above the law.
We're glad to see him finally being held accountable for his behavior. The walls of justice are closing in on him, and he's not going to be able to weasel out of it this time.
Indiana's Attorney General is suing a sheriff. Jaden Arnold reports.
The Attorney General's office is accusing the Clinton County Sheriff and his wife Ashley Kelly of using public money for personal reasons. 2 months before Rich Kelly took office, the state claims the couple received almost $330,000 in unauthorized payments from the jail commissary. The state is trying hard to get back its stolen money, so the Kellys may soon have to explain their actions and give back any money they may have obtained improperly. Jaden Arnold, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
IU freshman guard Jalen Hood-Schifino declared for the NBA draft. He made the announcement on Instagram Friday morning. As a freshman, he helped lead Indiana to an NCAA tournament appearance. He also scored about 14 points per game. On to Level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. Now, here's the forecast from the American Standard Heating Weather Center.
Severe storms are possible after about 8 p.m. this evening. Then the storms end and it gets cooler by morning, low of 40, high tomorrow 48. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist David James for 93 WIBC.
The following is a paid program. The views expressed in the following program do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff and management of WIBC or Urban One.
Welcome to Retire Shield Radio. Retire Shield Radio with Casey Marks. Casey is a retirement income certified professional, certified financial fiduciary, and founder and CEO of Crown Haven, an independent retirement planning practice located right here in the great state of Indiana. Mr. Marks's trademark Retire Shield planning process and its academically backed approach has garnered national recognition for its success. At Crown Haven, his team of independent and fiduciary advisors design custom-tailored Retire Shield plans for each of their valued clients, assembling wealth management, income planning, and asset protection strategies to create each customized plan. This includes incorporating life, health, long-term care, and annuity insurance products. And now, here to talk with you about securing your retirement, your host, Casey Marks.
Hello, this is Casey Marks, your host, welcoming you to Retire Shield Radio. I'm a certified financial fiduciary and retirement income certified professional, and your one-stop source for capital preservation and strategic income planning. In 1988, Bobby McFerrin released his song, Don't Worry, Be Happy, which reached #1 on the Billboard Hot 100 charts. Not only was his song catchy, but it would bring a smile to just about anybody who listened to it. Unfortunately for many of our seniors today, a song telling them not to worry isn't going to help the reality of the problems they face with planning for income, long-term care, and living a happy life in what should be their golden years. Singing a song is easy, and unfortunately, that's what many in the financial planning industry are good at. If you're tired of getting the same old song and dance, telling that you have nothing to worry about when your gut tells you that something is just not right, then maybe it's time to turn off the music and start dealing with reality. I specialize in making sure that the golden years are golden by focusing on strategies that emphasize accumulation, minimize fees deducted from your account, and provide the option of guaranteed income that you can't outlive. Through our Retire Shield planning process, we focus on long-term care needs, tax efficiency, and leaving a legacy based on making sure you don't have to depend on anybody, especially your family members, in your final years. In other words, I'm not just going to tell you not to worry. I will show you, based on contractual guarantees, that you don't have to worry about market losses or outliving your retirement funds. If you'd like to learn more, call for your complimentary and customized Retire Shield plan. And while supplies last, a free copy of my latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp, at 844-542-SAFE. Again, my number is 844-542-7233. That's 844-542-7233. 7233. We will need to talk, determine your suitability, and then we can look at taking the next step without any obligations. My number is 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Back in July of 2012, Time magazine published an article entitled Lifetime Income Stream, Key to Retirement Happiness. This article showed that people in England and North America were happiest in retirement if they had pension income that they could rely on. In other words, if they had guaranteed income from a pension, they were happier than if they were living from their retirement savings. In 2018, a guaranteed lifetime income study was conducted by the research firms of Greenwald & Associates and Kinnett, asking individuals between the ages of 55 and 75 with household assets of at least $100,000 about the value of guaranteed income. This study was repeated conclusively in 2019. The study concluded that 66% of retirees see a high value in guaranteed income in addition to Social Security. It also showed that the majority worry less and are happier when they have guaranteed income. This begs the question, why are so many retirees investing in things where the outcome is hypothetical, not guaranteed, based on arbitrary assumptions, and exposed to significant market risk? After more than a decade, I believe much of it has to do with ignorance and conflicts of interest. Every year, an entire industry wants to get paid trail commissions whether their clients make money or lose it. They want to charge high fees that come directly out of their clients' accounts, while keeping their clients ignorant of low-cost alternatives that provide guaranteed accumulation for the purpose of lifetime income and a guaranteed income that cannot be outlived. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but unfortunately, all too often, it's the truth. This is why we trademarked our Retire Shield planning process. And I am here to tell you about an alternative retirement plan where your money can grow at guaranteed rates of up to 7% to receive guaranteed lifetime income. Once you are ready, you can activate your income payout option that will pay you income for the rest of your life, while still having access to liquidity, emergency funds, and a death benefit for your heirs. If you'd like to learn more, call for a complimentary copy of my latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Bootcamp, and your very own Retire Shield plan at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Let's work together to take income uncertainty out of retirement so you can enjoy your golden years without financial stress. Again, our number is 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. To wrap up this segment, I want to ask you a pretty straightforward question. Don't you want to be happy? One of my clients the other day said, I like to manage my investments because I want to keep an eye on my money. I asked him, wouldn't you rather keep an eye on your wife, your grandchildren, even your golf game? I could see the light bulb turn on right in front of my eyes. Are you living out your retirement years to serve the stress of managing your retirement finances? Or are you using your retirement years to enjoy the things that are more important than money? If your income is not guaranteed, how will you have a happy retirement? How will you have the time and freedom to put energy into the people and things that retirement is supposed to be about? Are you ready to sing the song Don't Worry, Be Happy when it comes to your retirement income? If so, give me a call at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Well, folks, I have to take a short break. This is Casey Marks, and you're listening to Retire Shield Radio. Let's pause for some exciting announcements.
Realize that even a minor recurring fee of 2% in your portfolio can cost you up to 1/3 of your retirement savings? If you're now paying a 2% fee, that can add up to 33% of your retirement savings lost to broker or management fees over 30 years. Think about it. 33 cents of every dollar you've saved will be lost before you even enter retirement. And it doesn't end there. That same 2% fee can cost you another 33% while you're in your retirement. So ask yourself, just whose retirement am I saving for? Stop financing someone else's retirement. Pick up the phone and call us now at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Call now for a complimentary copy of Casey's latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp. Once again, our number is 844-542-7233. That's 844-542-SAFE. Have you recently changed jobs and now you have a 401k or another retirement account you don't want to expose to the risk of market loss? You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Since you'll probably start another retirement account at your new job, why not ensure your old account provides you with principal protection, the opportunity to participate in the market with locked-in accumulation, and a guaranteed lifetime income? We can help you roll over the retirement account from your previous employer and identify products that provide the potential of index-linked credited interest while limiting market risk. Did you know that if you're age 59 and a half, you may be able to move money out of your employer plan even if you're still working there? Call us now and ask about bonus options on your retirement money with a fixed indexed annuity. Imagine putting your money on an elevator that only goes up. It might stop on a few floors on the way up when the market index goes down, but you won't go back to visit the lower floors. Our phone number is 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. You can get your customized and complimentary secure income plan by calling us now at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Retire. High risk, all money. Shield. Radio. You're listening to Retire Shield Radio. Retire Shield Radio. With your host, Casey Marks.
Thank you for tuning in to Retire Shield Radio. I'm Casey Marks, founder of the trademarked Retire Shield planning process, and helping clients worry less about their money so they can spend more time enjoying their lives. Great planning requires asking the right questions and getting good answers. Unfortunately, there are often bad plans because of a lack of good questions. For example, many of our grandkids these days are being asked what college degree they want to pursue based on their passions and dreams. Shouldn't they also be asked how much money they want to make or need to survive financially? Another good question is if there'll be a job for the degree they're pursuing when they graduate. The consequences of not asking the right questions and the wrong answers that can follow can be devastating. We see this with our youth when they graduate with a useless degree and as much as $200,000 in student loan debt. Unfortunately, the same question and wrong answer logic used for determining a college degree is often used in financial planning for retirement. The most common question: what is your risk tolerance? The most uncommon question: how much inflation-adjusted income are you going to want or need at retirement? And how are we going to get your income to that amount on a guaranteed payout that you can never outlive? The risk tolerance question is a pass the buck question. In other words, if you decide what your risk tolerance is, then your financial planner is off the hook and puts the decision of your investments in your hands. It becomes your choice, not the advice of your financial planner. Also, it makes you feel like you have a plan, when the truth is, your entire retirement is still subject to hypothetical and arbitrary strategies. Let me suggest that you might want to consider removing hypothetical and arbitrary from your retirement planning. I work with guaranteed solutions that create a retirement that you can count on. Give me a call now at 844-542-SAFE. Once we talk, I can determine if we should meet. But first, I must determine if I can significantly help you. My number's 844-542-7233. That's 844-542-7233. Have you ever heard of a Safety First retirement plan? This is not a new concept since it was developed in the 1920s. This retirement plan emphasizes prioritizing the intended goal for retirement rather than arbitrary investment decisions that leave your plan open-ended. For example, one priority everyone should have is obtaining a minimum amount of income guaranteed for the rest of their lives. Applying a safety-first strategy would mean prioritizing your planning to have an income floor. For example, let's say you never want to have less than $80,000 a year in income. In that case, you would add up your Social Security, pensions, annuities, property lease income, or any other income that you can reasonably count on so that you know you have at least $80,000 annually in income for the rest of your life. If the income doesn't add up to what you need, the strategy will focus on getting you to that income goal in a way that will enable success. This strategy is not just for the middle class. In a Newsmax article, Ben Stein, a celebrity and highly credentialed economist, talked about how he uses annuities to ensure that he would never have less than a certain amount of income no matter what happened with his investments. In other words, he created a floor based on the desired lifestyle that he knew he would never want to live below. In an April 25, 2014 Bloomberg article, championship NBA Lakers basketball player Shaquille O'Neal explained how he did the same thing as Ben Stein. Shaq is known for his basketball fame and talent, and as a business investor and entrepreneur. With investment comes risk, so in this article, Shaq said that he doesn't need or count on his endorsement money because when he first came into the NBA, his money manager persuaded him to sock away more than $1 million a year in annuities. That income is now enough for him and his family to live on. O'Neal says, just in case all this other stuff goes bad. This type of thinking is the difference between what we call if-come planning, in other words, planning where you don't know if your money will be there when you need it, or the alternative, income planning, that is guaranteed, passive, and residual, the cornerstone of our Retire Shield process. Now, there are all types of passive, residual, and dependable incomes. My job is to make sure they all work together to create an income floor that you never have to live below. Some of the plans I work with can grow at guaranteed rates of up to 7% for the purpose of receiving guaranteed lifetime income. Once you're ready, you can activate your income payout option to pay your income for the rest of your life while still having access to liquidity, emergency funds, and death benefits for your heirs. If you'd like to learn more, call for your own customized Retire Shield plan, and while supplies last, a free copy of my latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp, at 844-542-SAFE. Let's work together to take income uncertainty out of your retirement so you can enjoy the golden years without financial stress. Again, my number is 844-542-7233. Let's work together to take income uncertainty out of retirement so you can enjoy your golden years without financial stress. Again, my number is 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Don't you think it's time to ask the right questions and provide yourself good answers? Look at what you're doing with your retirement money right now and ask yourself, do I have an income floor that I can count on? Is it adequate? Is it keeping up with inflation? Will it survive the death of a spouse when Social Security and/or pension income is lost? Will long-term care costs deteriorate it? Do I have a tax-free income replacement strategy? These are all very important questions that need answers you can count on. Give us a call at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. This is Casey Marks, your host of Retire Shield Radio. I'll be right back after this informative message.
Business owners, some of you have worked 20 and even 30 years to build your business. You're ready to sell this asset and go into retirement. You don't want to risk or lose any of your hard-earned money. Property owners, have you just sold your property and need to turn that money into lifetime income? How about 401k participants? Have you recently changed jobs or reached age 59 and a half and have a retirement account you don't want to see exposed to market loss? If you have money you're counting on for retirement, we can ensure you sleep at night with our income and wealth preservation planning. Don't gamble your life's work away if you're nearing or in retirement. Take some of the chips off the table and do something to take the stress out of retirement. Call 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Your hard-earned money deserves our help. Call us now at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. The market goes up and the market goes down. It always has and it always will. But if you are in or near retirement, do you have time to wait for the market to go through these cycles? Think about it. Having your money invested in the market is like walking next to the edge of a cliff. What if you lose your step? What if the edge gives way? What if a strong wind blows you over the side? It's good to stay away from the edge of disaster in life. And when it comes to being exposed to financial risk, it's no different. Shouldn't you try to protect the money you depend on for your retirement income? Please pick up the phone and call us now to receive your complimentary Safe Money Information Kit. 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Call now for a complimentary copy of Casey's latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp. A $20 value, yours free. Once again, our number is 844-542-7233.
I feel good.
For over 10 years, the message has been the same.
That makes me feel so good.
Keep your money safe and growing.
You know, I feel pretty good.
In order to have the future that you deserve.
So feel good about that.
Retire Shield Radio.
I sure enough feel good.
Now back to more Retire Shield Radio with your host, Casey Marks. Casey Marks.
Welcome back. I'm Casey Marks, certified financial fiduciary, retirement income certified professional, and your host of Retire Shield Radio. I'm a capital preservation and strategic income planning specialist, working with clients right here in the great state of Indiana. As usual, let's start this segment with a question. Would you like to lose all of your money, some of your money, or none of your money? I've asked that question of my clients thousands of times, and almost everyone says, I don't want to lose any of my money. Mark Twain once said that he was more concerned with the return of his money than the return on his money. Will Rogers famously repeated that statement. Here's the problem. Most people don't want to lose any money, but their investments don't reflect that desire. I kid you not when I tell you that I constantly see retirees with 100% of their retirement funds in market-based investments. It's a ticking time bomb just waiting to go off. What if you had the chance to avoid ticking time bombs through participation in the market's upside without any participation in the downside? If you're one of those people that don't want to see your entire life's efforts disappear overnight because of something you have no control over, but still want generous accumulation opportunities, give me a call now at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Once we talk, we can determine if you're eligible for our Retire Shield planning process. It's important to understand that there are preservation benefits to not directly investing in the market, but rather getting credited interest based upon the performance of an external index. When the market goes down during a crediting term, you don't participate in the losses. That means your contract's account balance doesn't decrease during a time of market loss. Get more details when you call. Ask for a free copy of my latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp, which we will provide at our expense. My number is 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Now, obviously, some money can afford to be lost, and some money absolutely can't. Let's say your income greatly exceeds your expenses on a guaranteed lifetime basis and is hedged for inflation to grow over your lifetime. In other words, you and your spouse can never outlive your income is adequate, and your income will increase to offset for inflation. In this scenario, your money not used for income might be suitable for some risk of loss to potentially take advantage of hypothetical gains. So, you might say that you're not willing to lose any of your money dedicated for lifetime income, but for money not used for income, you could take some risk. What if you need all your money for income? That describes many of the people that I work with, but unfortunately, some don't know that until I tell them. Longevity risk is just as bad, if not worse, than market risk. If you live too long, will your money last as long as you do? How do you plan for living too long? The sad truth is that most people plan for longevity risk by underliving their retirement. Underliving retirement? What does that mean? Unfortunately, most people don't live their retirement to its full potential. This breaks my heart. Why is that? Because many people have significant amounts of uncertainty in their retirement plan. This is the exact reason that we trademarked our Retire Shield planning process. Even wealthy people can have this problem because it is all proportional to desired income. If you're listening to me right now, there's a pretty good chance that you don't want to underlive your retirement. In other words, you probably want to get the most out of your retirement money. Live the dream, as they say, but also know that you won't run out of money before you run out of life. If you'd like to learn more, call for your own customized Retire Shield plan, and while supplies last, a free copy of my latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp, at 844-542-SAFE. Let's work together to take income uncertainty out of your retirement, so you can enjoy the golden years without financial stress. Again, my number is 844-542-7233. Make sure to ask about our income floor maximization plans with laddered income riders. These income plans can have a bonus on your money of up to 20% or more and growth rates of up to 7% for the purpose of receiving guaranteed lifetime income. Again, our number is 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Now let's get back to what I mentioned at the beginning of this segment. If you don't want to lose any of your money and you don't want to run out of money before you die, yet you still want to maximize your income and live your retirement to its full potential without stress and worry, what are you going to do? If your retirement plan is based on hypothetical growth with risks of loss and unknown mortality, how do you know how much money you can spend on your retirement? As you've heard me say before, a retirement plan with a hypothetical rate of growth, risk of loss, an arbitrary spending rate, and an assumed rate of death is called an if-come plan because you don't know if it's going to be there when you need it. You've also heard me say that living in retirement based on hypothetical, arbitrary, and assumed information is no way to live. Imagine if you had an income floor that you could never live below. Imagine the peace of mind and the confidence you would have in your retirement if you knew your income was adequate and growing. Imagine if you had solutions in place for spousal survivorship. Imagine if you had done something to offset the potential costs of long-term care. Wouldn't that be a better way to live than having a retirement based on a guessing game? Wouldn't that allow you to relax and enjoy retirement without the constant stress of having circumstances beyond your control steal the joy out of your golden years? These are all very important questions that need answers you can count on. Give us a call at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Well, folks, I have to take a short break. This is Casey Marks, and you're listening to Retire Shield Radio. Let's pause for some exciting announcements.
Is your money sitting on the sidelines in a CD, savings account, or money market account, earning next to nothing? If you have your money in a bank, the value of your money is getting destroyed by inflation. Don't let low interest rates get you down. How would you like tax-deferred growth higher than what banks offer? Why let a bank pay you next to nothing when you can get 3 and 5-year fixed annuity interest rates of over 5% tax-deferred? Some fixed annuity contracts even let you access as much as 10% of your account balance, surrender penalty-free. Call us now for your short-term money solutions at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Fixed annuities are backed up by the claims-paying ability of the issuing life insurance company and are not FDIC insured. We have software to help you choose from hundreds of highly rated life insurance companies. Call us now at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233.
I think I lost it. Let me know if you come across it.
Somehow these clowns lost $800 million overnight.
Retire Shield Radio.
Overnight.
You're listening to Retire Shield Radio with your host, Casey Marks.
Welcome back. I'm Casey Marks, certified financial fiduciary, retirement income certified professional, and your host of Retire Shield Radio. I'm a capital preservation and strategic income planning specialist, working with clients right here in the great state of Indiana. I talked to one of my listeners the other day, we'll call him Joe, and he mentioned how his friend made a 22% return with his investments last year. You know, I usually don't give a statement like that much attention for many reasons. I don't even ask what they're invested in because claims like that are rarely accurate. The 22% return usually doesn't consider fees or taxes. Also, people love to talk about a 22% return on one investment they have with a portion of their money. If someone has $1 million and invests $50,000 into something they get a 22% return on, guess what they talk about at parties? That 22% return on 5% of their money might make for a good story over some cocktails, but mathematically, it's not that impressive. People rarely talk about the money they lost or the total return on all of their money. Even so, I didn't dismiss the statement for some reason this time. I had what I would call a sudden epiphany, and I asked Joe if his friends spent all the money as soon as the year ended. He asked me, "Well, what do you mean, Casey?" I asked Joe again, is the money gone? Did he spend it? Joe said, "No, I don't think so." So I asked, is it still invested where he made the 22% return? He said, "I don't know, but I think so." I then asked a question that Joe will never forget. I said, "Joe, then how do you know he made a 22% return?" The phone went silent. I could hear the gears turning in his head, and then quietly, humbly, Joe answered, "I don't know." Now, before we get back to this encounter with Joe, one of my radio show listeners, let me ask you, what if you could know? What if you could know that any returns you have, you get to keep? If you're one of those people that don't want to see their entire life's efforts disappear overnight because of something you have no control over, but still want generous accumulation opportunities, give me a call now at 844-542-SAFE. Once we talk, I can determine if we should meet. But first, I must determine if I can significantly help you. My number's 844-542-7233. That's 844-542-7233. When you call, ask for your free copy of my latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp, which we will provide at our expense. My number is 844-542-7233. So let's get back to my conversation with Joe. Some of you listening have already figured out why a 22% return is not a 22% return if it's still invested. But let me outline this just in case. Let's illustrate it with some other questions. If you're married and have one excellent year of married life, is that a successful marriage? If you have children and win Father or Mother of the Year for 1 year in that child's life, does that make you a successful parent? If you have a job and 1 year you exceed every expectation your boss had for you, does that mean that you've had a successful career? You've heard the saying, don't count your chickens until they hatch. When it comes to retirement, when do your chickens hatch? Ironically, your retirement chicken hatches when your life is over. When it comes to money, people love to measure success in segments. They take a portion of their money that had the best performance over a convenient period of time and make themselves feel good by ignoring their other money and the long-term consequences of risk. You see this all the time, and not just from the guy bragging about his money at a party. You see it on the financial news when they get excited because the market is up for that day. You see it from brokers and advisors when they talk about last year's results from one investment fund. By the way, one investment fund they have out of hundreds of other funds. Isn't it time to think about the long game? What does the return on a portion of your money over the last month, last year, or even last decade have to do with anything when you still have a life to live? If you'd like to learn more, call for your own customized Retire Shield plan, and while supplies last, a free copy of my latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp at 844-542-SAFE. Let's work together to take income uncertainty out of your retirement so you can enjoy the golden years without financial stress. Again, my number is 844-542-7233. My firm will provide you with these amazing retirement resources at our expense. Isn't it time to make sure the gains you get are the gains you get to keep? Again, our number is 844-542-7233. Now there's a name for exaggerated claims when something cannot be counted on, and I won't say it on the radio, but it doesn't come from a female cow and doesn't smell like roses. You know from listening to my show over the years that I'm a straight shooter. I think retirement shouldn't be about laziness, but it also shouldn't be about the stress that comes from striving and taking on risks that could put your retirement money in jeopardy. I also believe that retirement should be about honesty. I think we should all be wiser as we get older, and we shouldn't call something a market gain when it can be taken away. A 22% gain that is still exposed to market risk is not a 22% gain, because the gain and your principal are still at risk. So how do you take a gain and turn it into a permanent increase protected from loss that you can't outlive? That's what I would like to talk to you about. My number is 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. I look forward to us having a meaningful conversation. This is Casey Marks, your host of Retire Shield Radio. I'll be right back after this informative message.
What do you do in the morning? Do you spend time with your first cup of coffee looking at the newspaper or watching financial news? How would you like to get that part of your life back? Our clients spend more time enjoying their retirement than watching their money. Wouldn't you rather enjoy your mornings instead of filling them with the stress of the markets? Call us now and we can show you how to sleep at night without worrying about market risk and outliving your retirement money. Our phone number is 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. Call now for a complimentary copy of Casey's latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp. Or if you want to skip the read, let us know that you want a no-obligation relationship visit with Casey or one of his local independent and fiduciary advisors at Crown Haven. Once again, our number is 844-542-7233. That's 844-542-SAFE. Are you age 59 and a half or older and still working? Did you know that you may be able to move some or all of your retirement money to an individual retirement account without any taxes? Why keep your money in your employer's plan with management fees, exposure to significant market risk, and limited options for guaranteed lifetime income that you can't outlive? What will happen to your plan at work if the market crashes? Call Casey Marks and his team of local, independent, and fiduciary advisors at Crown Haven now for retirement planning that will protect what you have worked so hard for and create a retirement that is safe and secure. Call us now at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. It's time to find out more. Call us now at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. For over 10 years, protection you can't afford to live without. Nothing beats the protection of the Shield.
You don't say.
Retire Shield Radio.
I did say that.
You're listening to Retire Shield Radio. With your host, Casey Marks.
Welcome back to Retire Shield Radio. I'm Casey Marks, a certified financial fiduciary and retirement income certified professional. Do you know what the definition of insanity is? Albert Einstein says it's doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. From the moment you started investing, probably fresh out of high school or college, it became very apparent to you that the market goes up and the market goes down. You've seen repeatedly that every few years the market crashes, and sometimes it crashes hard. For most of your life, you didn't care. If you're like me, I wanted the market to crash in my younger years. Why? Because it was a buying opportunity. Besides, I knew the market would recover, and retirement was far away. Things are different now. The closer I get to retirement, the less cavalier I get toward my retirement money. The more I realize I have little or no time to recover from significant market corrections. Mark Twain once said, "I'm not so interested in the return on my money as the return of my money." This quote is as accurate today as it was when he said it. Corruption, uncertainty, and the ups and downs of the market have not gone away. Are you interested in the return of your money? What if you could do more than that? Give us a call. If you'd like to learn more, call for your complimentary and customized Retire Shield plan. And while supplies last, a free copy of my latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp, at 844-542-SAFE. Again, my number is 844-542-7233. That's 844-542-7233. What if you could have a lifetime of income you could never outlive and guaranteed growth for that purpose? How about up to a 20% bonus on your money and up to 7% compounded annual growth? In 10 years, your lifetime income account would almost double and provide you with a guaranteed income for the rest of your life. Does this sound different from what the financial shows and brokers will tell you? Well, I want to look at ways to stop the insanity of market loss, especially regarding the money you depend on for retirement income. Remember the definition of insanity: doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. The truth is that nothing has changed. Your portfolio was at risk when you were 25 years old, just as much as it's at risk today. So what's the difference? Your age, your time period for recovery. What makes putting the money you depend on for retirement in the stock market, bonds, real estate, variable annuities, or any other variable investment crazy is that you're doing the same thing repeatedly, expecting different results. The results will most likely not be different. Your investments will go up, and your investments will go down. What is different is that now it can happen when you're at or near retirement while you need your money. If you're at or near retirement, it's time to stop the insanity and look at an appropriate option for your retirement goals. My latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp, and your customized Retire Shield plan will help you separate out all of the crazy advice you might be hearing and replace it with good, sound information. Ask about ways to maximize income. Give me a call now at 844-542-SAFE. Once we talk, I can determine if we should meet. But first, I must determine if I can significantly help you. My number's 844-542-SAFE. 844-542-7233. That's 844-542-7233. Find out how you can potentially get up to a 20% bonus on your deposit, up to 7% compounded growth, and a lifetime of income you cannot outlive. You need to know and understand the details. In these crazy times, it is not a time to hesitate. Today, we have discussed the insane things that you can do with your retirement. One is taking a risk like you did when you were younger. There are plenty of financial news and advice sources that are more than willing to tell you that you should always stay in the market without knowing a thing about you, your circumstances, or your desire to live a life without the stress of knowing where your income will be coming from. Burton Malkiel, a Princeton University professor of economics and author of A Random Walk Down Wall Street, wrote, "The sad truth is that there are only 3 kinds of financial prognosticators: those who don't know, those who don't know they don't know, and those who know they don't know and get paid big bucks to pretend they know." You should know that your financial professional has no clue what will happen to your money when they put it at risk. Don't let them pretend that they do. Well, folks, I'm just about out of time, and I'd like to thank you for listening to Retire Shield Radio. If you're serious about your financial future, then give me a call, and together, we'll get your retirement savings on the fast track to accumulate while reducing exposure to market losses. Thanks for listening, and until next time, at the same time, I'm Casey Marks, reminding you to stay safe so you can step into a secure future.
You've been listening to Retire Shield Radio with your host, Casey Marks. Find out how to contractually guarantee that your hard-earned money is safe while avoiding market loss so you can have the retirement that you deserve. Call Casey and his team at Crown Haven now for a free copy of his latest book, Baby Boomer Retirement Boot Camp, and your very own customized Retire Shield plan at 844-542-SAFE. That's 844-542-7233. The preceding information does not represent tax, legal, or investment advice. Surrender charges apply to base annuity contracts, whether traditional fixed annuities or fixed indexed annuities. Annuity guarantees are based on the insurance company's financial strength and claims-paying ability. Fixed indexed annuities involve interest crediting methodologies that are based on the performance of an index. It is possible to have 0% interest credited during an indexing term with a fixed indexed annuity. Lifetime income benefit riders are optional, used to calculate lifetime payments only, and are not available for cash surrender or a death benefit unless specified in the annuity contract. The tax consequences of an annuity income should be considered with the help of a licensed tax professional. Listeners should be aware of IRS penalties for withdrawing funds from tax-deferred accounts prior to age 59 and a half. Fees may apply. No information presented today should be acted upon without meeting with a qualified, licensed insurance professional. Obviously, by calling us now, you are taking just the first step toward protecting your retirement. It is important that you read all insurance contract disclosures carefully before making an investment decision. Rates and returns mentioned on this program may vary based on state availability and are subject to change without notice.
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom. We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty. Something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not. It's not about paranoia
or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We
We trust our instincts.
Just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Hi, I'm Sherry Shepherd. You probably know me best as a co-host on The View. More importantly, I'm a mom. I talk to a lot of moms, and I'll tell you what, we all want the best for our babies. But each year, more than 500,000 babies are born prematurely, and this can lead to serious health problems. The good news is that now if you're pregnant or a new mom, you can get easy access to information to keep your baby healthy. It's through a free service called Text for Baby. Pregnant women and new moms get timely expert health tips sent directly to their cell phones. The tips will help you care for your new child in each important phase of early development. Get Text for Baby. Free messages on your cell phone to help you through your pregnancy and your baby's first year. Just text BABY, B-A-B-Y, to 511-411. That's BABY, B-A-B-Y, to 511-411 for the health of your baby.
Broadcasting from the Peterman Brothers Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
Down trees, down power lines, ruptured gas lines.
Delphone Hubbard is the fire chief in Little Rock.
We will help our neighbors. We will ensure that every Arkansan who needs assistance has it.
Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. The weather is being blamed for at least 4 deaths in Arkansas and 1 in Illinois following a roof collapse at the Apollo Theater in Belvedere.
260 people were inside at the time. Officials say all 260 people have been accounted for.
Fox says Jackie Ibanez, some of the injuries are serious. Yesterday, President Biden was in Rolling Fork, Mississippi, where a tornado last week caused catastrophic damage.
We'll do everything that's legally within my power to do to be of assistance to the people in this community.
The president hasn't commented on the legal challenges facing his predecessor. Former President Trump is expected to surrender in New York on Tuesday following his historic indictment.
While the grand jury indictment remains sealed, the Associated Press is reporting that Donald Trump will be charged with at least 1 felony as part of his indictment over what prosecutors have called hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels and former Playboy model Karen McDougal.
Fox's Laura Engel. Pope Francis has been released from a hospital in Rome. He was admitted on Wednesday for bronchitis. America's listening to Fox News.
New from the Fox News Podcast Network.
I'm Emily Campagno, and this is the Fox True Crime Podcast.
And I had nothing to do with her disappearance.
I sit down with the people who lived the nightmares.
I was in shock. I was just devastated.
The investigators who tirelessly worked on the case.
And I really hope that they can catch this guy.
Bringing you closer to the story than you ever thought possible.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Why they're going behind bars. I'm Harrison Silcox. Here's what's trending this hour. 2 brothers are being locked up for murder. Jaden Arnold reports.
Cameron and Desmond Banks were sentenced to a total of 220 years in jail for killing Braxton Ford, Kamari Hunt, Jalen Roberts, and Marcel Wills in 2020. Surveillance cameras caught the 2 brothers and others entering and leaving the victim's apartment around the time of the shooting. They fired over 50 rounds at the victims, and it appeared they had opened a safe and taken everything inside. Prosecutors say LaShawn Watkins, the last suspect, will likely be sentenced to a similar prison term.
Indicting former President Donald Trump is nothing but politics, says Indiana Republican Congressman Jim Banks.
They're politicizing it because we are on the eve of Donald Trump becoming the Republican candidate, the Republican nominee for president again. It's obviously it's obviously politically timed.
Talking to WIBC's Tony Katz, Banks believes the indictment will only improve Trump's support moving forward. If you have a dog or cat, you can help save the lives of other animals. Talking to Wish TV, Kelly Robertson from Indy Vet is asking pet owners in Indianapolis to donate blood.
There is need in the entire country. Every day we have hospitals call that need blood, and there's a long backorder list of hospitals waiting to receive blood.
With a shortage across the country, she says every drop is important. Purdue men's basketball's Zach Edey was named the AP Men's National Player of the Year Friday. The center averaged 22 points per game this season and helped the Boilermakers win a couple of Big Ten titles. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com, here's the forecast from the American Standard Heating Weather Center.
Severe storms are possible after about 8 p.m. this evening. Then the storms end and it gets cooler by morning, low of 40, high tomorrow 48. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist David James for 93 WIBC.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is everyday.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are your investments going nowhere? Here's a tip that always pays big dividends. Invest in yourself, your talent, your smarts, your skills. Maybe it's time to make that investment and start a career in IT or upskill to boost your current career. At My Computer Career, you can bank on us. We'll help you get the right skills and the right certifications to start or advance your IT career. IT keeps growing, so go with the growth at My Computer Career. The right training, the right timing, the right career. Invest in you at mycomputercareer.edu. Start now.
Hi, this is Pastor Micah Beckwith from Life Church. Many of you know me from being a weekly guest on the Kendall and Casey Show. I often talk about defending freedom and liberty in our nation, but the heart I have for liberty comes from the freedom I have found in Christ Jesus. Liberty is not man's idea, it's God's idea. If you've been searching for true freedom but still haven't found what you're looking for, I'd like to invite you to one of our multiple Life Church Easter services on Sunday, April 9th. For service times and locations, go to lifechurchin.com. Join us and find the eternal freedom your heart has always longed for.
I rise in honor of trans joy that deserves to be celebrated, not eradicated. I rise with unconditional love for my trans daughter, Riley. And I rise in solidarity with every trans American seeking nothing less than their inalienable right to the pursuit of happiness. To stand in the way of that right is to stand against our most basic American values. But that's exactly what MAGA extremists are doing across this country, on school boards, in state capitals, here in the halls of Congress. Elected officials are using their power to undermine the freedoms and human dignity of trans Americans. And they're waging an especially vicious crusade on our kids. These attacks make me all the more grateful for the unconditional love that Mimi and Joe LeMay of Massachusetts have for their son, Jacob. Mimi and Joe have faced vitriol and cruelty from right-wing extremists, all because they heard, accepted, and embraced Jacob when he told them he's a boy.
So Jacob decides, and the parents go along, and to notice that that is not true is cruel. Representative Catherine Clark, you're wrong. And I would tell you you're wrong anywhere, anytime, in any place. And I'm not telling you not to love your children. In no way did I say this. I don't know if your children are adults or minors. But every conversation regarding the conversations we see around the country are about children. And if you are okay with children deciding their own medical futures, if you're okay with children mutilating themselves, you're just wrong. You're the one who is cruel. Get it together. And this idea that if you don't go along, it's right-wing extremism and cruelty, you're just nuts. This is why I speak so absolutely honestly and clearly and with focus about this idea that you got to stop calling it LGBT. What made you think the L, the G, and the B are with you, T? And what makes anybody think the L, the G, and the B are with the idea of T for children? Why would you make this assumption? It's nuts. It's hateful. And there's Representative Clark thinking that she understands the decency. We're talking about kids here. You let kids make this kind of decision, you ain't decent. That's an easy argument to make. And a winner, Tony Katz. Tony Katz today. Good to be with you. Find everything, TonyKatz.locals.com. TonyKatz.locals.com. While this is being discussed, let me give you something that isn't being discussed.
And Iran has taken actions also to improve its capabilities to produce a nuclear weapon. From the time of an Iranian decision, Iran could produce enough fissile material for a nuclear weapon in less than 2 weeks, and it would only take several more months to produce an actual nuclear weapon. The United States remains committed, as a matter of policy, that Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. The United States military has developed multiple options for our national leadership to consider if or when Iran decides to develop a nuclear weapon.
You see, we've got real subjects to talk about here. Real things happening. General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, making that statement today. But we heard this already from the Israelis, that they could create a nuclear weapon in less than 2 weeks, that they've been working on enriching the uranium. That plan of stopping them is going to involve missiles hitting somewhere in and around Tehran and other spots where they build these things, and it's going to lead to launches of attacks against Israel because they're not able to reach the United States. That's going to be ugly, and it's going to happen. But Representative Clark thinks that it's just ugly and extreme to note that children can't make medical decisions for themselves. Well, Representative Clark of Massachusetts is wrong as wrong can be. Children cannot make medical decisions for themselves. And while we're on the subject of wrong as wrong can be, let's talk about Joe Biden, who is, as always, as wrong can be.
Harris-Biden administration. You have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
Got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Say it ain't so, Joe.
Joe Biden isn't just wrong here when it comes to guns. It's criminal. The ignorance of Joe Biden, the ignorance of the political left on firearms is stunning. Every single time they open their mouths, it's stunning. And in this, it is absolutely no different.
But our states, everybody thinks somehow the Second Amendment is absolute. You're not allowed to go out and own an automatic weapon. You're not allowed to own a machine gun. You're not allowed to own a flamethrower. You're not allowed to own so many other things.
You are allowed to own a machine gun and you're allowed to own a flamethrower. That is Joe Biden, President of the United States, 0 for 2. Machine guns can be owned by private citizens. You have to get a tax stamp. You have to get a tax stamp. You got to pay some money. And next thing you know, boom, there you are owning a fully automatic weapon. Yes, you can. A flamethrower, wasn't it Elon Musk, the Boring Company, and he was selling flamethrowers? I'm only upset I didn't buy one. Of course you can own a flamethrower. Of course you can. And he is beyond ignorant in his conversations. But ignorance is what sets their standard, isn't it? Oh, Tony, that's mean, that's rude. Well, then what is it? What is it? Go back to Representative Catherine Clark, sorry. Go back to her conversation. It's right-wing extremism and it's cruelty against trans people. No. It is the statement that children cannot make these decisions. And that children are being pressured into these things. And this is about protecting kids, and they decide that that is cruel. How wrong can one be? They're making the argument that it's okay for kids to decide their medical futures. And they think they're good and decent. Joe Biden leads the charge. We have to do something about guns. Everything is about the guns. You heard me talking about it earlier. Guns, 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 guns. No one wants to talk about this woman's manifesto there in Nashville. 3 kids dead, 3 adults dead. Goes to this Christian school where she went as a child to kill everybody before she takes her own life, as she texted to a possible friend that she was going to do. She had the need to not only take everybody out here, but there was the possibility of trying to kill others in other places. She was going to then go out and kill her family because, according to sources, they didn't accept her. I'm so sorry that they didn't accept you. I mean, that's got to be awful. I don't think that's something to mock. I don't think that's something to brush over. I think that's awful. It doesn't give you the excuse or the reason or the rationale to kill other people. And yet there are groups out there like, oh, well, you know, what do you expect in the face of all this hate? That's exactly what's happening. People like Representative Clark, people like these groups saying, if you don't allow children to do this, you're part of a trans genocide. You're just cruel. And well, what do you expect? They're fighting for their lives. The lack of compassion from the left is absolutely, positively overwhelming. But that's par for the course, isn't it? They make a claim that is beyond radical and completely out of the realm of American thinking. Then everybody falls in lockstep. And when you're like, hey, wait a second, that's not right, they call you a bigot, they call you hateful, they protest you, they'll attack you in the streets. Riley Gaines is not allowed to speak on a college campus. She gets protested. I believe it was the University of Pittsburgh. She's the swimmer who swam against Leah Thomas, who is a man. Leah Thomas is a man. Leah Thomas has always been a man. Leah Thomas will die a man. Now, if Leah Thomas wants to change his name to Leah Thomas, and Leah Thomas wants to live a certain way, dress a certain way, act a certain way, I don't get to tell Leah Thomas what to do. Leah Thomas is a grown man. But Leah Thomas doesn't get to compete against women. And the same people who claim that you're cruel want to tell Riley Gaines, a female swimmer, that she has to accept the fact that she'll never win again because a man is competing against her, and men are stronger by nature. They're faster by nature. No, don't get angry at it. Pfft, who cares? Just the facts, baby. That's all we're bringing. You want women to sit in the back. You want women to lay down and take it. These leftists think women are second-class citizens. I can't believe the misogyny of Representative Catherine Clark. I find it stunning and appalling and, oh yes, cruel. I find those people who think that Riley Gaines is the problem, this NCAA winning, award-winning swimmer, that she's the problem, I find that cruel. I find that there are way too many misogynists out there. The hatred for women overwhelming, coming from men and coming from women, whether they be in colleges or whether they be Representative Catherine Clark. And certainly, I find it abhorrent to think that somehow because a child says it, we should accept it. A child says it and you should go along with it. A child says it and that's the way it is. What happened to parenting? Why is there no parenting? And why are people celebrating the no parenting? Because, of course, that's the goal of so many. The parent should be removed from the conversation. The parent should be extricated from the life of the child. This is what you hear when we talk about education. Parents shouldn't have a say in a kid's education. They're not educated. They're not experts in education. Why should they have a say? Oh, my. Well, look at all the things they don't want parents to have a say in. And until you take a look at it, and then you accept, because there is no other conclusion that one can make, that there are people out there who absolutely want to strip you from your children, who want to strip children from their parents until you understand this and accept this, and they want to control your kid, my God, you're going to have a tough time. And I defy anybody to come at me. I don't think they understand how ready we are for this conversation, for this fight. They want to have control of the children, and the answer is no. And because you say no, they say anything. Take the Second Amendment, for example. Take guns, for example. This shooting, see, it's all about the guns. It's not about the person. No. It's not about this woman and her mental issues being treated for a mental disorder, an emotional disorder. It's not about that. It's not about her own personal demons. It's not about society. Oh, dear Lord. It can never be about society, what has been introduced to society that's harming people, or what's been removed from society that needs to be put back in that helps people. It can't be about that. It's only about the gun. The guns are evil. The guns are wrong. The guns are awful. The guns are terrible. And they don't care that they don't know anything about guns. They don't care that they say it's illegal to own a machine gun like Joe Biden did, when of course it's not. They don't care what they say. They've decided this, and if you say anything else, you favor murdering children. You favor people being destroyed. I think they need to pay attention to more of the success stories.
And now, another Second Amendment success story.
You don't say you're sorry when you shoot someone.
On Tony Katz Today.
It's a story out of Houston where a man in a wheelchair was being robbed. He's in a wheelchair. A man approaches him and tries to steal his bag. You walk up to a guy in a wheelchair and you want to steal from a guy in a wheelchair, we can all agree you're a scumbag, right? Like that's a first-rate scumbag right there. So this guy, fearing for his life, had a firearm on him and then shot the person attacking him, trying to steal from him. The progressive will then tell you, well, you see, the problem is it's just things, it's okay. You didn't have to shoot him. I would make an assumption, like I make the assumption regarding my 85-year-old father, and I don't actually call it an assumption because we talk about it. Not being able to defend yourself is an unbelievably frightening thing. Walking down the street, slower than ever, with a limp, my father now with oxygen, and not being able to protect yourself, it's frightening, it's humiliating. You should we discuss the whole idea of manhood and the ability to protect and defend yourself, knowing that you can defend your wife or your spouse, and now all of a sudden you're at an age where you can't? How do you feel? You want to talk about what that does to the mind and to the soul, or does somehow that not matter? All of a sudden, no big deal. All of a sudden, this is about your manhood. That's why you need a gun. I don't listen to ignorant fools. I don't listen to people who have no respect for others or recognition of age or recognition of how people act. And I certainly don't pay attention to those people who don't understand manhood to begin with and the value that men put on being able to protect themselves, certainly, but protect the ones they love. It is part of what makes them whole. I can't explain that to people who want to say things like, you and your manhood. Manhood matters. Manhood is important. And the people who don't believe in manhood, well, screw them. I don't care about them. They're going to raise children who aren't men. Much different than how I'm doing it, thank you very much, and probably how you're doing it too. Manhood matters. But even if it didn't matter, and it does, why should my father, at the age of 85, not be allowed to protect himself? Not be allowed a weapon to protect himself? My father, the only difference between my father and this guy in the wheelchair is the wheelchair. If somebody attacked my father would have no ability to physically fight back. The only thing he could do is fire. He shouldn't have that? I think he should. I think it's very important that he should. And so a Second Amendment success story is not that somebody gets killed, but that somebody gets protected. And in this case, this man was able to protect himself. And he shouldn't sit there and just be a victim to the whims of people who, if they were caught, the prosecutor in that city probably wouldn't prosecute anyway. So therefore, the guy in the wheelchair only exists to provide whatever goods he happens to be holding for the person who wants to take it, because there's no recourse. Not only do you not want a recourse from the courts, or from the prosecutor, I should say, you don't want a recourse from the citizen. They shouldn't do nothing. I don't believe that. People should protect and defend themselves. Adults should protect and defend themselves and the ones they love. And that includes children, and protecting them from themselves when they say things like, I want to mutilate my body. These things do connect. And I share these stories because there's more than just one thing going on today. It's kind of a theme I've got going on. Keep it here. I'm Tony Katz.
Your city, your state.
It's what will hit the state later this evening that should be of more concern.
That's when the cold front starts to move in.
Damaging winds, rains, and a few tornadoes.
Your country.
Former President Donald Trump has been indicted.
The unprecedented indictment of Donald Trump, of a former president of the United States, on a campaign finance issue.
This is going to destroy America.
Your news.
Criminalization of politics.
We're going to fight back at the ballot box.
On air, on your smart speaker.
He's ready to fight this.
And WIBC.com.
Spring is a key time for selling homes in Indianapolis. Now is the time to hire the agent that has the proven marketing plan to maximize the price of your home fast. Now is the time to hire the agent I recommend, Mark Dietl. Maybe you're worried because your home needs costly repairs or upgrades. Mark Dietl guarantees your home sold at an agreed-upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. Listen to what Brandy in Indianapolis had to say about working with Mark Dietl. I had an investment property I needed to sell, but I was certain I had missed the boat on top dollar. I hired Mark Dietl, and he assured me his team would get it done. He was right. My home sold in 2 days for top dollar, super easy, and I am very happy. Call the agent I trust and recommend for the details. Mark Dietl guarantees your home sold, or he'll buy it. Call Mark Dietl at 317-755-4232 or go online to markdietl.com. That's Mark, DIETL.com.
Premier Deck Coating, the ultimate deck protection. Who are they? Well, they're a sister company of Rhino Shield, and Premier Deck Coating is the product you need if you're tired of applying the same old stain and paint every couple of years to your deck. It's Terry, Stacy, and David and I have a deck that's probably 25 years old. The countless hours and the money that we spend on maintaining that deck never ends. And then we heard about Premier Deck Coating. Family owned, based right here in Indy, and they are going to completely transform our deck with their special formulated product, which repels moisture, scratch resistant in virtually any color that we want, and backed by a 10-year guarantee. No more spending time staining or painting every year. Premier Deck Coating will keep our deck looking great for years to come. Premier Deck Coating can also do fences and pergolas too. For a free quote, call 317-696-4071 or visit premierdeckcoating.com.
Hop into Easter and save more at Family Dollar. Gussy up for the occasion with dresses and rompers for ladies and girls starting at $5. Find more to celebrate with pre-filled Easter baskets starting at $6, or DIY with festive basket fillers starting at just $1. And give sweet somethings with Reese's and Cadbury eggs 3 for $3, and bags of Palmer chocolate eggs and bunnies, buy 3, get 1 free. Family Dollar, helping you do more.
The Phone Ready quiz from the American Academy of Pediatrics will help you decide if you and your child are ready for their first phone. Go to healthychildren.org/phone ready quiz.
Overcoming drug addiction is difficult. The road to recovery is different for everyone. Find the path to recovery that works for you. Learn more at cdc.gov/stopoverdose.
Kids across America are going to school hungry every day. No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures. Learn more at helpnokidhungry.org.
Look through your children's eyes, and you will discover the true magic of a forest. Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org.
90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. Be a responsible gun owner. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide. Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council. You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Remind me, I got to get into this with William Jacobson, Cornell law professor, legalinsurrection.com. A professor at the University of Texas, Austin, saying that if you object to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's a modern day lynching. Well, totally rational. Tony Katz today. Oh, good Lord. Good to be with you. William Jacobson wrote about this at legalinsurrection.com, and he makes the perfect comparison to Godwin's Law. So Godwin's Law is that the longer a conversation goes, a discussion goes on the internet, the probability of a reference to Nazis or Hitler approaches 1. Eventually, it's going to come up. It's going to happen. It's going to be said. The idea that if I object to the bigotry that is DEI, that I am now guilty of a lynching, killing a black man, hanging a black man. Do you know how criminal that is? But it goes along with the conversation about the idea of silencing. You're not allowed to say this. You're not allowed to say that. If you say that, you're a bigot. If you say that, you're a racist. If you say that, you're a murderer. If you say that, you favor trans genocide. Well, now, if you have an objection to DEI, it's a modern-day lynching. At first, it was just white fragility. You see, you were just too fragile to have the conversation. You're not ready. But now it's just a modern-day lynching. Now, anything to get you to stop. My advice is don't stop. Don't you stop at all. Keep it right here. This is Tony Katz Today.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month. With no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses. With the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Offer ends 4/4/23. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
If your wedding anniversary is approaching, that means a visit to Barrington Jewels in Clearwater Crossing. You have to see the truly one-of-a-kind creations. You'll find unique anniversary bands and the finest watches, all at great prices with special financing available. Always shop Barrington Jewels first. Consider upgrading her diamond, a truly special way to show your love. Don't wait. Get to Barrington Jewels today. And remember, you haven't seen a diamond until you've seen a Barrington diamond. Visit Barrington Jewels today.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now's the time to talk. Visit alz.org/our stories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
You let him try violin because you love him. And if you love him that much, love him enough to make sure he's buckled up and in the back seat. Find out more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. But if you feel different, you drive different. So don't drive high. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. Deadly tornadoes claim more lives in the central U.S. Friday. At least 4 were killed in Illinois and Arkansas, where this woman and her fiancé were caught while driving outside of Little Rock.
We just couldn't believe it was there. We could see it coming at us, and there was nothing we could do. I mean, it was upon us before we knew what was going on.
At least 2 more deaths were reported in Indiana's Sullivan County. Being indicted hasn't hurt the Trump campaign's coffers.
His campaign says in just 24 hours after the news broke, it raised more than $4 million towards his presidential run. It noted more than 25% of the donations came from first-time Trump contributors, that people from all 50 states kicked in money, and that the average donation was $34.
Fox's Carmen Roberts. America is listening to Fox News.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Denny Smith here. Spring is here at Sundown Gardens in Westfield. Right now, Sundown Gardens has an early bird special, 20% off all fertilizer and container trees and shrubs. Sundown has a 4-step and a 6-step lawn care program in stock. Now's the time to start planning applications. Sundown has a second location coming later this spring, Miss M's Home and Garden by Sundown Gardens in Bargersville on State Road 135. For now, visit Sundown Gardens at 186th Street and Spring Mill Road, sundown.gardens.com.
After my wreck, I tried to handle my case on my own. Every time I took one step forward, I took 2 steps back. So I called the Hammer.
I'm attorney Darryl Isaacs, the Hammer. We've seen this game 1,000 times. We'll take on the big insurance companies, and we'll fight to get you every dollar you deserve. For your medical bills, lost wages, and pain and suffering.
Get the money you deserve.
Just click and get help quick at WeWin.com. That's WeWin.com.
Hey, Dr. Petraeus.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I asked what kind of family she wanted. She said, a family like yours.
Learn more about adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Can Gayle King and Charles Barkley save CNN? I'm going to go with no. But do I think that they're worthwhile choices for CNN primetime? I'm going to go with I don't know. Tony Katz today. Good to be with you. Find everything, TonyKatz.locals.com, TonyKatz.locals.com. Become a part of what we're doing over there. It's free. You can be a subscriber and get extra content. Totally your choice. Be supportive or just join and be a part of what we're doing. Would greatly appreciate it either way. TonyKatz.locals.com. According to the sources, they're finalizing deals that would give them each a primetime hour on CNN. Now, is this an hour a week or is this a daily show 5 days a week? That's what it's because here's how it's written. Gayle King does the CBS morning show. We're talking about Oprah's best friend here. Charles Barkley, NBA, Charles Barkley, finalizing a deal that would have them jointly lead a primetime hour each week. Wait. They're going to do the show together? Is that it? They're going to do the show together. That's weird. I thought they were going to be doing separate shows. That's super strange. Remember, this is CNN that has still not replaced Chris Cuomo, that got rid of Don Lemon in the evenings and moved him to mornings, where they have a morning show that's a complete and total disaster. They don't have a lineup that you're paying attention to. Not that you necessarily paid attention to their lineup or you watched on a regular basis, but you knew of it. They've got nothing. The whole network is Jake Tapper. That's a real bad place to be because Jake Tapper has given up the bona fides of being a journalist and went into this radicalness. Jake Tapper decided the thing to do was to court to one audience, and that's it. Now, you say to me, Tony, don't you court to one audience? You mean as a radio host? I clearly lean to the political right, and I discuss this. I don't question this. Nobody does. But there are plenty of people who listen to me who disagree with me because I'm not necessarily a disagreeable person. I'm breaking it down. I'm sharing it out. This is one of the reasons that some people think I'm a squish. I'm not screaming and yelling enough. It's crazy. When the people are like, you're a rhino or you're a squish, I smile so bright. And sometimes I'll have friends who do that, like, you're a little wishy-washy there. And I'll be like, oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. I mean, friends, enemies, come at me, bro. I mean, that's all there is. Disagree, say so. It's fine by me. But I love how everybody is always the tough guy. But when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. You've got this position. The people who aren't with you on your position are clearly wrong, so therefore they're either not strong enough or they're being too strong. However it is you need to rationalize it. That's a rational position. It's why when you're on this side of the mic, one of the things you don't do is read the comments. Or I should really say it this way, because I do read the comments. You don't take them to heart. You take a look to see if there's some commonality within them. Like for example, if I'm discussing something and I get 9 comments of a certain type saying, check this story, check this story, check this story, there's possibly something that I missed. I cover a lot of subjects. It's possible to miss something. But when I started radio, I started mornings on WIBC in Indianapolis, and I would get hate mail. Oh, I demanded to see all my hate mail. I demanded to see every single bit of my hate mail. My program director, David Wood, was like, you really want to see this? I'm like, I totally want to see it. Because I wanted to see if there was anything I could learn from it. See if there was any connective tissue to it. But when people would say, bring back so-and-so, a host who was there 20 years prior, or when they'd say, this guy is too New York. Too New York. That is a wee bit of code right there. I didn't pay that stuff any mind. I can't bring you the guy who was here 20 years prior. And I can't help the fact that I was circumcised as prescribed by Jewish law. I can't change these things. That's just, I can get some crazy glue, but that's about it. That's all I could do. So when you realize that you're seeing, a fair amount of those things, and most of it was bring back old hosts or whatever, because people don't like change. There's nothing there that can be helpful to you. Are you doing the best show you can? Are you doing the best job that you can? And how do you move forward with it? How do you go about growing that? But I never shy away from the fact that I'm a conservative. I come in letting you know what I'm all about. Jake Tapper wants to come in telling you he's a journalist. No, he's not, based on his own actions. That's not journalism. So he did the damage to his own, I won't say so much career, but his own credibility, and he has no one but himself to blame, and I certainly don't like the guy from the way he's treated me, and he doesn't even know that he treated me poorly. That's the kind of cheap stuff he does online. I know, he treated me quite poorly. But if that's the most that CNN has, if that's the biggest name CNN has an issue. How does it go about making this change? And what is the change? The change is changing the idea in people's heads that you're just this leftist MSNBC wannabe outfit, and you're actually interested in A, news, and B, interesting stories shared with interesting perspectives. So do Gayle King and Charles Barkley bring that? Well, one of the things Charles Barkley brings is an unknown. He brings a wild card factor. He could say anything at any time. It would be completely unfiltered and completely honest. And he's fine with it. He is fine with it. He'll carry that on his shoulders. He doesn't care. Gayle King brings a credibility of calmness that you don't think of Gayle King as wild or over the top or overly bombastic or even bombastic at all. You just don't see her in that way. Now, it could be, Tony, I am not watching CBS Morning News. I'm listening to you in the mornings. I am not listening to that. I have no idea what she's like. I'm not going to say no, but to the rest of America, that's a workable position. And for Chris Lick, the CEO, maybe there's something you could do with that. Someone to drive the train, someone to give the wild notion, and then that same someone to bring him back with the line, "Oh, Charles." People get this wrong about Howard Stern and Robin Quivers. Robin Quivers was not brought in to calm him down. Robin Quivers was not there to bring some kind of political balance to the show. Robin Quivers was there to play the part of the outrage that was part of the team that had no bearing on the thing that Howard did next. It was there to play the collective conscience. Oh, Howard, you did not just say that. And then Howard would keep doing what he's doing. They understood their roles. They still understand their roles. Now, if Howard wasn't so politically ridiculous these days, embarrassing himself, the guy was happy to have lesbians orgasming on air, and now you're not allowed to tell a joke. That's a weird maneuver for a dude. That is too much money and too much age. That's what that is. I'm hoping to get to that. Can we just get a round of applause for me getting to a place where I have so much money I can be that nuts? Just me? Just woohoo! Yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait. But that's what it is. It's for the show. It's for the outrage part. Oh, Howard, that's part of the comedy. That's what makes it so terrific. And then there would be the times, of course, where Robin, being a remarkable talent herself, would then be the one, and it'll be Howard playing that part. My gosh, Robin, I've never seen you like this, Robin, and all that jazz. That works. That works if everybody knows their role. This is true of, for example, The Five. So when this got explained to me, I remember, I do this for a living. I pay attention to this stuff for a living. And this was an incredibly good observation about why The Five works, but other panel shows, like when they bring panelists on, it doesn't work. It can't work. And the difference is what the goal is. When you're on The Five on Fox, the goal of The Five is to get the viewer to come back and watch tomorrow and make sure everybody there is on the same page about making sure the viewer comes back tomorrow. So none of them, regardless whomever is on the show, is really interested in the destruction of the other person. They're interested in the conversation, ensuring the audience comes back. When you're part of a panel, like I've been part of many panels on cable news, where you're not invested in the show, but rather you're invested in getting your point across, so you've got the good soundbite, so you've got the good thing to share on video, so you get another 5 clicks and maybe another 3 followers. Everybody is in it for themselves. And when in a panel conversation, you're in it for yourselves, as opposed to in it for the show cannot survive. It can't be done. There's just you have your purpose is different. That's why these panel shows where they bring people in can't work, because they're in it for a different purpose than the hosts of the show who are in it for a different purpose. Can Gayle King and Charles Barkley be enough? I don't know. Well, Tony, what about the fact that they're going to get hired because they're black? Whoa, I don't know that. They both happen to be black. You would be arguing that Charles Barkley is not a personality in and of himself, regardless of anything racial, and you'd also be saying that about Gayle King. I don't have that data. They are both black. I don't care. They have proven themselves in their places as formidable. I didn't say you agree with them all the time. I am discussing where they are in the pantheon, in the overarching of people on TV today. In sports, Charles is right up there. In morning news, Gayle King is crushing. In every single way, crushing. Can't be denied. The two of them together, I don't know. Does it bring an audience? I don't know. Is it a good effort from Chris Licht, the CEO? Yeah, I would argue that it's at least a good effort. Is it the right effort? I would argue that Licht would be better off bringing in voices that were truly different. You know, there are people out there that you can grab who are, you can argue center-right, you might want to pretend centrist, but clearly not leftist, that might engage and outrage the most progressive parts of the CNN audience, but might be absolutely engaging with a vast majority of the CNN audience who still believes CNN is down the middle news. And they haven't done that yet. They haven't gone down that route yet. So I think that Gayle King and Charles Barkley has interesting opportunity. I don't think it is enough. So the question is, if they're doing the show together, which is the case, what else do they bring? What show do they pair with it? Are they going to go with somebody who's further right, or are they going to play this game of, well, these people are at least honest? You're dealing with a top-tier personality in Barkley. You're dealing with what has become a top-tier host in King. Who else are you going to get? Who else are you going to reach for? That's the question. Find everything, TonyKatz.locals.com. This is Tony Katz Today.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
First, I hold my hands out like they're on a steering wheel. Then I look over my shoulder. 1, okay, cool guy. 2, 3 times. Next, I put it in reverse. Meep, meep, meep. Then I take it up and down, up and down. And that, kiddos, is called the forklift.
Dance like a dad. It's a great way to make a moment with your kids.
Now that's dancing. Sure beats flossing.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
We need each other because every someone needs someone else.
We need each other because when we work together, we can do so much more.
We connect more children with what they need to grow up healthy, educated, and safe. And that's what Child Fund is all about.
Because when you make someone's world better, you make everyone's world better.
Child Fund, because we need each other.
Learn more at childfund.org. That's childfund.org.
The Indianapolis Public Library. More than just books. Visit your local branch today.
Indy Humane. Find your new best friend today. Visit indyhumane.org. Through their service, veterans have our backs. Now we should have theirs. Learn more at gotyoursix.org.
Get your air conditioner ready for spring and the hot summer ahead. On the South Side, call Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling. Call themarshallnow.com, your American Standard Air dealer.
No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures. Learn more at helpnokidhungry.org. There are screening tests to catch cancer early. Visit cancer.org/getscreened.
For those fortunate enough to help the person who has always been their hero, find the care guides you need to help at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You gotta love the fearlessness of J.K. Rowling. You gotta love it. The Harry Potter author who has been unafraid to say men are not women and women are not men. She gets called a TERF, trans exclusionary radical feminist. You see, if you don't accept the fact that men are women, well, then you're a bigot and you're hateful and you're the enemy and you're in favor of transgenocide. Oh, stop it. You sound like cultist crazy people. I mean, never mind anything else going on with Nashville. On this subject, if I'm not allowed to note that men are not women and women are not men, and if you tell me that that's transgenocide, all right, I'm up for this fight. You're wrong and you're nuts. Now, why am I saying you? They're wrong and they're nuts. People who believe this are wrong and people who believe this are nuts. Flat out dangerous. Noting facts. That's genocide? Stop. You sound silly. So J.K. Rowling is asking a question to the people who disagree with her or hate her. We're not going to watch your movies. We're not going to go to your shows. We're not going to read your books. She is asking a question. And she says, I see this constantly, and the most frequent example of this is that they're pretending to be concerned about children. It's not about children. They really hate trans people. Oh, I hear that all the time. You don't care about children. You just hate people who are transgender. Blah, 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 blah. She continues, now if you're saying the indirect bigotry is asking questions where you believe significant harm is done, if you're saying indirect bigotry is standing up for women's rights, then you know what? Guilty is charged. I think it is a very bad faith argument to say that people who are asking questions are being indirect bigots because, that itself, in my view, is a very bad faith position, which is absolutely true. If my asking a question proves my bigotry, I don't care if you call me a bigot. Screw you. You're unserious. Your answer to everything is you're a bigot or you believe in transgenocide because you're trying to shut another side down. I won't be shut down. I won't do it. So one of the things that she's asking is, hey, political left, hey, radicals on this subject, hey, those of you who believe that children should be allowed to take medicines and have surgeries to change who they are, what if you're wrong? You see, if we're wrong, the kid just waits till they're 18. If you're wrong, the kid is destroyed. What if you're wrong? Ask yourself that, because I'm going to start asking you that. What if you're wrong? If I'm wrong, it's just a delay. If you're wrong, that child never gets their childhood back and their adulthood is threatened. What if you're wrong? If I'm wrong, they just had to wait a couple of years till they're adults anyway, like they should, which has been my entire argument. If you're wrong, you pushed a child into having surgeries they didn't need and absolutely mutilating them. J.K. Rowling's doing good work here. I'm glad we're on the same side on this one. Appreciate it. Now, if she could just get me tickets to wherever that theme park is with the Harry Potter stuff, that'd be super cool. I'm Tony Katz.
Yeah, the tournament is heating up, and there is no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. And that's because right now FanDuel is giving new customers a no-sweat first bet, up to $1,000. That's up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. I like to bet the underdogs in the tournament all the time. Just go to FanDuel.com/WIBC and sign up today to claim your no-sweat first bet. And then you can wager on everything from the money lines to the point spreads to which team you think is going to be cutting down the net, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So don't miss your shot at a no-sweat first bet up to $1,000 when you join FanDuel today. Just go to FanDuel.com/WIBC to sign up. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Indiana. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. It's Hammer and Nigel for Window Nation. Everyone loves a smart investment, and there is no better place to put your money right now than in your home. Window Nation has the perfect offer for anyone with a home at least 20 years old. Protect and increase the value of your home and energy efficiency by installing new Window Nation windows. Window Nation is making it insanely easy to do so with 0% interest for 5 years. Plus, Window Nation will give you 2 windows free with every 2 you purchase.
Go with the window company that has installed nearly 2 million windows, including mine, by installers with over a decade of experience using only top-of-the-line installation materials, which is why 96% of all installations require no follow-up service. Call Window Nation today and lock in these limited time savings when you need them the most. 866-90-NATION and pay 0 interest for 5 years. The life of your loan, and get 2 free windows with every 2 that you buy. 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
Where are your life's most important memories stored? In your basement, right? Cracks in your foundation and high humidity could mean water is coming in your basement, eventually causing flooding, and you'll lose all your precious photos and memories. Crossroads Foundation Repair travels all over the region, repairing foundations with the highest quality service. Call now and get a free sump pump with full basement waterproofing system. Read our 5-star reviews at crossroadsfoundationrepair.com and call 844-975-6735.
Hammer and Nigel here, inviting you to join us as we kick off the weekend every Friday around 5:45 with Beer Sample Friday, brought to you by our friends at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus.
Find the path to recovery that works for you. Learn more at cdc.gov/stopoverdose.
Text and whatever. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. But if you feel different, you drive different. So don't drive high. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Don't want to worry of maintaining your furnace and air conditioner? Join B&W's Premier Club.
Just go to B+W.com. B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Drains is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Tune in to WIBC's First Day Show each Sunday, 10 to noon, to hear about good things in Indy. Brought to you by Greg Cooper and Lisa Phillips with Crossroads Collective at Compass Real Estate.
Broadcasting from the Peterman Brothers Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
Severe storms pummel the nation's midsection. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. A spate of tornadoes tore through several states, including Arkansas, Tennessee, Indiana, and Illinois. This man took cover yesterday inside a business in Little Rock.
Every single glass window blew out, and people were blown back. And I held on, and it must have been a minute, just huddled. I thought I was a goner for sure.
The wild weather in Arkansas has left at least 4 people dead. 3 people are confirmed dead in Indiana, and 1 person was killed in Illinois.
Fox 32 is reporting 1 person is dead. 28 people were sent to the hospital after the roof collapsed on concert goers in the Apollo Theater in Belvedere.
Fox's Jackie Ibanez. President Biden got a first-hand look at tornado destruction in Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
We have 300 federal personnel on the ground, including FEMA's disaster survivor assistance teams, to ensure a well-coordinated response to get you the assistance you need.
A monster tornado last week killed more than 20 people across Mississippi. After being treated for bronchitis, Pope Francis is out of the hospital.
The Vatican has said Pope Francis will be on St. Peter's Square on Palm Sunday. He may get some help from the cardinals, but he clearly intends to be front and center during the holiest week in the Catholic calendar.
Fox's Amy Kellogg. More reaction to the indictment of former President Trump.
The unprecedented indictment of a former president of the United States on a campaign finance issue is outrageous.
Former Vice President Mike Pence. Mr. Trump is expected to be arraigned on Tuesday in New York. America's listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
5 inches of rain by tomorrow.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The Voices America trusts. Download it now.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
The worst may be over, but the wind isn't slowing down. It's 52 degrees clear. I'm Jaden Arnold, and here's what's trending at 7:03. We saw tornadoes all across the state last night.
One of the more significant ones would have been in Sullivan County. Had some reports as far northeast as Johnson County, and then also to the northwest of Indianapolis, too.
Randy Bowers with the National Weather Service says that it should be cooler today, and those winds could be staying as high as 50 miles an hour. Reports say a tornado hit Whiteland last night and caused major damage to the southern part of town. Some homes and businesses were flattened, and power and communication are limited. Police are advising people to stay home if they can. If you need shelter, the Whiteland High School is open. The police department has checked on everyone, and so far, no one has been reported injured. That's 2 deaths in Sullivan County, though. Many agencies are helping with the recovery efforts. Going east could be a beast this weekend. With more on that, here's WIBC traffic beast Matt Baer.
I-69 construction is blocking the 2 left lanes on eastbound 465 from I-72-65 on the southwest side. Also, the eastbound I-72 eastbound 465 on-ramp, along with Kentucky, Man Road, and Harding Street on-ramps to eastbound 465 will close as well. You can hop back onto eastbound 465 at US 31 East Street. Work should be done by 5 a.m. Monday morning. I-69 in Indianapolis should be finished by late 2024. Learn more from the WIBC Traffic Center at WIBC Traffic.
How do you feel about former President Trump being indicted?
Now that we have an indictment, it proves that no one is above the law.
We're glad to see him finally being held accountable for his behavior. The walls of justice are closing in on him, and he's not going to be able to weasel out of it this time.
Now the forecast, the American Standard Cooling Weather Center. High of 60 today, low of 37 tonight. I'm Jaden Arnold, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
The following is a paid program. The views expressed in the following program do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff and management of WIBC or Urban One.
Well, welcome to the Ask Dr. Wilson show. I am your host, Dr. Nick Wilson, Indianapolis, Indiana. And on this show, we talk about natural health solutions, how to achieve victory in this arena called health. And this is not normal healthcare. I would argue normal healthcare is broken. And so we talk about solutions for you, your family, and ultimately how to achieve optimal health. So buckle up, take notes, tell your friends, and enjoy this episode. Well, welcome to the show. This is the Ask Dr. Wilson show. I am your host, Dr. Nick Wilson. Today we are talking about your spine and your symptoms. If you've listened to the show before, you hear me talk about not covering up your symptoms, meaning that you don't just Band-Aid symptoms, that symptoms are a check engine light for your body, and how those symptoms are a warning sign of something else going on. And there's multiple approaches to symptoms. Most people will just simply cover up those symptoms. They'll take something, they'll do something, they'll cover it up, or they will ignore it. And I'm willing to bet that you've had a problem before and you did nothing about it and your body healed it. Happens all the time, whether you knew it or not. The problem arises and you kind of either ignore it or just give it time and rest, and you don't mess with it, and it heals. That's common. That's normal. It happens every single day. What happens when it doesn't self-heal or self-correct? What happens when those symptoms linger or where those problems continue? That's what we're going to talk about today, because it's oftentimes the pain point becomes a moment of decision. And that point of decision is oftentimes where somebody will then choose to either end up on a medication for either a period of time, sometimes a long period of time, and oftentimes for the rest of their lives, or take action to correct it. Find out what's actually causing it. What are the underlying factors that are interfering with my body's ability to heal? These are oftentimes good questions. So let me give you an example. Headaches. A lot of people have headaches. And I'm not talking about the kind that, you drink too much and the next morning you have a headache. I'm talking about those headaches that when you either get stressed out or you sleep wrong, or sometimes it's even unpredictable, that you get headaches. These are the people that would say like my headaches or when I get headaches, because it happens to them. And everyone has predispositions of what types of symptoms that they get, and whether that is headaches or they have indigestion or constipation or diarrhea, or they have upper back tightness, or maybe their lower back tends to, quote, go out. You hear that sometimes. My back went out. My back always goes out. These symptoms that come back or that are reoccurring, these are weaknesses in the chain somewhere. Weaknesses in the chain somewhere. What do I mean by that? Well, if you have a reoccurring issue, something that comes back, it's not random. You can't just describe it by something you just did the day before that clearly caused it. Again, massive dehydration or a lot of toxins that you consumed all at once, i.e. drinking, alcohol, something that you can't really point to of what caused it, and these things come back. That is a problem. That's a problem. There's an interference in your body's ability to self-heal, self-regulate, and those symptoms are warning signs. And headaches are a clear example of that. Headaches are an upper cervical spinal problem. Headaches in general are an upper cervical spine problem. What does that mean? An upper neck problem, where the spine meets the head. You go to right behind your ear, there's this little bone. So go ahead and just put your fingers, as long as you're not driving right now, put your fingers right behind your earlobes and go straight back. You're going to feel this bony protuberance right behind your ears. It's these two little bones that stick out. That is C1, your top upper cervical spinal vertebra. Most important bone inside of your entire body. That is the bone that protects your brainstem. If you know Christopher Reeves, and usually people who know him, it's usually based off of age versus those who do not remember him. Younger population does not remember Christopher Reeves. Christopher Reeves was the old Superman. Christopher Reeves fell off a horse, hit his chin, top bone in the neck, slid forward, damaged his upper cervical spine. That bone slid forward, pushed into his brainstem area, and then boom, everything shut down below that area. Most people don't realize that he died of accelerated aging. He aged over 30 years in just 7 years. Why is that relevant? Well, that's relevant because your nervous system controls all health and healing inside of your body. Your nervous system controls your heart to beat, your lungs to breathe, your digestion to work properly. That area in that upper cervical spine that he injured is the same area where people get headaches. The underlying cause of why they get those headaches, whether that is wraparound that goes into the front part of your head, or it wraps around and goes like right where your sinuses are, that area is directly controlled by your C1, C2 vertebra. And when you have a misaligned spine in that area and it causes blockage or constriction of the blood vessels, the nerves that go up into that area, one of the warning signs can be headaches. I had a patient who had headaches for over 20 years, and she had been taking medications for that. She had been trying just about everything, sleeping positions, different caffeine, not caffeine, different food choices, just nothing touched it. So she just resorted to a medication. Miserable, couldn't go to work most days. She had problems actually concentrating, brain fog. We find out she's got those two bones that had shifted, misaligned in the upper part of her neck, that were twisted, and what they were doing is constricting the blood vessels and the nerves that were going up into the head, showed her how to correct that with specific chiropractic adjustments, specific rehabilitation that she would do not only in our office, but also we taught her how to do it at home. Now she's headache free. She's got no more difficulty concentrating, no more brain fog. The whole time she's had this upper cervical spinal issue. And when Jenna first started care, I asked her, as I usually do with patients when they first start care, is what's the first thing that you would like to see change in your health and your life out of this care? And for Jenna, it wasn't just that it was the brain fog and concentration and headaches. It was really what was keeping her from doing. She felt like she could never be present with her kids, that she was always in bed when the kids needed her, that when the kids had soccer games, that she was missing the soccer games. When kids had a moment where they wanted to play outside, she couldn't play outside with her kids. And she felt like she was missing her kids growing up. And I said to her, when she first started, I said, no matter how busy it appears that I am, the day that you no longer have headaches and you're outside playing with your kids, I want you to grab me in the office and tell me about that so I know that I'm doing my job. And I remember the day that Jenna came up to me and she said, I no longer have headaches and I'm back to playing with my kids. And that's the reason why I exist right there. Sometimes pain has a purpose. Sometimes that pain is not just a warning sign, but there's a purpose for it in that it could actually be the point in time where you change your life. That pain can have a purpose, because if Jenna had gone throughout the rest of her life with that problem, what does that look like for her kids growing up without a present mom? What does that look like? And that might be someone that has a problem. That might be you listening who has a problem. And it might not be headaches. It might be the fact that you can't get out of bed with energy because you've got this nagging pain that wakes you up in the middle of the night. It may be the fact that you have lower back problems or sciatica and that you can't do the things that you would like to be able to do or get back to where you once were and feel the way you once did. And if that's you and you're struggling and you're hurting, listen, the reason why I believe I exist is to help people avoid unnecessary pain and suffering. And if that's you, maybe it's time for a new approach to your health and healthcare. That's the reason why I exist and the reason why I'm on the radio. And on the radio, during this show, I give a discounted rate for the initial examination, the root cause examination for radio winners. And that means there's an examination that includes a consultation about your history, your problems that you've had in the past, and a computerized technology that's developed by NASA engineers. And it's developed to find muscle imbalances, nerve interferences, and root cause of spinal problems. We also take x-rays directly in our office, digital x-rays, and we have technology to mark those up down to the millimeter to find the angle that's causing the pressure to build up on the spine, the discs, and the nerves. And what we do is we take that technology, put all the puzzle pieces together, we come up with a plan of attack and sit down and talk about what that plan of attack would be. And so the initial examination is all about that, the initial examination. If you were to walk into a local hospital and ask for those types of tests, first of all, they don't have them. Second of all, when you're talking about full spine x-rays, computerized technology developed by NASA engineers to detect spinal abnormalities, muscles that are imbalanced, and nerve pressure, you'd probably expect to pay thousands of dollars for a test like that. In our office, we charge $135 for that initial examination. For radio winners, we discount. And so we discount to $88. We take $35 pre-appointment to secure that appointment time. I know you don't want to waste our time. We're certainly not going to waste yours. So we lock in that at $35. When you come in, you'll meet with one of my doctors. We will do the initial examination. You'll come back on a separate visit. And if you're a radio winner, we'll talk about how we can help and if we can help. If we can't, we'll let you know that. If we can, we'll let you know that too. Again, we're not going to waste your time. And I know you won't waste ours. So what you do, I'm going to give the number out. What you do is you text in the keyword SPINE, SPINE, to this number that I'm going to give. And we only have a handful of appointment times that we can accept. And so if you do get one of those appointment times, you are considered a radio winner. So I'm going to give out the number, 317-749-0677. You text the keyword SPINE, SPINE, to that number, 317-749-0677. It is an $88 appointment. We take $35 of that pre-appointment to secure your appointment time in the office. 317-749-0677, keyword SPINE. You are listening to the Ask Dr. Wilson Show. I am your host, Dr. Nick Wilson. Short break. We'll be right back.
My name is Jason Hayes.
Alyssa Hayes.
My wife had been battling headaches, migraines. I heard Dr. Wilson on the radio. I said, hey, well, I want to give this a shot. Maybe he can help her.
We'd gone to chiropractor before, but never gone into the holistic approach of actual being healthy. Right away, we got pregnant. That was my easiest pregnancy and delivery by far. It was amazing, and it was actually a VBAC, a successful VBAC. As far as the migraines go, I have not had any trouble with that. So that's been a huge relief.
There's definitely been improvements in dietary choices.
We understand more of what it means to truly be healthy, to eat food from God. Our kids are learning, what it means to take care of our bodies because our bodies take care of us.
Well, welcome back to the show. This is the Ask Dr. Wilson Show. I am your host, Dr. Nick Wilson, Indianapolis, Indiana. And we are talking about your spine and your symptoms today. And we started by talking about headaches, how commonly headaches are a warning sign of damage, misalignment of the top two vertebrae in your neck. That's C1 and C2. Remember, there's 7 cervical vertebrae, numbered C1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12 thoracic, T1 through T12, and then 5 lumbar, L1 through L5, going down. Headaches are a warning sign of misalignment and damage to the upper part of the neck. And we are talking about how migraine headaches are a clear example of that, and how it's not just migraine headaches that is a problematic from misalignments up there. How there are other nerve endings and nerve interactions that are affected by that. Nerves that go into the mucous membrane, as an example. Nerves that go into the lungs and affect the heart. Those same nerves have an impact on eyes, ears, nose, throat. Even hormones have a direct role in that upper cervical spine. Christopher Reeves, I used him as an example. The old Superman. When he fell off his horse, he hit his chin, the top bone of his neck slid forward, and boom, everything shut down below that area. He was quadriplegic. He had to have a pacemaker for his heart, respirator for his lungs, and a machine to move his colon. Why is this relevant? Well, that's relevant to you because the neck is the most important area of the entire spine. If you have a broken bone in your spine, you hope to God it's not the neck. And the higher up in the neck that it is, the worse that it gets. Christopher Reeves died of accelerated aging. His spinal cord, his nerves, aged prematurely. They were accelerated. If you look at pictures, he went from the buff Superman in the cape, and he was confined to the wheelchair. Over 7 years, they estimated that he aged over 30 because of the stress to the nervous system. So your nervous system controls everything. For your heart to be beating, your lungs to be breathing, for your stomach to work properly, for your colon to eliminate waste, for your small intestine to absorb the nutrients. Everything starts in your brain and your spinal cord. It controls everything. And some people will put up with their problems for far too long. We're talking about symptoms, and I'm willing to bet that you've had a problem and you did nothing about it and your body healed it. Great. Your body is self-healing and self-regulating. It's healing from things that you don't even know it happened to you. Right now, your body is healing of things. You have no idea the damage that was done, but your body self-healed and self-corrected it. If you cut your leg right now, your body's going to heal that. If that's the case, how come the upper back pain is still a problem? I have patients all the time who put up with this upper back, lower neck problem for years. Sometimes it's decades. And I know we're tough. Sometimes it's just like, hey, we're tough. We got to go throughout life. And typically these things heal. And this one's really not that big of a deal yet. And that's the caveat, is why are we waiting for our problems to become such a big deal and then we take action? Because I see that consistently with my patients, especially the new ones, is that they're like, yeah, I've kind of had this lingering problem for a really long time. And then it just got to the point where it got so bad. And then, here I am. And then we take x-rays. We do nerve conduction tests, not the kind with, where you have to stab them with this long needle. It's not, now we have technology that you don't have to do that. But we can see where the muscles are imbalanced, where nerves are being interfered with, and how the body is being irritated in that specific area, specific to the nervous system. And we take the x-rays and boom, all of a sudden we see the spine has misaligned. One bone, several bones have moved out of its normal position, causing stress on not only the nerves, but now the discs, the joints. Everything is adapting to years of damage. You say, well, it just was kind of a little bit of pain. Well, your nervous system is not entirely dedicated to pain. Your nervous system is dedicated to function. Yes, you have sensory nerves, and those sensory nerves are to tell you when you touch a hot stove, when you prick your finger, or when you cut yourself, or there's too much pressure being put on your body. Yes, those sensory nerves are there to tell you, hey, that's not good. Pull your hand off the stove. But when it's knocking on the door all the time, it's constantly telling you something's wrong and you ignore that. Well, it's kind of like a noisy neighbor. If you've ever lived in an apartment complex or a dorm room or something like that, and you've had noisy neighbors, it's amazing how your body will eventually just kind of tune that out. I remember living on a busy street, close to downtown Indianapolis. And man, when we first moved there, we moved kind of out of the suburbs and closer to the downtown. And I remember fire trucks and ambulances and just loud trucks driving by. And I thought I would never sleep again. I thought we were going to have to sell the house. And it took about a week, maybe 2 weeks, before I just tuned all of that stuff out. And I just got used to it. My nervous system got used to the noises, and I would still be able to sleep. Well, your body works in the same way, how if you continue to ignore a problem, eventually those nerves stop sending the signals as loud. And so your body kind of tunes that out over time. But that doesn't change the fact that the ambulance is still driving down Meridian Street. It doesn't change the fact that pain, that problem that exists, that caused the pain, is still there. And the longer we ignore our problems, the more likely those problems are to get worse. That's a life lesson, by the way. The longer you ignore your problems, the more likely those problems are to get worse. You ignore that problem, that kryptonite, that thing that you know exists in your life that is problematic, that thing doesn't go away. That thing just starts to bubble up inside. And that's how these symptoms work. And so that upper back pain, the lower neck pain that you're having, that's a warning sign of misalignment in the neck or the upper part of the back. The most common misalignment is loss of the normal cervical curve. So you lose that curve in your neck. And you're seeing this a lot more frequently because of the fact of technology, computers and phones and texting. And I'm sure it was a problem when everyone was reading out of the newspaper, but we aren't carrying a giant newspaper in our back pocket and pulling it out constantly and looking at it. And that's what we're doing with our phones now. And we're constantly having our heads down, and it's training the muscles and the ligaments and the tendons and everything to be in a bad position. It's detraining what was trained as a child. As a child, you're trained to look up at people. You weren't trained, but you were on your tummy, and it forced you to kind of look up and develop those curves in the spine. As a child, you're looking up at people. And now what's happening is our children are not looking up at people. They're looking down at devices, on iPads, on phones. And it not just our kids. I hear adults say this a lot. They're like, those kids, they're just constantly looking down. They're so in their phones. And then you start talking to them about what their routines look like. And I see this with older people who are retired a lot. They have upper back pain, neck pain, they have headaches, they have numbness or tingling that goes down into the arms, into the hands, or into the wrists. And you ask them, what does your morning routine look like? They're like, well, I get up, I have my coffee, and I read. Okay, what's your position when you read? And a lot of times, where are they reading? In a lazy boy on their phone, drinking their morning coffee, complaining about those darn young kids who are stuck in their phones with their heads down. Well, look at your position. I like to have the spouses take pictures of their husbands and wives in that position, because you're all curled up on your lazy boy with your head forward, your shoulders are forward, your back is rounded out, kind of like the granny posture that you see as people age. And so in that position in the morning time, and then we are training that position indefinitely. And so we have to work against this. I recently heard a neurologist say at a seminar that you can guarantee that if a patient has a straight neck, will experience spinal degeneration in the next 5 years. What does that mean? That when you lose that natural curve in the spine, that your spine will now have uneven stress and pressure on the discs, on the joints, on the nerves. And what's going to happen is those discs will wear out, the joints will come together, and you will get arthritis. And people say, well, how did I get arthritis? Well, that didn't happen by random chance or bad luck. That happened very specifically because of what we've been doing. Or maybe it's something that had happened to you. Maybe it was a whiplash accident. Maybe it was a sports injury. Maybe it was a slip or fall. Or maybe it was the fact that you've had this abnormal posture. Or maybe you've had bad ergonomic situation for years. Or maybe you've had this spinal misalignment that you've just not done anything about, and it's been there for, sometimes decades. But every inch of forward head position puts an extra 10 pounds of weight to your head. Did you know that? And so if your head is shifted forward even just 3 inches, you're carrying around an extra 30 pounds to your head. What does that mean? Well, just try carrying a bowling ball out in front of your body. Instead of holding it close to your chest, try to carry a bowling ball with a straight arm, straight elbow way out in front. How long are you going to be able to do that? Not very long. What's going to happen is the muscles and everything in the back of your arm is going to start getting real weak, real tired, start burning. And you wonder why you have burning in the upper part of the back and the lower part of the neck. You wonder why you're starting to get numbness or tingling that goes into the arms, into the hands. You're wondering why you have carpal tunnel, and maybe you had carpal tunnel surgery and you still have numbness or tingling into your fingers. Maybe it's not coming from your carpal tunnel. Those same nerves that come out of your neck are the same ones that go down into your arms, into your hands. Same nerves there are the ones that go into your heart. It's why when somebody has a heart attack, what do they get? Numbness and tingling in the arms and the hands. It's the same nerves. And so the question is you have those types of problems. How long do you want to mask that and let it sit there? That's what most people do, is they'll mask it and let it sit there. And I see this constantly with patients. I mean, I could name hundreds of patients right now who started in my office with numbness or tingling in the arms and the hands, upper back pain, maybe it's burning sensation in the upper back or lower neck, and it was because their spine is misaligned and the muscles are completely imbalanced because of it. And again, it's like, what do you want to do? We could rub the muscles, but rubbing the muscles sometimes actually in massage therapy can be great in how you feel. But if there's an underlying issue there of spinal misalignment and spinal deformity, then sometimes just getting a massage can just be palliative care, which is helping you feel better. And so what do we do about that? Well, the first thing is remove the cause. So if you're sitting there and you're, bad posture even right now, first of all, do the best that you possibly can to get yourself out of those situations. The lazy boy in the morning time, man, come on, let's get into a chair, a hard chair surface. Let's get into a better posture, better ergonomics. And whatever we're reading, put it up in front of our eyes so that we're not having our head down constantly. If you have glasses on or you have bad eyes and it's forcing you to really lean forward, maybe even look over your glasses, figure out a better scenario for that so you're not straining your neck, your upper back, and ultimately your spine and nervous system. So first of all is remove the cause. And secondly is to start retraining and start getting things moving in the right direction. And this oftentimes takes professional help. It takes professional help. When your spine is misaligned into a new position, retraining that takes work, takes a clear path of how to do it. And that's exactly why I believe we exist is to help with that, because that's our specialty. We are one of a handful of offices in the country who do level 2 spinal correction. And we are proud of that. I do want to say that it's not easy. It takes work. It takes commitment from the patient because it involves getting adjusted. It involves rehabilitation at home, doing home care exercises consistently over a period of time. But the first step is identifying what that problem really is. And then, hey, what do we do about that to get well? That's the reason why I exist and the reason why I'm on the radio. And on the radio, during this show, I give a discounted rate for the initial examination, the root cause examination for radio winners. And that means there's an examination that includes a consultation about your history, your problems that you've had in the past, and a computerized technology that's developed by NASA engineers. And it's developed to find muscle imbalances, nerve interferences, and root cause of spinal problems. We also take x-rays directly in our office, digital x-rays, and we have technology to mark those up down to the millimeter to find the angle that's causing the pressure to build up on the spine, the discs, and the nerves. And what we do is we take that technology, put all the puzzle pieces together, we come up with a plan of attack and sit down and talk about what that plan of attack would be. And so the initial examination is all about that, the initial examination. If you were to walk into a local hospital and ask for those types of tests, first of all, they don't have them. Second of all, when you're talking about full spine x-rays, computerized technology developed by NASA engineers to detect spinal abnormalities, muscles that are imbalanced, and nerve pressure, you'd probably expect to pay thousands of dollars for a test like that. In our office, we charge $135 for that initial examination. For radio winners, we discount. And so we discount to $88. We take $35 pre-appointment to secure that appointment time. I know you don't want to waste our time. We're certainly not going to waste yours. So we lock in that at $35. When you come in, you'll meet with one of my doctors. We will do the initial examination. You'll come back on a separate visit. And if you're a radio winner, we'll talk about how we can help and if we can help. If we can't, we'll let you know that. If we can, we'll let you know that too. Again, we're not going to waste your time. And I know you won't waste ours. So what you do, I'm going to give the number out. What you do is you text in the keyword spine, S-P-I-N-E, to this number that I'm going to give. And we only have a handful of appointment times that we can accept. And so if you do get one of those appointment times, you are considered a radio winner. So I'm going to give out the number, 317-749-0677. You text the keyword spine, S-P-I-N-E, to that number, 317-749-0677. It is an $88 appointment. We take $35 of that pre-appointment to secure your appointment time in the office. 317-749-0677, keyword spine. You are listening to the Ask Dr. Wilson Show. I am your host, Dr. Nick Wilson. Short break. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Denise. Well, I've had 2 fusion surgeries, one in the neck, one in the low back due to my occupation, which was a school bus driver for 17 years. I was having headaches every day when I would drive. I had hip pain. I was driving in my car and heard Dr. Wilson talking about what they do here. I just had to come and check it out. It's helped me live without pain, which makes you younger automatically. It just definitely helps you feel good about yourself. And if pain comes up, I know exactly what to do, and they're very helpful and specific on what I can do to get back to the balance.
Well, welcome to the show. This is the Ask Dr. Wilson Show. I am your host, Dr. Nick Wilson. Today we are talking about your spine and your symptoms. If you've listened to the show before, you hear me talk about not covering up your symptoms, meaning that you don't just Band-Aid symptoms, that symptoms are a check engine light for your body, and how those symptoms are a warning sign of something else going on. And there's multiple approaches to symptoms. Most people will just simply cover up those symptoms. They'll take something, they'll do something, they'll cover it up, or they will ignore it. And I'm willing to bet that you've had a problem before and you did nothing about it and your body healed it. Happens all the time, whether you knew it or not. The problem arises and you kind of either ignore it or just give it time and rest, and you don't mess with it and it heals. That's common. That's normal. It happens every single day. What happens when it doesn't self-heal or self-correct? What happens when those symptoms linger or where those problems continue? That's what we're going to talk about today, because it's oftentimes the pain point becomes a moment of decision. And that point of decision is oftentimes where somebody will then choose to either end up on a medication for either a period of time, sometimes a long period of time, and oftentimes for the rest of their lives, or take action to correct it. Find out what's actually causing it. What are the underlying factors that are interfering with my body's ability to heal? These are oftentimes good questions. So let me give you an example. Headaches. A lot of people have headaches. And I'm not talking about the kind that, you drink too much and the next morning you have a headache. I'm talking about those headaches that when you either get stressed out or you sleep wrong, or sometimes it's even unpredictable, that you get headaches. These are the people that would say like my headaches or when I get headaches, because it happens to them. And everyone has predispositions of what types of symptoms that they get, and whether that is headaches or they have indigestion or constipation or diarrhea, or they have upper back tightness, or maybe their lower back tends to, quote, go out. You hear that sometimes. My back went out. My back always goes out. These symptoms that come back or that are reoccurring, these are weaknesses in the chain somewhere. Weaknesses in the chain somewhere. What do I mean by that? Well, if you have a reoccurring issue, something that comes back, it's not random. You can't just describe it by something you just did the day before that clearly caused it. Again, massive dehydration or a lot of toxins that you consumed all at once, i.e. drinking, alcohol, something that you can't really point to of what caused it, and these things come back. That is a problem. That's a problem. There's an interference in your body's ability to self-heal, self-regulate, and those symptoms are warning signs. And headaches are a clear example of that. Headaches are an upper cervical spinal problem. Headaches in general are an upper cervical spine problem. What does that mean? An upper neck problem, where the spine meets the head. You go to right behind your ear, there's this little bone. So go ahead and just put your fingers, as long as you're not driving right now, put your fingers right behind your earlobes and go straight back. You're going to feel this bony protuberance right behind your ears. It's these two little bones that stick out. That is C1, your top upper cervical spinal vertebra. Most important bone inside of your entire body. That is the bone that protects your brainstem. If you know Christopher Reeves, and usually people who know him, it's usually based off of age versus those who do not remember him. Younger population does not remember Christopher Reeves. Christopher Reeves was the old Superman. Christopher Reeves fell off a horse, hit his chin, top bone in the neck, slid forward, damaged his upper cervical spine. That bone slid forward, pushed into his brainstem area, and then boom, everything shut down below that area. Most people don't realize that he died of accelerated aging. He aged over 30 years in just 7 years. Why is that relevant? Well, that's relevant because your nervous system controls all health and healing inside of your body. Your nervous system controls your heart to beat, your lungs to breathe, your digestion to work properly. That area in that upper cervical spine that he injured is the same area where people get headaches. The underlying cause of why they get those headaches, whether that is wraparound that goes into the front part of your head, or it wraps around and goes like right where your sinuses are, that area is directly controlled by your C1, C2 vertebra. And when you have a misaligned spine in that area and it causes blockage or constriction of the blood vessels, the nerves that go up into that area, one of the warning signs can be headaches. I had a patient who had headaches for over 20 years, and she had been taking medications for that. She had been trying just about everything, sleeping positions, different caffeine, not caffeine, different food choices, just nothing touched it. So she just resorted to a medication. Miserable, couldn't go to work most days. She had problems actually concentrating, brain fog. We find out she's got those two bones that had shifted, misaligned in the upper part of her neck, that were twisted. And what they were doing is constricting the blood vessels and the nerves that were going up into the head. Showed her how to correct that with specific chiropractic adjustments, specific rehabilitation that she would do not only in our office, but also we taught her how to do it at home. Now she's headache free. She's got no more difficulty concentrating, no more brain fog. The whole time she's had this upper cervical spinal issue. And when Jenna first started care, I asked her, as I usually do with patients when they first start care, is what's the first thing that you would like to see change in your health and your life out of this care? And for Jenna, it wasn't just that it was the brain fog and concentration and headaches. It was really what was keeping her from doing. She felt like she could never be present with her kids, that she was always in bed when the kids needed her, that when the kids had soccer games, that she was missing the soccer games. When kids had a moment where they wanted to play outside, she couldn't play outside with her kids. And she felt like she was missing her kids growing up. And I said to her, when she first started, I said, no matter how busy it appears that I am, the day that you no longer have headaches and you're outside playing with your kids, I want you to grab me in the office and tell me about that so I know that I'm doing my job. And I remember the day that Jenna came up to me and she said, I no longer have headaches and I'm back to playing with my kids. And that's the reason why I exist right there. Sometimes pain has a purpose. Sometimes that pain is not just a warning sign, but there's a purpose for it, in that it could actually be the point in time where you change your life. That pain can have a purpose, because if Jenna had gone throughout the rest of her life with that problem, what does that look like for her kids growing up without a present mom? What does that look like? And that might be someone that has a problem. That might be you listening who has a problem. And it might not be headaches. It might be the fact that you can't get out of bed with energy because you've got this nagging pain that wakes you up in the middle of the night. It may be the fact that you have lower back problems or sciatica, and that you can't do the things that you would like to be able to do, or get back to where you once were and feel the way you once did. And if that's you and you're struggling and you're hurting, listen, the reason why I believe I exist is to help people avoid unnecessary pain and suffering. And if that's you, maybe it's time for a new approach to your health and healthcare. That's the reason why I exist and the reason why I'm on the radio. And on the radio, during this show, I give a discounted rate for the initial examination, the root cause examination for radio winners. And that means there's an examination that includes a consultation about your history, your problems that you've had in the past, and it's computerized technology that's developed by NASA engineers. And it's developed to find muscle imbalances, nerve interferences, and root cause of spinal problems. We also take x-rays directly in our office, digital x-rays, and we have technology to mark those up down to the millimeter to find the angle that's causing the pressure to build up on the spine, the discs, and the nerves. And what we do is we take that technology, put all the puzzle pieces together, we come up with a plan of attack and sit down and talk about what that plan of attack would be. And so the initial examination is all about that, the initial examination. If you were to walk into a local hospital and ask for those types of tests, first of all, they don't have them. Second of all, when you're talking about full spine x-rays, computerized technology developed by NASA engineers to detect spinal abnormalities, muscles that are imbalanced, and nerve pressure, you'd probably expect to pay thousands of dollars for a test like that. In our office, we charge $135 for that initial examination. For radio winners, we discount. And so we discount to $88. We take $35 pre-appointment to secure that appointment time. I know you don't want to waste our time. We're certainly not going to waste yours. So we lock in that at $35. When you come in, you'll meet with one of my doctors. We will do the initial examination. You'll come back on a separate visit. And if you're a radio winner, we'll talk about how we can help and if we can help. If we can't, we'll let you know that. If we can, we'll let you know that too. Again, we're not going to waste your time. And I know you won't waste ours. So what you do, I'm going to give the number out. What you do is you text in the keyword spine, S-P-I-N-E, to this number that I'm going to give. And we only have a handful of appointment times that we can accept. And so if you do get one of those appointment times, you are considered a radio winner. So I'm going to give out the number, 317-749-0677. You text the keyword spine, S-P-I-N-E, to that number, 317-749-0677. It is an $88 appointment. We take $35 of that pre-appointment to secure your appointment time in the office. 317-749-0677, keyword spine. You are listening to the Ask Dr. Wilson Show. I am your host, Dr. Nick Wilson. Short break. We'll be right back.
My name is Jason Hayes.
Alyssa Hayes.
My wife had been battling headaches, migraines. I heard Dr. Wilson on the radio. I said, hey, well, I want to give this a shot. Maybe he can help her.
We'd gone to chiropractor before, but never gone into the holistic approach of actual being healthy. Right away, we got pregnant. That was my easiest pregnancy and delivery by far. It was amazing, and it was actually a VBAC, a successful VBAC. As far as the migraines go, I have not had any trouble with that. So that's been a huge relief.
There's definitely been improvements in dietary choices.
We understand more of what it means to truly be healthy, to eat food from God. Our kids are learning, what it means to take care of our bodies because our bodies take care of us.
I recently heard a neurologist say at a seminar that you can guarantee that if a patient has a straight neck, will experience spinal degeneration in the next 5 years. What does that mean? That when you lose that natural curve in the spine, that your spine will now have uneven stress and pressure on the discs, on the joints, on the nerves. And what's going to happen is those discs will wear out, the joints will come together, and you will get arthritis. And people say, well, how did I get arthritis? Well, that didn't happen by random chance or bad luck. That happened very specifically because of what we've been doing. Or maybe it's something that had happened to you. Maybe it was a whiplash accident. Maybe it was a sports injury. Maybe it was a slip or fall. Or maybe it was the fact that you've had this abnormal posture, or maybe you've had bad ergonomic situation for years, or maybe you've had this spinal misalignment that you've just not done anything about, and it's been there for, sometimes decades. But every inch of forward head position puts an extra 10 pounds of weight to your head. Did you know that? And so if your head is shifted forward even just 3 inches, you're carrying around an extra 30 pounds to your head. What does that mean? Well, just try carrying a bowling ball out in front of your body. Instead of holding it close to your chest, try to carry a bowling ball with a straight arm, straight elbow way out in front. How long are you going to be able to do that? Not very long. What's going to happen is the muscles and everything in the back of your arm is going to start getting real weak, real tired, start burning. And you wonder why you have burning in the upper part of the back and the lower part of the neck. You wonder why you're starting to get numbness or tingling that goes into the arms, into the hands. You're wondering why you have carpal tunnel, and maybe you had carpal tunnel surgery and you still have numbness or tingling into your fingers. Maybe it's not coming from your carpal tunnel. Those same nerves that come out of your neck are the same ones that go down into your arms, into your hands. Same nerves there are the ones that go into your heart. It's why when somebody has a heart attack, what do they get? Numbness and tingling in the arms and the hands. It's the same nerves. And so the question is you have those types of problems. How long do you want to mask that and let it sit there? And that's what most people do, is they'll mask it and let it sit there. And I see this constantly with patients. I mean, I could name hundreds of patients right now who started in my office with numbness or tingling in the arms and the hands, upper back pain, maybe it's burning sensation in the upper back or lower neck, and it was because their spine is misaligned and the muscles are completely imbalanced because of it. And again, it's like, what do you want to do? We could rub the muscles, but rubbing the muscles sometimes actually in massage therapy can be great in how you feel. But if there's an underlying issue there of spinal misalignment, then sometimes just getting a massage can just be palliative care, which is helping you feel better. And so what do we do about that? Well, the first thing is remove the cause. So if you're sitting there and you're, bad posture even right now, first of all, do the best that you possibly can to get yourself out of those situations. The lazy boy in the morning time, man, come on, let's get into a chair, a hard chair surface. Let's get into a better posture, better ergonomics. And whatever we're reading, put it up in front of our eyes so that we're not having our head down constantly. If you have glasses on or you have bad eyes and it's forcing you to really lean forward, maybe even look over your glasses, figure out a better scenario for that so you're not straining your neck, your upper back, and ultimately your spine and nervous system. So first of all is remove the cause. And secondly is to start retraining and start getting things moving in the right direction. And this oftentimes takes professional help. It takes professional help. When your spine is misaligned into a new position, retraining that takes work, takes a clear path of how to do it. And that's exactly why I believe we exist is to help with that, because that's our specialty. We are one of a handful of offices in the country who do level 2 spinal correction. And we are proud of that. I do want to say that it's not easy. It takes work. It takes commitment from the patient because it involves getting adjusted. It involves rehabilitation at home, doing home care exercises consistently over a period of time. But the first step is identifying what that problem really is. And then, hey, what do we do about that to get well? That's the reason why I exist and the reason why I'm on the radio. And on the radio, during this show, I give a discounted rate for the initial examination, the root cause examination for radio winners. And that means there's an examination that includes a consultation about your history, your problems that you've had in the past, and a computerized technology that's developed by NASA engineers. And it's developed to find muscle imbalances, nerve interferences, and root cause of spinal problems. We also take x-rays directly in our office, digital x-rays, and we have technology to mark those up down to the millimeter to find the angle that's causing the pressure to build up on the spine, the discs, and the nerves. And what we do is we take that technology, put all the puzzle pieces together, we come up with a plan of attack and sit down and talk about what that plan of attack would be. And so the initial examination is all about that, the initial examination. If you were to walk into a local hospital and ask for those types of tests, first of all, they don't have them. Second of all, when you're talking about full spine x-rays, computerized technology developed by NASA engineers to detect spinal abnormalities, muscles that are imbalanced, and nerve pressure, you'd probably expect to pay thousands of dollars for a test like that. In our office, we charge $135 for that initial examination. For radio winners, we discount. And so we discount to $88. We take $35 pre-appointment to secure that appointment time. I know you don't want to waste our time. We're certainly not going to waste yours. So we lock in that at $35. When you come in, you'll meet with one of my doctors. We will do the initial examination. You'll come back on a separate visit. And if you're a radio winner, we'll talk about how we can help and if we can help. If we can't, we'll let you know that. If we can, we'll let you know that too. Again, we're not going to waste your time. And I know you won't waste ours. So what you do, I'm going to give the number out. What you do is you text in the keyword spine, S-P-I-N-E, to this number that I'm going to give. And we only have a handful of appointment times that we can accept. And so if you do get one of those appointment times, you are considered a radio winner. So I'm going to give out the number, 317-749-0677. You text the keyword spine, S-P-I-N-E, to that number, 317-749-0677. It is an $88 appointment. We take $35 of that pre-appointment to secure your appointment time in the office. 317-749-0677, keyword spine. I'm out of time, but remember to think. You don't have to think like the rest of the world, but you can think, and you can think differently. Take care of yourself, and the payoff is worth it. Have a great rest of your day, and make it a great rest of your life.
Hi, my name is Angela. I am a teacher, so I'm up and down, moving a lot, helping out my kiddos. When I would stand up, I would be lightheaded, sometimes to the point where I'd almost hold onto a wall or a chair. My lower back used to bother me a lot, but I later learned that neither of those were normal. I no longer have any of that back pain, and the dizziness is a thing of the past. I'm a lot more aware of what my body is trying to tell me. Max Living has really altered my life, not only from a chiropractic adjustment standpoint, but also from a nutritional standpoint, from an exercise approach. So I would absolutely consider it a lifelong approach to life.
Broadcasting from the Peterman Brothers Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
Communities in ruins. I'm Pam Huso, Fox News. A powerful storm system spawning tornadoes has ripped through the central part of the country. A state of emergency has been declared in Arkansas.
The tornado here in Little Rock struck around 2:30 in the afternoon. As the twister tore through the city, the National Weather Service's offices in Little Rock had to transfer duties over to the Memphis office while the meteorologists here took shelter. Homes and businesses were ripped apart by the tornado. In the wake of the destruction, emergency crews went into search and rescue mode, and residents were told to stay away from the area damaged by the tornado.
Fox Weather's Max Gordon. At least 4 people lost their lives in Arkansas. At least 3 were killed in Indiana, and 1 person died in Illinois after the roof of a theater collapsed during a concert. Pope Francis greeted people outside a hospital in Rome where he was treated for bronchitis. When asked how he's doing, the 86-year-old responded, "I am still alive." Francis is expected to be in St. Peter's Square tomorrow for Palm Sunday Mass. Also out of the hospital, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who was treated for depression.
The Democrat checked himself into the hospital last month. He suffered a stroke last year during his campaign for the Senate seat and is said to have experienced side effects.
Fox's Jackie Ibanez. The charges are still unclear, but former President Trump is expected to be arraigned on Tuesday in New York in connection with hush money payments to an adult film star.
A source told Fox News Digital that an arrangement has been made so that the former president will not be placed in handcuffs as he surrenders. His attorney says the details on exactly how he's going to make it in and out of the courthouse are still being worked out.
That's Fox's Alexandria Hoff. America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Podcasts Network. The Fox News Rundown. A contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day. Going far beyond the headlines. Tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
A windy weekend start, a breezy finish. It's 52 degrees and windy. I-465 on the south side eastbound between Kentucky Avenue and White River is slow due to the construction. I'm Jaden Arnold, and here's what's trending at 8:03. It may look like another storm on the horizon, but probably not.
Yeah, for the weekend, it looks like we're in good shape. We'll have a few showers that'll be around today, but we won't even have any lightning or thunder with that. It looks like just some brief showers that may pass through for portions of the central Indiana area.
We may see storms Tuesday, and it should be cool today. Randy Bowers with the National Weather Service says temperatures will rise day by day. We'll see high winds that should calm down by the afternoon. The big storm hit Sullivan and caused a lot of damage. The VFW building was destroyed, and trees and power lines have fallen down. 3 people died because of the storm. Also, the county's 911 dispatch center is not working. Zachary Bowers of Benton County has been arrested for false informing and identity deception. His target, an Oxford town marshal.
Mr. Bowers reported to the Benton County Sheriff's Department that a deputy town marshal at the Oxford Police Department named Michael Marquez had sent unsolicited messages to his wife and threatening messages to him is what the original complaint was.
Sergeant Jeremy Pierce with the state police says it was actually Bowers who made a fake Facebook account to threaten his own wife and send her fake nude photos. He turned himself into police Thursday. Indiana University freshman guard Jalen Hood-Schifino has declared for the NBA draft. Now the forecast from the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
We're finally much more quiet for now. We do have a wind advisory through the day today for gusts over 45 miles an hour. Otherwise, some scattered showers, highs near 50 in the early morning hours. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Jesse Went for 93 WIBC.
That wind advisory is in effect until 6 p.m. Again, those wind gusts are going to reach 50 miles an hour. You're expected to use caution, and especially when traveling in a taller vehicle. I'm Jaden Arnold, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
The following is a paid program. The views expressed in the following program do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff and management of WIBC or Urban One.
The following program is paid for by Creative Planning, which is solely responsible for its content. John Higginson works for Creative Planning, and all opinions expressed by John or his guests are solely their own and do not represent the opinion of Creative Planning or this station. This commentary is provided for general information purposes only and should not be construed as investment, tax, or legal advice, and does not constitute an attorney-client relationship. Past performance of any market results is no assurance of future performance. The information contained herein has been obtained from sources deemed reliable but is not guaranteed. If you would like our help, request to speak with an advisor by going to creativeplanning.com.
Creative Planning presents Rethink Your Money with John Higginson. Creative Planning is a nationally recognized investment advisory firm managing or advising on $225 billion. Your host, John Higginson, is a certified financial planner professional and holds a master's in financial services and a professional certification from Stanford University. Plus, he's authored 2 books on financial planning and is a go-to for national media outlets. Now, let John and Creative Planning show you a richer way to wealth.
And a good day to you. My goal is to reaffirm what you know to be true and to challenge the advice you may have been told is true. Thank you so much for making me a part of your day. I've got an extra special show where I'd like to make it as simple as possible for you to take the first step in improving your financial future, in getting a second opinion on what you've worked a lifetime to save. And that's why until Monday at midnight, we are offering here at Creative Planning a tailored, customized wealth path analysis to meet with one of our local wealth managers just like myself. Visit creativeplanning.com/radio, or you can call 866-CREATIVE right now to schedule your meeting. You'll receive a 1-page roadmap that overviews the most important aspects of your financial plan: investments, taxes, estate planning, risk management, income planning. What might you be missing? And the best part, there is no cost. There's no obligation to become a client. An objective second opinion from a fiduciary that maybe for the first time in your life is not looking to sell you something, but rather provide a clear and an understandable breakdown of exactly where you stand with your money. We've been helping families since 1983. And if you are someone who would benefit from our experience, we welcome the opportunity to help you make better money moves. Visit creativeplanning.com/radio for this limited time complimentary offer, or call now 866-CREATIVE. I've really enjoyed watching this Netflix docuseries on Formula One. Now, I've never been someone who was into NASCAR or racing, but it's a really well-done show. One of the things that I found most impressive about these F1 drivers is that in the midst of going 200 miles an hour, driving through these narrow streets of Monaco on these sharp turns where you're inches away from hitting the walls, is that they're so calm. They're on their microphone while going 200 miles an hour, asking about their last lap speed, what's the pace of the driver in front of them. It's like you or I sitting at a red light, taking a sip of our latte. This was what made Tom Brady so incredible. When everyone else's heart rate increased because it was the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl, he was calm as a cucumber. How about Captain Solenberg? Sully. As a former airline pilot myself, that astonishes me. To take off out of LaGuardia, have bird strikes on both engines, and as the controller is saying, turn back to LaGuardia, and he knows he's not going to make it, he says in the most matter-of-fact, calm voice, I'm not going to make it. I'm landing in the Hudson. I mean, you can almost hear the astonishment in the controller's voice, like, wait, what did you say? And of course, at that point, he stopped talking because that was the least of his concerns. He wanted to focus all of his attention on safely landing in the water, which he miraculously did to perfection. You and I might not be Formula One drivers or NFL quarterbacks or one of the best aviators in the country, but the principles that make them successful in times of heightened emotion are valuable lessons that we can apply not only to our lives, but more specifically to our money. Because our financial success will be defined more by our actions in difficult times than how we react in the good times. And I've got 5 steps for how you can feel peace of mind when it comes to your finances. The first is fully committing to improvement. You know, we all commit to something. I met with someone recently that needs tax planning, estate planning, needs some legal work done, needs broad-based financial planning. We don't have any of that. But they've used a broker for almost 30 years. And so as they sat back in their chair at the conference table in my office, they said, well, we really need to do this. Our person, isn't a law firm. They're not a tax practice. We need these services. We don't even really have a retirement plan, but we just kind of have our investments there. We're not really sure what to do. And to that, I just said, I don't know what to tell you. We're happy to help if you'd like us to help you, but you have to commit to wanting to make these improvements. And frankly, there's not a right or wrong answer. It's their money. I had another client who drove an hour and a half to our office, even though I could have met with him on Zoom. They brought every investment and insurance statement they had. And when I asked why they drove all the way up when we could have accomplished everything through a virtual meeting, they said, we need to get this done. We don't have an estate plan. Our business isn't incorporated. We're in our 60s and want to retire in the next 5 years. And while we've done a decent job saving, we don't have any sort of cohesive plan. We've got accounts all over the place. This is way too important. We wanted to come up here, sit in your office, and get this done. If you sometimes find yourself feeling overwhelmed at the thought of everything that you need to get done, join the club. All of us have made mistakes. All of us have room for improvement. But the key is committing to your improvement and then taking action. As the great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase. Just take the first step. And this first step we are making easier than ever before here at Creative Planning through a limited time offer that expires Monday at midnight of our wealth path analysis. It's a 1-page roadmap that overviews your entire financial situation. We are fiduciaries committed to your success, and providing objective advice in your best interests rather than selling you products. To meet with a local wealth manager just like myself, call 866-CREATIVE now or schedule your meeting by visiting creativeplanning.com/radio. Again, that's 866-CREATIVE and creativeplanning.com/radio to schedule your customized, tailored wealth path analysis. Why not give your wealth a second look? And so as we continue on with this discovery of how to find peace around our money, after we fully commit to that improvement, which is foundational, step number 2, and this one might surprise you, joyfully give it away. You're telling me that for me to feel more peace about money, I'm going to have less of it because I'm giving some away? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because a signal of abundance triggers in your subconscious when you give to those who have less than you. I don't believe that you can have maximum peace of mind around your money if you don't give any away. Now, how much you choose to give, where you choose to give it, that is a very personal decision and one that I think should be met with a lot of thought and consideration. A Gallup World Poll looked at 120 out of 136 countries, and those who donated to charity in the previous month reported greater satisfaction with life. We're not even talking about finding peace around money, just overall peace with life. There is something inherently fulfilling about knowing that you're contributing at a bigger level than just yourself. If you find it sometimes difficult to give, maybe because you're in a scarcity mindset where you don't possibly feel like you have enough, one exercise I would encourage you to do is give a small amount. Maybe all you can do is $50 a month, but it will establish that muscle memory and that heart of generosity that will be necessary in you achieving true full peace when it comes to your money. And I've got to brag here for a moment on my 19-year-old. We adopted him when he was 9 years old from Ethiopia. And I think certainly that experience for him and also our 21-year-old who's from the same village in rural Ethiopia, their upbringings and their backgrounds certainly shape, as it does for all of us, their worldview. And our 19-year-old gave away basically everything that he had earned. And me being a certified financial planner and a wealth manager, I'm like, whoa, that was aggressive. Like, you've really run yourself lower on money. He wasn't running the compound interest calculation that I was going through in my head about how much that could have been worth when he was 65. He was living in the present and saying, yes, I know that I need to be wise financially, but I'm confident that I'll be okay, and they need it more than I do. What a powerful testimony from my teenage son on generosity and the peace that you can find with your money when you give to others. My third step for you in finding peace around your money is to mindfully manage it. Faber said it best when he said, finance without strategy is just numbers, and strategy without finance is just dreaming. And I understand making a budget is about as interesting as watching paint dry, but it's important that you know your numbers. How much are you making and how much are you spending? And then map out a solid long-term financial plan. One that considers who you are now, where you're at in life, what events are on the horizon, and what you want from your future. And this plan must be dynamic because your life's dynamic. Number 4, consciously ask for help. You ever done something for the first time and found it to be quite scary, but then after you've done it multiple times and it's more familiar, you have more confidence through those experiences? Imagine you're skydiving and you're up there looking out of the plane, down at the ground, everything tiny, probably feeling some anxiety, a little bit of an adrenaline rush. But when it's a tandem jump and your instructor that's strapped to you says, this is my 1,000th jump. If anything goes wrong, I'll pull the chute. I've got you taken care of. You probably feel a little bit less nervous. And this is what a great financial advisor can do for you. And I would actually take that a step further. In my example, that's what a fiduciary financial advisor does. Not one selling you products for commissions. That's the person that says, hey, I've got all the equipment on you. I think you're going to be fine. They push you out of the plane and they say, make sure you pull your strap. By the way, if you don't pull your strap, you'll be dead. I'll be fine. I'm drinking a latte up here in the airplane. A fiduciary advisor is that instructor that's strapped to you. And frankly, you feel a little bit more confident because you say, if something happens to me and this chute doesn't open, my instructor's dead too. Your interests and your fate are aligned. This is how registered investment advisory firms like us here at Creative Planning operate. And so that's why as we look at this portion, asking for help, I added consciously asking for help to find peace. Because advisors are not created equal, and the quality of your Sherpa that takes you up Everest and then back down will make an enormous impact on your success or failure. And the last step in finding peace around your money is firmly trusting in the future, but living in the present. You know, when we focus on the past, it often is filled with regret. When we're fixated on the future, it can cause anxiety. When we live in the present, that can bring peace. Life is what's happening while you are busy making plans. If you're feeling stress or anxiety around something right now in your life, do this exercise. Consider whether or not what you are currently worried about is going to still matter 5 years from now. Oftentimes, when you run what is currently bothering you through that filter, you find that it's probably not as big a deal in the long run as it seems in the moment. There are thousands of variables in your future that you simply can't control. So focus on the things that you can, in fact, control, and remove the worry from the things that you can't. And so to recap my tips for finding peace around your money, fully commit to your improvement first and foremost. Joyfully give it away, mindfully manage it, conscientiously ask for help, and firmly believe in the future while living in the here and now. If you have uncertainty or anxiety around your money, I want to help you with that. And the first step that we are offering here at Creative Planning has never been easier. We call it our Wealth Path Analysis, and it is only available for a limited time until Monday at midnight. Call 866-CREATIVE-NOW or visit us at creativeplanning.com/radio to request your tailored one-page Wealth Path Analysis. If you're wondering how your retirement plan can maximize its tax efficiency, you won't want to miss my conversation ahead with Creative Planning's Scott Schuster. That's next here on Rethink Your Money.
Whether it's a bank failure, an overseas war, or a pandemic, you never know when the next market shock will happen. Are you confident your financial future can weather unpredictable market swings? Your portfolio should be designed with your financial plan in mind so that you can stop worrying about short-term market volatility and start focusing on your path to long-term wealth. That's why at Creative Planning, we base your investment mix on you and your unique goals. With a detailed plan, you'll gain the confidence to make practical financial decisions in all aspects of your life. To see how your plan would look, we're offering you a free Wealth Path Analysis. This is an opportunity to sit down with one of our credentialed wealth managers to learn how you can optimize your financial situation. Your Wealth Path Analysis includes proactive tax strategies to maximize income, an evaluation of how much you'll need to save for retirement, and tailored suggestions to get you there faster. Just go to creativeplanning.com/radio to request your free Wealth Path Analysis. This one small step could change your entire outlook on your financial future and give you the clarity and security you need to enjoy retirement. Don't settle for a standard portfolio. Give your wealth a second look. Go to creativeplanning.com/radio now. Act fast. This offer is only available till Monday at midnight.
Welcome back to Rethink Your Money, where we help separate myth from truth so that you can make better money moves. I am joined by an extra special guest today. His name is Scott Schuster. He's a fellow wealth manager here at Creative Planning, a certified public accountant, certified financial planner with more than 30 years of professional experience. Thank you so much for joining me here today on Rethink Your Money, Scott.
Thanks for having me, John. Really appreciate being here.
You have a unique background of tax along with being a certified financial planner. And that's what I want to discuss today is a tax-focused financial plan. So where do you believe people should begin?
When you talk about retirement planning, people really need to start with absolute square one. And it's amazing to me how many people don't really know what they spend in retirement. Mm-hmm. They get out a piece of paper or they get out a spreadsheet and they start adding up the things they spend, their coffee, the dog walker, the times they went to dinner, and they forget that an average American spends money between 1,500 and 1,800 times a year. So after about 3 minutes of watching them just fuddle around in that, I say, let's do something a little different. If you give me two numbers in 35 seconds, I can tell you how much you spend. How much did you make and how much did you save?
Perfect.
If you give me those two numbers, I can use subtraction and I can tell you what your spend rate is, and I'm right and they're mostly wrong. It's kind of funny that way.
That's the exact approach that I take with clients as well. I think it's so much easier. So know your numbers, figure out the spend rate. What next?
Understand the difference between cash flow and income.
Mm-hmm.
In retirement, you're going to be super excited. You're going to drop the mic on your boss. You're going to say, hey, thanks for the chance to work here. I'm out. And you're going to walk to the mailbox and you're going to hope to heck that there's, let's say you need 10 grand a month to live on. You're going to look in there and look for 10 grand. And the reality, there's not going to be 10 grand in your mailbox. So what there's going to be is probably a couple streams of income, not cash flow, but income. There's going to be a Social Security check, possibly for one person, maybe for another, and possibly a pension. So what they have to do is they have to first off understand what their income streams are and when they start. A lot of times they don't start exactly the day someone retires, and then figure out if their assets can make up for the difference between those two.
What about the three types of money from a taxation standpoint? Pulling from after-tax, tax-exempt, or fully taxable retirement accounts impact how much of that gap you're able to fill. So how do you evaluate that when you're trying to fulfill the needed retirement income?
I love how you say that. There really are only three kinds of money, but there are three kinds of money. The three kinds of money, best to worst. Best kind of money in the world is no tax money. No tax means never to be taxed ever for your life plus 10 years. So that's Roth money. That's health savings account money. That's the holy grail. If you spend that money, everything else is gone. That's the last ditch effort to spend. The second best kind of money is actually what I call after-tax money. So you get your paycheck, Uncle Sam takes some bucks, State Sam takes some bucks, and you have some dollars left. Most of which you pay your daughter's Starbucks cards and you pay for college, but there's a couple dollars left over that you go invest, whether it's in a joint account, a trust account. Now that money, even though it's exposed to taxation, the capital gains rate is only applied to the difference between what you put in and what it grows to, and it's a heck of a lot lower than ordinary income. So the second best kind of money is post-tax money. Most people in this country have a ton of IRA 401k monies. That's the worst kind of money out there. Every time that you need to go buy a donut or buy a cup of coffee, you got to pay the federal government for sure. And depending on what state you live in, you also got to pay the state government at times. So you really need to understand the power and the difference between your no tax, your post-tax, and your pre-tax. And then you need to get your creative hat on and get yourself the right cash flow depending on the buckets that you're drawing from.
So once someone is aware of these three types of money, how should they determine which type of investments go into each bucket?
So that is where I can find so many different holes in people's portfolio. They might have a perfect allocation. So their allocation good, location bad. Say a typical affluent person has a couple $1 million and they're getting ready to retire. Invariably, 70 to 80% of their money is going to be in IRAs, 401ks, because that's the easiest and the most convenient place for people to save. The next bucket that people will have will be that after-tax bucket. And then obviously in the Roth IRA, HSA, that's where we want all the aggressive investments. At Creative Planning, John, you know how we do this. We talk to families and we say you want to really have between 5 to 7 years of your spend rate in bonds. And that's really to let yourself go through some of these economic cycles that we're living through right now. Not an exactly wonderful time where the market's choppy. Let yourself be able to turn the news off, not listen to what's going on, not listen to the war stories, not listen to the banks failing, but be able to live your life and know comfortably that you've got 5 to 7 years of spend rate to get yourself through that economic cycle. You want every penny of those bonds, you want to hide them in your IRAs.
Sure.
That's the worst tax asset that you've got. If you have more money than you need, Roth assets giving to the next generation are the best things in the world because they're tax-free. But the second best asset you can give to a next generation is after-tax assets. Because, and I say this tongue-in-cheek, if you forget to be alive, the federal government and the state government pay all the taxes on those dollars, and the recipient of them gets them tax-free. So in essence, it's almost a Roth if generation behind you spends it.
Sure.
If you put your bonds in those assets, you get no growth on them and you don't get the benefit of Uncle Sam and State Sam paying the taxes for you.
And a really good test on asset location is to simply look at all of your accounts. And if they each have the exact same allocation, let's say you're 60% stocks and 40% bonds, you're not doing this right. And if you are listening to Scott and me talk asset location and you're wondering, am I doing this correctly? Take us up on this limited time offer for a wealth path analysis. Get that one-page snapshot that overviews your financial situation from a fiduciary who isn't looking to sell you something, but rather give you clarity around the most important aspects of your financial life. To schedule your meeting, call 866-CREATIVE now or visit creativeplanning.com/radio to receive your wealth path analysis. This limited time offer is available until Monday at midnight. One last time, that's 866-CREATIVE or online at creativeplanning.com/radio. And so to put a bow on this portion of our discussion around what someone should know if they're about 5 years out from retiring, what advice would you provide as a summary?
Definitely know your number. Understand the cash flows that you're going to have in terms of both retirement income and then what your assets look like. The last thing I'll tee off, and I want to just make sure people know this. John, what's your wife's name?
Brittany.
So where are you and Brittany going to retire, John?
I have no idea.
Okay. I love that. You're too young. I'm way older than you. I want every client within 5 years to know the answer to that. And it's not so much that I can tell you that, I want you to live in the south of France or wherever it is, but I want you to understand the state tax ramifications of the state that you're going to live in. So knowing that as well is super helpful in terms of making sure that your asset location, as well as maybe Roth conversion strategies, are being done right while you have some lead time to be able to do it. So not really a super good bow, but more of a wrapper.
No, that's great. All right, Scott. So let's say now we're about to retire. We're within a year. From a tax-focused financial planning standpoint, as a CPA, what's your advice?
Have what I call a comfortable cash zero. So let's say your cash zero is 50 grand.
Yep.
If you have 49 grand in your checking account, you're not going to go to Starbucks because you feel destitute. Okay. We're going to trial run your retirement budget. You told me that you're going to live on 12 grand a month. We're going to have 12 grand a month flow from your paycheck into your checking account. And on April 7th and on August 9th and on May 13th, I'm going to call you and say, how much do you have in your checking account? And you're going to say one of three things, right? You're going to say 49.7. And I'm going to say, okay, all systems go because you're spending 12 grand a month. You're going to say, oh, Scott, I got 33, but don't worry about it. And you're lying to yourself. So I'm going to say, okay, your spend rate is really higher than what you thought. Or you're going to say, I have 63,005. And I'm saying, oh my gosh, your spend rate's lower. But we're going to really dial in what your real spend rate is by test driving it in the last year while you're working.
That's a great exercise. So what other considerations should be taken in the final year before retirement, Scott?
Now's the time to not let any vagaries exist in their retirement plan. So it's the time to get absolutely specific with all streams of retirement income. When are you going to take your Social Security at full retirement value early or at age 70? When's your spouse? Same thing. And then even not in a more complex fashion, but a lot of people have access to pensions, whether they were teachers, whether they were working in a company that had a pension, and understand what the pension distribution options are. You really got to dial in all the specifics of your retirement income, because we then have to know how much your assets have to provide you on an annual basis. And then we get our cool hats on and try and figure out the best way to provide that cash flow in the most efficient manner possible.
Scott, you are the best. As always, with you, this was entertaining and it was informative. I enjoyed myself and I hope you did as well. Thank you for joining me here on Rethink Your Money.
Thanks, John.
Well, as I've been mentioning throughout the show, we have a limited time offer here at Creative Planning through Monday at midnight for you to request your tailored, personalized wealth path analysis, that one-page roadmap that overviews your entire financial situation. And if you're wondering, John, it's one page? That sounds too basic. No, it's not too simple. In fact, it may just be the first time in your entire life that you've sat down with a credentialed fiduciary who isn't looking to sell you something, but rather explain to you in a clear and understandable way exactly where you stand with your money. That's what we've been helping families with since 1983 here at Creative Planning in all 50 states and in over 75 countries around the world. Take us up on this wealth path analysis offer and speak with one of our local fiduciaries by calling 866-CREATIVE or by visiting creativeplanning.com/radio right now. This offer expires Monday at midnight. Again, that's 866-CREATIVE or creativeplanning.com/radio. Because here at Creative Planning, we believe that your money works harder when it works together. When we come back, why over $1.1 trillion is flowing out of one investment and into another, and what it means for you and your money. That's next on Rethink Your Money.
Fox News, I'm Karen McHugh. At least 7 people have died following last night's tornado outbreak across Illinois, Indiana, and Arkansas.
Back here in Little Rock, Arkansas, the National Guard has been called in to help. 100 National Guard members are going to be on the ground here helping storm victims. There's also shelters that have been established for people who have lost their homes.
Fox Weather's Max Gordon. Preparations are underway in Lower Manhattan for Tuesday's arraignment of former President Trump.
A source told Fox News Digital that an arrangement has been made so that the former president will not be placed in handcuffs as he surrenders. The Associated Press also reporting that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has brought forth at least one felony charge against the former president. This investigation that he has run involves the falsifying of business records stemming from an alleged hush money payment in 2016 to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. The former president has denied any affair or wrongdoing.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff. America is listening to Fox News.
Creative Planning presents Rethink Your Money with John Higginson. Creative Planning is a nationally recognized investment advisory firm managing or advising on $225 billion. Your host, John Higginson, is a certified financial planner professional and holds a master's in financial services and a professional certification from Stanford University. Plus, he's authored 2 books on financial planning and is a go-to for national media outlets. Now, let John and Creative Planning show you a richer way to wealth.
Welcome back to Rethink Your Money, the show that helps you gain clarity around your finances. Well, according to Goldman Sachs, Americans are expected this year to dump $1.1 trillion in stocks and move those proceeds to cash and money market funds. I think there's a lesson to be had. When markets drop as they did last year, and we see one of the worst performing periods for a balanced portfolio in nearly 5 decades, what follows? Well, all of us running out of the store when everything goes on sale. This is the year of Terra. That's right, we're going to talk about Terra and her sister Tina. Terra stands for There Are Reasonable Alternatives. We have seen a rise in bond yields since the start of 2022, and that higher interest rate has increased flows to bonds and money market funds. Because, there are reasonable alternatives now to equities. If you look at Terra's sister Tina, which stands for, of course, there is no alternative, well, stocks did very well and have for the previous decade, leading up to 2022. And that was in part because, again, there was no alternative to stocks. Interest rates were near zero. Now, historically speaking, what happens in these Terra years, where there are reasonable alternatives to equities, is households tend to buy fixed income products. And to some extent, this is logical. When your expected return on equities isn't as high than what you are expecting to earn in less volatile assets due to higher interest rates, people are often less receptive to taking on additional risk. So the practical question for you and I is, do we change our asset allocation just because interest rates have now gone up? And I would say in short, the answer is maybe. Now, it could be a good time for you to look at your allocation, but it doesn't necessarily mean a change is required, because reallocating while your investments are down in value often doesn't make sense. There's a missing 5%, as I call it, in most Americans' historical returns. We are seemingly looking under our couch cushions and in the drier little vent screen, saying, where did 5% per year go for the last 30 years on our money? Because according to many recent studies, while the S&P 500 has earned nearly 10% per year for the last 30 years, the average American has barely earned half of that on their equity mutual fund investments. Not bonds, not cash, not annuities. We're talking growth-oriented stocks. And we are missing 5% per year for the last 3 decades as Americans. Where is it going? Fees? Yep, some of that. Taxes? Uncle Sam gets his share. But by far the biggest, bad behavior and dumb decisions. And it is during these very times, as we sit well off market highs and have experienced tremendous volatility in a banking crisis, and not too long ago, a global pandemic, where we saw the fastest bear market in the history of the stock market, where it can be tempting to make reactionary decisions. Let me share with you a real-world example. One of the biggest and most popular funds has been ARK Investments, and I'm not picking on them, but rather using this as an example. Let me give you some facts on ARK. March of 2020, there was $2 billion in the fund. The next 12 months, the fund went up 150%, and $15 billion came in of new AUM. And this is the key takeaway that I'm trying to convey. The fund was skyrocketing, and the inflows were pouring in. From March of 21 to the end of 2022, the fund was down 77%. The point isn't about the specific fund itself and whether it's a great investment or a bad investment. The point is that 7.5 times the amount of investors were there at the top to experience the downfall, while there were less at the beginning during the run-up. The summary of the fund since inception in 2014, and again, this is not an endorsement of this fund, this is not a solicitation of the fund, it is certainly not me telling you shouldn't own the fund, but using it to make a broader point. The total return is up 82%. But here's the key. The dollar-weighted investor return is down 27%. Investor dollars lost, about $10 billion. This is one of the most popular funds in history, and it's grown a lot, yet the average investor in the fund has lost money. We've got a behavior gap. That's where we're missing that 5%. And so as we sit today in this Terra environment where there are reasonable alternatives, it may be tempting to sell out of areas of the market that are down in value presently. But rather than doing so, let me encourage you to pause and instead get a second set of eyes from an experienced, credentialed fiduciary that's not looking to sell you something so that you can gain clarity around your situation. And if you're not sure where to turn, we are offering for a limited time here at Creative Planning our wealth path analysis. It is available through Monday at midnight. Because we're a law firm with over 50 attorneys and a tax practice with nearly 100 CPAs and over 300 certified financial planners, we aren't just going to evaluate your investments, but much more broadly, your entire financial situation. It's complimentary, and best of all, our mission is to provide you with clarity around your life savings rather than trying to sell you a product as it's been done by our industry for decades. Don't miss this incredible opportunity. Call us today at 866-CREATIVE or schedule your meeting today online at creativeplanning.com/radio. Why not give your wealth a second look? Well, as we do each and every week, it is time for a game of Rethink or Reaffirm, where I'll break down common wisdom or a hot take from the financial headlines, and together we'll decide whether we should rethink it or reaffirm it. Our first topic is if consumer sentiment is down, it's not a good time to invest. Well, I don't know. Is that true? If everyone around you and everything you're reading and everything that you're hearing and seeing is negative, maybe the consensus is right? Well, actually, it doesn't necessarily mean that. And the reason is that consumer sentiment lags. So you're getting the information after the fact. Remember, the market is forward-looking, but how we feel about the market is always in retrospect. And furthermore, there's something called mean reversion, right? Which isn't just related to finance, but it's the idea that given enough time, things work back toward their averages. And if we know that the broad stock market has earned about 8 to 12% a year, historically speaking, then your long-term forward-looking returns, once the market's down, say 25 or 30%, tend to be higher from that moment moving forward than if it were currently up 25 or 30%, but certainly it doesn't feel that way. In fact, if you look at the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index and the S&P 500, and just take the forward 12-month returns from 1952 until the end of 2022, when consumer sentiment is in its highest 5%, so everybody's really enthusiastic and optimistic, forward 12-month returns of the S&P 500 are 3.7%. All other sentiment readings are 11.1%. When consumer sentiment was at its lowest 5%, the S&P 500 has averaged 18% over the next 12 months. Now, the takeaway isn't that you should use this as a direct correlation. Like when sentiment's low, I'm going to pile a ton of money into the market. And then when it's high and everybody's excited, I'm going to move to cash. No, that is not what I'm advocating. But back to our question, the answer to if consumer sentiment is down, it's not a good time to invest, is an absolute rethink. And our final piece of common wisdom, timing the stock market is difficult. To successfully time the market, you don't have to just be right once. You've got to be right twice. When you get out and when you get back in. Market timing reminds me of alcohol. You're like when you go to open the second bottle of wine, no one says to themselves, I'm going to be so thankful that I did this tomorrow. It's going to be great. I'm going to feel so spry and ready to go jog a few miles. No, but what substances like that provide us is a temporary hit of relaxation. It calms us. Now, we know long term, it's bad for our health. We don't sleep as well. We look worse, and so on and so forth, but we are soothed in the moment. Market timing does the same thing. And there's a few primary challenges that I want to highlight as to specifically why it's so hard. First off, just look at a fundamental level. The stock market has historically earned 8 to 12% per year. 2/3 of the market growth comes from inflation and dividends. The market's up 7 out of 10 calendar years on average. So when you are timing the market and you get out of the market, the odds simply are against you that the market's going to go down. Secondly, the order of market returns is completely randomized, and there is no pattern that can be found, which leads me into my next point. That happens because the future is unknown, and those unknown events impact the market long before you have time to react and make a trade. The market's forward-looking and information is already priced in before you or I get the memo. Another challenge that I see often overlooked is that your losses on the upside are unlimited. Let's suppose that you sold in late 2008 as the market was plummeting, and then it continued dropping once you moved to cash all the way to March of 2009, and you were feeling pretty good about yourself because for a few months, everyone else was losing a lot of money and you were on the sidelines. Well, then the market started screaming back. We know this. March 9 of 2009 was the bottom. You're wondering to yourself, well, is this just a dead cat bounce? Is this just a bear market rally and then things are going to drop again? I'm going to kind of wait to get back in until I know that the coast is clear. So you wait and it keeps running up and you think to yourself, well, this isn't sustainable. I'm going to wait until the market drops back to this number and then I'll buy. Well, unfortunately, the market often, and in this case of this example, never pulled back to the target that you had. And it just continued to forge on for the next 13 years toward new highs. And while I could spend the entire hour show talking about why it's hard to time the market, I'll leave you with one final challenge. And that is how rapidly markets recover off of their lows. Long before anyone on Main Street perceives things to be getting better, the market has already been rallying, and missing those early returns can be costly. Using a couple of our recent bear markets as proxies, the pandemic and the great financial crisis during 2008 and 2009, markets recovered over 30% within just a couple of months off their lows. And so the verdict on whether timing the market is difficult, that's a reaffirm. In fact, it could almost be a rethink because difficult could be replaced with impossible. And if you're in cash right now, or you're just unsure how to enter the market, what your asset allocation should be, how you control risk and volatility while still growing your assets in an inflationary environment that is still sitting at near 40-year highs, what's the right strategy for you? And how can you have peace of mind that you're on track to accomplish your financial goals in the midst of an uncertain world? That's what we've been helping people with, just like you, here at Creative Planning since 1983. We're a law firm, a tax practice, a wealth management firm with over $210 billion of combined assets under management and advisement. And we're helping families in all 50 states and more than 75 countries around the world. And we have a limited time offer available to you, our radio listeners. It is an opportunity for you to receive your very own tailored, customized, one-page wealth path analysis that overviews and highlights the most important components of your financial plan. It's complimentary. It comes with no obligation to become a client. Do what thousands of others just like you have done over the years. And request to meet with one of our local financial advisors that are fiduciaries not looking to sell you something, but rather provide clarity around your life savings. To receive your wealth path analysis, contact us today by calling 866-CREATIVE or by visiting creativeplanning.com/radio to meet with one of our local advisors. We have all the advice, all the expertise you need, all in-house. That's 866-CREATIVE or creativeplanning.com/radio for your wealth path analysis. Ahead on the show, major AI advancements are on the horizon. And what does this mean for your money? I'll cover that next here on Rethink Your Money.
Is market volatility keeping you up at night? Too often, we think the only solution is to change something about our portfolio. But the real secret to overcoming anxiety about short-term market volatility is to gain confidence in your financial plan. At Creative Planning, our clients have customized plans and portfolios that can accommodate market shocks without derailing their long-term financial goals. If that's not how your money is managed, you aren't getting the guidance you deserve. That's why we're offering you a free wealth path analysis. This is an opportunity to sit down with one of our credentialed wealth managers to learn how you can advance your financial situation. Your wealth path analysis includes proactive tax strategies to maximize income, an evaluation of how much you'll need to save for retirement, and tailored suggestions to get you there faster. Just go to creativeplanning.com/radio to request your free, customized wealth path analysis. Whether you need to start a plan or get a second opinion on one you already have, there's no time like the present to gain clarity about your financial future. Go to creativeplanning.com/radio to get started. This offer is only available till Monday at midnight, so act fast. creativeplanning.com/radio.
Welcome back to the show that's committed to helping you find a richer way to wealth. It's time for listener questions, and my answers. Our first comes from Randy in Queen Creek, Arizona. What are your thoughts on AI when it comes to investing? And do you think there's a potential for this technology to be helpful for everyday investors? Do I think that ChatGPT is the answer for everything? No. But are we disregarding this as an exciting new technology that absolutely could impact the way that financial planning is constructed or the way that you're able to receive information efficiently? Well, I think there is a lot of optimism across the board for some great use cases. And if you're unfamiliar with this new technology, it can be used to help with virtually anything. It can write a business plan. What should I do for my 10-year-old's birthday party? It can write a congratulations message for a coworker. But when it comes to our personal finances and your money-related questions, probably better at this point to leave it to the humans. In fact, Fortune.com conducted a pretty interesting experiment where they had ChatGPT help make a plan to buy a $500,000 home. They ran the advice of the artificial intelligence against a real human certified financial planner. And the outcome was that while ChatGPT generated a lot of the same advice as the certified financial planner did, the process of working with the CFP to craft the actual financial plan toward homeownership provided much greater value. Which obviously, I mean, this is a new technology. This isn't a complete shock. But when working with a CFP, the person was able to ask specific questions about, how their plan might change over time and how to balance competing goals and potential unknowns. And so a few of the takeaways were that ChatGPT didn't account for any potential changes in income. It had limited knowledge of events after 2021, most notably the massive impact of rising interest rates. The real human was able to collaborate with the person to set realistic goals. I mean, for one, ChatGPT assumed the person knew exactly how much they spend. Well, as a certified financial planner myself, I know that almost no one knows exactly how much they spend. And if they do, it'll probably change within a few months or a year. It's very dynamic. A real human can keep you accountable and adjust your plan if necessary. This is, to me, the most important shortcoming, at least at this point, of AI. We can't get six-pack abs because a robot hands us a workout plan. That'd be absolutely amazing if we could. But the hard part about being in great shape and why we don't all look like fitness models isn't because we're not smart enough to figure out how to be in great shape. It's because the doing is significantly harder than the knowing. That's where human beings can be helpful. The reality is personal finance is far more personal than it is finance. If you're wondering, is this something that I should be investing in? Should artificial intelligence be a part of my portfolio? I would say, like any new exciting technology, yes, it should. But rather than going out and making big concentrated bets on really early stage companies, broadly diversify and you will have exposure to this technology through the ownership of other companies. Almost all the biggest players in this space currently are some of the largest stocks in the S&P 500. And so if AI takes off, those stocks that you likely already own in ETFs and index funds may experience positive results by AI. But remember, there's a big difference between the bleeding edge and the cutting edge. You may have thought the internet was going to be the next big thing in the late 90s. And by the way, you were right. But if you invested in the biggest player at that time, you would have bought America Online. It was our browser, email, instant messenger. And so even if AI takes off, it's extraordinarily difficult to find which needle in the haystack will ultimately emerge victorious. And oftentimes, think Yahoo versus Google or MySpace versus Facebook. It's not the first household name in the space, the one that wins the battle who ultimately wins the war. And if you have questions like Randy, you can email those to radio@creativeplanning.com. Next question from Carl in Tennessee. Not sure which city, it just says Tennessee. With high inflation and market drops, do you still stand by not investing in gold or precious metals? I will spare everyone who's listened to the show for any amount of time a long answer that you've already heard now multiple times. Let me summarize. Gold hasn't been a good inflation hedge statistically. That is a complete wives' tale. It doesn't offer compounding. There's no earnings or interest being generated. It's more volatile than the stock market while earning similar returns to treasuries. And it's not going to help you if the world ends, because if that happens, you're going to want guns and warm clothes and bottles of water. You're not going to be wanting to lug around a bunch of gold bars in a backpack and then, shave off a little piece of it to buy a six-pack up at 7-Eleven. Beyond that, Carl, I absolutely do not advocate gold as a worthwhile investment, even in inflationary environments. Our last question comes from Ann in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My portfolio is down 20%. I'm about 3 years from retirement. This is stressing me out. What should I be doing? I don't want this to push back my plan. So, Ann, my advice, get a review of your plan. If you've got confidence in who you're working with and they're an independent fiduciary and they're not trying to sell you a bunch of high commission insurance products or proprietary funds being manufactured by their company, then have them review it. If you're looking for a second set of eyes, find a company like us here at Creative Planning and review where you actually stand in light of the drop of your investments in terms of accomplishing your retirement goals. Oh, and by the way, if you have no plan but have an advisor, that would be a good reason to fire them, or at least look in a different direction toward what you might be missing. But that analysis will answer if you have too much risk, if your asset allocation's correct. You said you're wanting to retire in about 3 years, so do you have enough of a buffer outside of the stock market to allow your stocks time to work back to their averages? The fact that you're down 20%, S&P's down about 15% off of its highs, so I'm not sure how you're invested, but that seems somewhat aggressive relative to your time horizon. And that sort of planning can also help you determine if there are opportunities for you to be tax loss harvesting or strategically rebalancing or starting to plan out from a tax perspective where, in fact, those first withdrawals will actually come from, assuming that you're going to need some of the portfolio to generate that cash flow. And my biggest piece of advice for you, Ann, absolutely do not panic. Don't snap sell what you currently own, assuming that you're not in two stocks, that you're properly diversified. That's the worst thing you could do. So my advice is to sit down with a great advisor, have the plan built out if you don't have one, review the plan if you do, to ensure that you are on track. And as I've been talking about throughout today's show, we here at Creative Planning are offering for a limited time our wealth path analysis. And if you'd like to get that complimentary second opinion on your life savings. We have offices in the Nashville area, in Milwaukee, as well as the East Valley of Phoenix. And to request to speak with a local advisor, call now 866-CREATIVE or visit creativeplanning.com/radio for your complimentary wealth path analysis. This is a limited time offer and expires at midnight on Monday. One more time, that's 866-CREATIVE or creativeplanning.com/radio. I want to conclude today's show with something that I learned from my children. It's pretty humbling, but also neat when you are in a position as a parent, like I am to 7 children, and you're trying to instill wisdom. You know how imperfect you are, and that ultimately you're still trying to figure things out. You're trying to help nurture and grow these children into kind adolescents and great contributors to society. But yet you learn more about yourself as a parent through that process. And in some cases, they actually straight up teach you things. I love it. Our kindergartner came home at the beginning of the school year with a chart that said fixed versus growth mindset. And it is awesome. And we taped it to the inside door of one of our cabinets in the kitchen. And here are some of the examples on this sheet. A fixed mindset says, I can't do this. Versus a growth mindset, I'm still learning. How about, I'm not good at this, but instead say, what am I missing? How about, I made a mistake. Mistakes help me learn. I'll never be good enough versus I'm doing my best. A fixed mindset says they're better than me, but a growth mindset instead asks, what can I learn from them? A fixed mindset leads us to envy others' success, but a growth mindset, it allows us to see these success stories as inspirational and even aspirational. It's something that we can work towards. And so when you look at your financial picture, I want to encourage you to think in new terms about your money. I can learn new concepts about money. I believe I'm going to earn more and more over time. I'm going to listen to financially successful people and change my habits. I'm going to have an amazing retirement. Use big numbers when thinking about planning for your future. Dream big and get crystal clear on how you envision your money making a positive impact on the meaningful aspects of your life and the lives of those you love most. And remember, this is important because we are the wealthiest society in the history of planet Earth. Let's make our money matter.
The preceding program is furnished by Creative Planning, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm that manages or advises on $225 billion in assets. John Higginson works for Creative Planning, and all opinions expressed by John or his guests are solely their own and do not represent the opinion of Creative Planning or this station. This commentary is provided for general information purposes only and should not be construed as investment, tax, or legal advice and does not constitute an attorney-client relationship. Past performance of any market results is no assurance of future performance. The information contained herein has been obtained from sources deemed reliable but is not guaranteed. If you would like our help, request to speak to an advisor by going to creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, Tax, and Legal are separate entities that must be engaged independently.
Broadcasting from the Peterman Brothers Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical Studios. This is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
The National Guard is being deployed in Arkansas. I'm Pam Huso, Fox News. Dangerous and deadly weather hammered areas of Arkansas yesterday. Fox Weather's Will Nunley is in Wynne.
Hundreds of rescue workers, emergency officials, and volunteers working throughout the night here in Wynne to make sure that they've reached everyone affected by this terrible storm. The First United Methodist Church, the bell tower, the steeple, unfortunately taken off as this powerful tornado cut through the center of this town, affecting hundreds, if not thousands, of structures here.
The capital of Little Rock was also heavily impacted. At least 4 people in Arkansas were killed, along with 3 in Indiana and 1 in Illinois. That dangerous storm system continues to move east.
Across parts of the Smoky Mountains, we're going to watch that line move across the southern Appalachians, and we'll see possibly some severe weather again.
Fox Chief Meteorologist Rick Reichmuth, later today, the Northeast could experience some severe weather. He's expected to surrender on Tuesday, but Fox News has learned that former President Trump won't be placed in handcuffs.
The Associated Press also reporting that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has brought forth at least 1 felony charge against the former president. This investigation that he has run involves the falsifying of business records stemming from an alleged hush money payment in 2016 to adult film actress Stormy Daniels.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff. Mr. Trump calls the indictment against him political persecution and election interference, and his supporters are rallying behind him.
Some Americans are using their wallets to speak out against the
New York grand jury indictment of former President Trump. His campaign says in just 24 hours after the news broke, it raised more than $4 million towards his presidential run.
Fox's Carmen Roberts. America's listening to Fox News.
The Fearless and Proud podcast series looks at acts of bravery and strength by women. March is Women's History Month, and in this first season, we look at women who played important roles in the Civil War as soldiers, spies, and nurses. We'll discuss famous examples of women pretending to be men to become soldiers and spies on both sides. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
New from the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-anchor of America's Newsroom. Join me for Season 3 of my limited time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay. I'll chat with guests who have had major career or life pivots and people who have persevered and are leaving a trail of inspiration for all of us to follow. Of course, we'll have some laughs along the way. Make sure you subscribe to this series wherever you download podcasts. I'm Dana Perino, and everything will be okay.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Watching your wallet instead of the radar. It's 51 degrees and clear here in downtown Indianapolis. Slow traffic on I-465 eastbound between Kentucky Avenue and White River. That's due to construction. I'm Jaden Arnold, and here's what's trending at 9:03. The threats don't end after the storm. Harrison Silcox reports on a warning from your Attorney General.
Todd Rokita says if your home or yard was damaged from severe storms, you need to be wary of anyone offering repair or cleanup services. Some scammers are known to show up on your doorstep and ask for cash up front to repair any damage. And that's probably a scam, says Rokita, and they won't follow through on the job. He says you should be skeptical and ask for identification and licenses and never pay up front. Harrison Silcox, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
The storms are believed to have included multiple tornadoes, one in Sullivan alone, with Whiteland hit hard in Johnson County. 3 deaths reported in Sullivan. There are lots of ramps closed and ongoing construction projects around Indianapolis.
Car clutter on the southwest side this weekend, and you may want to stay away. I'm Matt Bear. Southbound, eastbound 465 is down to 1 lane only, the far right lane, until Monday around 5 a.m. There are a ton of ramps closed on the southwest side, too, including eastbound 72, southbound, eastbound 465. Kentucky 67 to eastbound, Man Road to eastbound 465, and Harding 37 to eastbound. The Indianapolis leg of I-69 should be done at the end of 2024. Learn more from the WIBC Traffic Center at WIBC Traffic.
Now, here's the forecast, the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
We're finally much more quiet for now. We do have a wind advisory through the day today for gusts over 45 miles an hour. Otherwise, some scattered showers, highs near 50 in the early morning hours. I'm Which TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Jesse Went for 93 WIBC.
That advisory is until 6. I'm Jaden Arnold, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
There's the good parts we all think about. The crackling of wood on a cold winter night, the warmth and glow in the room. And then there's the other part. The stale campfire smell, the potentially dangerous creosote buildup. It's easy to forget about the importance of fireplace maintenance. The certified professionals at Chimney Solutions Indiana can keep your fireplace clean and safe using trusted products and repair techniques. Call 317-757-6979 or go to chimneyindy.com.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for the Michaelis Corporation, available to you 24/7, 365, and I would guess they'll be extremely busy today with the storms that came through last night. So if you find yourself in need, give them a call, and they'll do what they can. I know there's going to be a lot of you. 844-FIX-INDY is the number. 844-FIX-INDY. But again, they're there 24/7, 365. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
Well, some folks say that grown-up men are still just little boys, that really the only difference is the price of our toys. We go for macho symbols like guns and running shoes, pickup trucks, hunting ducks, and power tools, power tools.
Wowzer. Wowzer, wowzer.
Like a night of bad nightmares.
No kidding. Wow, there is a lot of damage in central Indiana. There's a lot of people without power. Unfortunately, I believe we have fatalities in Sullivan County.
There were 3 people that went on home to God last night. I tell you what, you think about that in a small community. Sullivan's not a big place. Sullivan's not a big place at all.
In my mind, it is.
Is it? Oh, I go.
Get that?
It didn't even dawn on me that we're talking about you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So right now, Allison, what do we say in power outages? Like 20, close to 20.
Yeah, about 22,000 for Duke, and then 2,500 locally for AES.
And then on top of it, we have a wind advisory, I believe, for this afternoon. Is that right? Or
it's really blowing right now. Did you
Yeah.
Did you get on the north-south road? You got blown into a different lane. So
I mean, coming downtown, like construction, the big lines of construction fence are down. What was I saw a hard hat in the road. And there was something else that was kind of struck me as funny.
You know, those were originally avalanche fences that the construction industry took them over, but they use them for avalanche fences, and that's sort of fun.
But they don't do very good for that. So we'll be glad. We would like to know to get everyone on board and to.
What's your damage like? Give us a call. Let us know.
That's what we want.
Yeah. 239-9393. We were talking before the show started about the 1965 tornado outburst that went through 800-foot wide tornadoes, killed 187. And it was a 450-mile swath. Started in Illinois, went all the way through Indiana, went through Rushville and Kokomo. And thankfully, this was not like that. But it reminded me of that this morning when I heard all was going on.
All right, here's some of the counties that were showing damage. Anderson, Madison County, Battleground, Tippecanoe County, Frankfort, which is in Clinton County, Morristown and Shelby County, Morgan County, Russellville in Rushville in Howard County, Thorntown, which is Boone County, and then, of course, Whiteland, which really got hit in Johnson County. 239-9393 is our number. So jump on board. Tell us what went on in your neighborhood.
Gosh, just driving in, I looked over at Braun Cuppy's this morning, and there was a tree out in the road, and so I called him, and he got the tractor out and was pushing a big tree off Little Eagle Creek. But
there's branches and trees everywhere where I'm at.
Oh, do you remember when you ran over the branch and it got caught and started making that noise, and you had to get out?
And it wasn't a branch; it was half a tree. It felt like.
Well, you shouldn't have driven over it. Number one.
Well, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. That was my fault.
But
I had to do it again this morning. I had to clear my driveway first.
There was a pretty good accident at 6. I saw 2 accidents on the way in, and one I just wondered if it wasn't the wind. I mean, a trailer had
trailers had been blown over last night.
Van was over.
Several.
Hopefully, nobody got injured. This was at 62nd and Keystone. Okay. As I was going by, but.
Yeah, I know. Last night, several trucks, semis.
And you worked last night.
Yeah, I was. Our newsroom did a great job covering it. John Herrick, the news director, was here, and I was helping with the board. And honestly, I was fine because I think I was safer here than in my house in Morgan County.
No kidding. Did you guys have any damage?
We just a couple trees fell, and it just missed my dad's pole barn, so we got really lucky.
I thought you were just saying, just missed my dad.
Oh well.
We got really lucky.
He went back to work after that.
Yeah, because I didn't know who was going to clean up the yard. Dad got hit by a tree.
Dad's replaceable now. They got the septic tank fixed, so Dad's disposable.
That's one of many projects.
Oh man, it is just 239-9393. We want to know what it's like in your neighborhood. We have regular Jeff joining us to start off the program. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning,
and ladies. I took a tour of Martinsville this morning. The first thing I saw was the Martinsville Water Company has lost their roof and crashed into another house across the street.
Oh.
And then a couple 100-year-old church, a First Presbyterian church where I have AA meetings, lost their steeple and bell tower.
Oh.
Damage to that. Now, the wife and I on video discovered this morning, because I was on the porch before we went to the basement last night, and we have a video of I've been in twin tornadoes in Huntsville, Alabama as a kid, so I'm pretty familiar with it and the sounds. Now, whatever this was dropped down like a white cloud and headed right for the square, and we have it on video. We're going to try to get it to the local newspaper.
Wow.
So other than that, trees down, we took a blunt. I don't know if it's as bad as Whiteland or Sullivan, and I'm so sorry to hear about that. But
Jeff, it sounds like Wizard of Oz stuff, Annie M, Annie M. My gosh.
And my wife's real name is Dorothy. Is that ironic?
Oh, no.
She goes by Nicole. She hates that.
Oh, well.
But, hey, have a great day.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. 239-9393. That is the 317 area code, 239-9393.
Those of you in Whiteland, the high school's been set up as a shelter. So if you have neighbors or friends or even yourselves, if you're looking for shelter in a warm place, the high school's been set up as a shelter.
The statement from Duke, which is because I can see there is strong, persistent winds are forecast for much of Saturday. We expect these gusty conditions to cause additional outages and to some degree slow the progress of restoration from last night's storms. Crews have already begun making repairs where conditions allow. Once winds subside across the region, the pace of the outage restoration will increase. So you can kind of see what they're thinking in their world.
AES just updated their outage map, so it was 2,500 10 minutes ago. Now it's 4,400.
Really?
So the winds are clearly still picking up.
Wilkesy threw the first pitch of the season at the Indians last night, Brian Wilkes. And you talk about a nervous kid. It was like his first game, and he had to throw the pitch. They were dodging the weather storms. He says, I felt like the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There's a window over Terre Haute. So, anyway, we'll get a hold of him this morning. And
we're going to have to let him sleep in because I know he was working. All the guys were. Kevin Gregory initially interrupted my murder mystery story.
Rude.
And then he just wouldn't shut up. But you know what they did? I would say everybody did a great job.
Yeah, I was really impressed.
I hate when we pat themselves on the back, but
no,
it's
they
like
did a good.
I did it as a viewer and a listener.
Yeah,
it's like
you want to know, and they've got the graphics. We were talking about the Palm Sunday. Allison and I saw there was no radar back then. The only thing you could do was call Chicago and see what's going on, what's been reported to Chicago. But now the technology is so very, very good to us. We know what's going to happen before it happens.
And they, there was Wilkes was like, no, there's a tornado here. I mean, pretty certain that there was tornado. I mean, in other words, he wasn't leaving a lot of room for, it's like, no, take cover right now. Take cover.
Yeah.
So, very interesting stuff. But I thought they all did a great job. 239-9393. Larry from New Pal joins us. Hey, Larry.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, heading out this morning, going north on 500 just south of US 40 in New Pal. There's several power line poles that have snapped in half, and quite a few trees are down. So New Pal got hit pretty hard last night, it seems.
So and I saw one of the news. I don't know if it's 13 or how many poles are just like almost uprooted and just leaning into the road.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah, because you're like, what did the wind get a hold of? Right. There's not a whole lot to get a hold of, but
you'd be surprised.
Down.
They can make those wires dance, especially when they get into the harmonic of back and forth. And that's how those big bridges in Seattle collapsed.
Yeah,
the wind got them in a harmonic, and then all of a sudden it blew up. Well, Larry, thanks for calling.
Yeah,
us.
Thanks, Larry.
Have a good one.
You bet.
239-9393. Pat Sullivan, along with Denny Smith.
Did you ever live through a storm? Do you ever remember a really bad storm where you thought, "Oh my gosh, this is it for us"?
I can definitely remember being in the basement a few times, especially with the kids when we had kids. Last night, it's like, so I don't want to go to bed because, I know this line is going to come through Marion County, even though they thought. It seemed like Marion County, because it wasn't going to get the brunt of it, but it's still, go upstairs, kind of get ready for bed. Beth's snoring.
You're not supposed to say that on air.
I know, but it's like here I'm protecting her.
Yeah.
I am jealous of those people who can sleep through storms and things like that.
Well, that's me.
Let's say it wasn't snoring; it was a kind of that
Heavy breathing.
Heavy breathing, like she's so having a wonderful
sleep.
a peaceful sleep.
Yeah. This was always an all hands on deck weekend for plumbers because we normally about mid-February, we would order in 2 pallets of sump pumps. A pallet was 144 pumps.
Wow.
And Zoller we'd take them direct ship from Zoller. And literally by the 1st of May, all those pumps would be gone. But that you have to, just like you order ice melt and snow shovels and stuff.
I hate ice melt.
Do you really hate ice melt?
Yeah.
Because it's attracts moisture or what?
Because it takes my money.
And then you have to hold it for a whole year.
Remember that 12-inch snow?
Yes, sir.
That was 3?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it didn't work.
That was about $10,000. And I saw it sitting outside at our warehouse. I thought someone's going to bring that in.
I remember one.
It's like pansies.
I remember one storm in our
Pansies
first
and
house.
ice melt.
The ice or the hail was coming down and it was hitting the windows. We had storm windows, but it was hitting the storm windows so hard. It was like somebody was using a tablespoon and banging the glass. And I was convinced they were going to break and power through the house. Yeah, that type of storm.
Now, you asked me the question, have you lived through
Just that. And I've never been in a hurricane or anything. Well, now at sea, I take it back. I was out on a catch rig once, and I thought I was going to die.
Excuse me, what's a catch rig?
A catch rig is got
Is that a fishing boat?
A midsail and a.
It's a yacht.
No.
A yacht.
It's about 13 foot long. And, no, I'm sorry. It was 23 foot long. It had 2 sails.
I bet it's called Janie.
No, I don't remember what it's called.
SS Janie.
I do remember that our captain was called. His name was Will Rogers, which I thought was hilarious. But that night I thought I was going to die because at sea the winds whip up and you get 8 foot waves up and 8 foot down.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
And then by yourself.
Yeah, there's no taking cover.
No,
you just hold on.
Hello.
What I remember is the boat heaved over and took on all this water, and the captain, Will Rogers, says, man the bailers. And so they were like 6-inch pipe that looked like urns that you would make cream out of, So there were 4 or 5 of those, and we were all pumping like crazy. And then we heeled over and literally filled half the boat with water. And he said, "Man, the emergency bailers." And I looked at him and said, "What the fuck is an emergency bailer?" He says, "A bucket. Get a bucket."
Why do you say that?
So at this point, I saw him
Don't
take.
they have some sort of pumps that do that?
Not on a rowboat type thing. I mean, it looked like a galley.
I've never been on such a thing.
So anyway, all this water's in the boat, and I watched him, and he's taking his shoes and socks off, and I'm thinking, oh, shoot. We're
How far out are you?
13 miles. So he takes off his shoes and socks. So at this point, I start to, get a little bit nervous. So I take off my shoes and socks, roll up my pants, because I think at least I can swim. I was trying to figure out where the shore was. So he sees me doing this. He comes back and he slaps me on the shoulder and says, "Golly," he says, "damn good to see another sailor on board. Get up here and help me trim this sail." So he was taking it off so he could grip the deck.
Oh.
I was taking it off because I thought I was going to die, And we worked bailing and everything for 2 or 3 hours. I knew I was going to die. And at the end of that, it all was fine. And I just got over the side of the boat and threw up.
Oh.
I mean, I threw up. I think we had cream of wheat that morning.
That's
all I know is that, I thought I was going to die. I was going to die, but
I thought it was cute that you thought you could swim 13 miles.
What was I going to do?
Yeah. What's your choice?
Well,
I would just sit down and accept it.
We all had our life jacket. Allison, quit it! You got to have some fight in you, girl.
No, it's all right. I had a great life.
If it's my time, it's my time.
Yeah.
Well, Kylan, there's Kylan's voice. Kylan, you
Howdy.
survived the night too. Have you ever been in a bad
thanks
storm,
for
girl?
it. Well, Pat had mentioned, hey, can you pick me up? That's how I was. When the tornado went through southern Indiana, touchdown through Henryville.
Oh, yeah.
We were all in school, had our books over our necks in the hallway. Well, that had been for 2 hours, so we were all finally kind of a bit more relaxed, and we could only leave the school if our parents came and picked us up. Well, my mom, she wasn't there, so we all started freaking out because she wasn't picking us up. Well, she was locked in the JC or Kroger refrigerator.
Oh,
that was the safest place.
You always go to the refrigerator. Now, Pat's got a walk-in cooler. That'd be a safe place to go in a storm.
Yeah,
it really would.
And you have your food. You're, I guess, chilling.
You better take your coat with you. It's cold in there.
I want to give a shout out. Thanks, caller Mike. He didn't want to go on air, but he did say the Whiteland refuge of the high school has been moved to the Greenwood Middle School.
Greenwood
So if
Middle
you
School.
do need a place to stay, the Greenwood Middle School is there for you.
Great.
Probably some other services there as well. All right, if you would like to check in, we'd love to know what's going on in your neighborhood as far as the storms that went through central Indiana last night. Our number, 239-9393. That's 317-239-9393.
Tony Katz.
It's best, Mr. President, that you don't know what you're guilty of. It's best that you not know that these documents pertain to conversations regarding Ukraine, where your son was having business dealings and making millions of dollars, and now they, meaning the free and thinking world, can connect your classified document, the classified documents in your possession, to things that may exist on your son's laptop.
Tony Katz, mornings 6 to 9 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Denny Smith here. Spring is here at Sundown Gardens in Westfield, and right now Sundown Gardens has an early bird special. It's 20% off all fertilizer and container trees and shrubs. You take advantage of that. Sundown has a 4-step program, and they also have a 6-step lawn care program in stock. And that great weather is coming, even though we've had some storms and whatnot. Now is a great time to start planning those applications. Sundown Gardens in Westfield has a great big announcement, a second location coming later this spring. Coming soon is Miss M's Home and Garden by Sundown Gardens, and they're coming to JMV's neck of the woods down in Bargersville, right off the east side of State Road 135. Whole team's truly excited about the Bargersville location that's coming soon. For now, visit Sundown Gardens at 186th Street and Spring Mill Road. Take advantage of that early bird special. Remember, it's 20% off all fertilizer and container trees and shrubs. And be sure and ask about their loyalty program. SundownGardens.com. Remember, it's SundownGardens.com.
Terry Stacy with Beth Rovazini, co-owner of B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, your American Standard dealer. Beth says, let's get our spring maintenance scheduled right now.
It's really important to get that scheduled as soon as possible because we need to get all that debris and leaves and all that crud off the outside unit, and then also go check that filter and make sure the filter in your furnace is clean.
Schedule your spring maintenance at bplusw.com. B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, your local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Your neighbor Mark loves spring in Indy, but he hates to paint. So he called Rhino Shield.
It's a 2-story home built in 1992. Around 2001, looking at needing to paint, I heard a radio ad, with Rhino Shield, you won't have to paint again for another 25 years.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
They're very professional. We had everything done. Everything that would typically be painted on a house was done, and it was very fast.
All right, Indy, get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 15% off the regular price.
It was done in 2001 and still going strong. From what I've seen on our home, they can easily offer a 25-year guarantee and not worry about it.
Here's owner Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Don't paint. Don't vinyl. Go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, good morning. Welcome. 924, Pat Sullivan along with Denny Smith. Allison is here. Kylen is here. Terry Stacy will join us a little bit later on. The Home and Garden Program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. The number 844-FIX-INDY. That's 844-FIX-INDY. Michaelis will be out to try to help as many people today as they possibly can. But, of course, there is limit because it does appear there's a lot of widespread damage around central Indiana. And it's kind of north, south. It's everywhere.
The creek is up for sure, up in Hamilton County. We got a lot of water. I mean, it just rained and rained and rained, and that poor dog of ours was snuggling pretty tight. I think the thunder scared her a little bit. So
we felt like it was a really quick line through North Marion County, or as we like to say, South Carmel.
I thought it lasted an hour or so.
I'm just saying, we might have got a thin part of it or something because it was.
We got hammered a long time.
Did you?
Yeah. Oh, well. If you got a report for us, 317-239-9393, wherever you are in the 9-county area, or even outside central Indiana, if you can hear our voice, tell us what the weather's like, what it was like last night, if there's any damage. 239-9393.
Whiteland took the a direct hit, according to the police department, so that will be... I guess it just takes a while. It's dark. They're now just really starting to get out there and looking at the amount of damage that there is.
I'm listening to Allison talk about a house tipping over or a house blew up. Your friend, that part of the house just was gone.
Oh, yeah, that was one of our people in our home or our furniture department at Keystone.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Her sister up in Albany.
Think about that. You wake up, go to the bathroom, and you think, well, it's kind of drafty back here.
I know. That's scary.
Sudden, my goodness.
Unbelievable.
It's going to be a long weekend. The sun came out when I was driving in. It was clear as it could be. So maybe we'll get some sun tomorrow because it looks like it's cloudy again now.
Somebody, I think it was Wilkes. Somebody said this is the 8th straight weekend where the weather has taken a turn for the worse going into the weekend. 8 straight weeks where it is like you're kind of moving along the week, and then Friday rolls around, Saturday rolls around,
changes drastically. I believe that.
Yeah.
I think that's why everyone's sick right now.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone has colds or something.
Remember, we were doing our home and garden. What do we call it? Our open house. Spring open house.
When it was snowing.
It was 20 degrees. 20.
The weekend before it was 70.
Yeah.
Hey, I just got a text from Brian Kirchner, one of the partners at Sundown Gardens. He just is sharing some pictures with me from Whiteland, and it's pretty much devastation. I mean, I don't know if you can see this. He's headed down to the new Miss M's in Bargersville. He said no damage at the construction site. They've got all that new glass for the greenhouses, but he says water standing everywhere. So he's going to have a muddy mess there for sure. Thanks, Brian.
239-9393. Kurt joins us from Greenwood. Hey, Kurt.
Hey, Pat and Denny. Just wanted to chime in, headed back from Louisville, coming north on 65. And the new big Andy Moore Park project with all the big warehouses.
Yeah.
The roof is off of one of them, blown all across 65. Insulation and material everywhere. Traffic weaving and dodging, and the walls collapsed. So they lost one of those big buildings. I hope nobody was in it. Don't know if it was this morning or last night, but
wow. So to get a stand-up, I think they go pour in place, PIP, and they stand up were they concrete walls that have fallen over?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Oh, man, whatever's underneath those is not anymore. Oh, my gosh.
Yep. And so the roof had been on it. So the steel decking from the roof and the insulation is all over the interstate and across the road and blowing everywhere.
That has to be last night. That
had to be. Kurt, whenever I think about that, I just think of construction insurance. This is going to be an insurance nightmare. Who pays for what? And oh, my gosh.
That's what you think of?
All the subcon? Oh, heck yes.
I think of Jim, and I hope he wasn't on the forklift.
Yeah.
I just remember sorting through all those things when a house would burn down or whatever. If we had plumbing in it, do I turn that into my insurance? Does a builder turn it in? It is a nightmare to solve all that stuff. So
right.
I hate that stuff.
Kurt, thank you very much. Appreciate the update.
Take care, guys.
Nobody has really called in with any good news yet.
It's sunny and rainbows here where I live.
Let's get Dave Calabro out and give us your good news.
Kurt did bring up a good point, though. Be careful driving today. I mean, there's going to be a lot of debris everywhere across the roads.
Yes.
And, you may not be able to drive over that giant stick like you think you can. So,
Allison,
yes,
are you speaking from memory?
Possibly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, just downtown. I mean,
like you said, construction hats and everything is just
made sure
everywhere.
There wasn't a head in it.
Oh.
So hard hat. What else? And then there was scooters.
Make sure there's not a head in it.
Yeah.
Listen to you.
Well, I mean, I just
wanted to say that I was. Show.
Just wanted to say that I was being thoughtful. 239-9393. Joining us from the Michaelis Corporation, the director of waterproofing, and it's Jesse Lockerbie. I think this is the first time we've talked to Jesse, and it's one hell of a day to have to make your first call. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning to you. So, how's that phone ringing over there at Michaelis?
I'm sorry, Jesse. Oh, man.
It's going to be a busy few days, that's for sure. Goodness.
Yeah.
All hands on deck on days like this. So on the
Absolutely.
waterproofing side, are you waterproofing on the outside of the foundation or on the inside? What does the waterproofing division do?
Yeah, so we're both. So I'll give it 4 categories for our waterproofing team. First and foremost, we have the basement and crawl space French drain systems, right? The bread and butter of what we do,
right?
The water management systems. And then, we also take care of the rotten wood, snagging floors, bowing walls, sump pumps, things like that. And then another category would be the foundation repair, right? So you have cracks in your foundation on the veneer outside or windows, doors sticking, right? We can come in, shore up your foundation. Another cool thing that we're doing now is concrete lifting and leveling. So we've got a foam that we inject underneath our pads. So if you've got sunken slabs, sidewalks, right, we can get that lifted up, and it's got a great warranty. So instead of tearing it up, repouring, right, we could just inject that.
Yeah, just kind of lift it up
for you.
Yeah, take away those trip hazards.
Yes.
All right.
And then finally would be like that healthy indoor air, right? So the mold remediation and then radon mitigation. So that's all kind of all-inclusive for our waterproofing.
Yeah, and, today is going to be one of those days where if, no power, we've got almost 27,000 or 30,000 homes without power. And then the water continues to drain in from the storms last night. And all of a sudden you got a problem.
Exactly. And especially on these rains that we've had, get down there checking your sump pumps regularly.
Absolutely.
Making sure your downspouts are extended, 4 or 6 feet away. That's going to be really helpful, especially if you have a power outage. Get that water as far away as you can. And if possible, get a backup battery system for your sump pump. So when the power does go out, you can still be kicking that water out.
Now, Jesse, you're a plumber. Come on, that's what the plumbers always say. Listen to you. I'm proud of you, man.
Hey, I'm there for my clients. Power goes out, it happens. I want them to be prepared. I want them to have water in their basement.
There you go. Jesse, thanks for spending a little time with us. I'll be over later to answer phones.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Jesse Lockerbie from the Michaelis Corporation. They're there for you 24/7, 365. This will be, like as Jesse said, a busy few days. I think it's going to be more than a few days, but I didn't want to tell him. 844-FIX-INDY is the number. 844-FIX-INDY. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
This hour is powered by Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling, your American Standard air dealer in Johnson County.
Good morning, it's Terry Stacy. I'm not joking on this April 1st when I say that Premier Deck Coating will change your life when it comes to saving you time and money preparing and protecting your deck year after year. Premier Deck Coating is the ultimate deck protection and a sister company of Rhino Shield, locally owned. It's the product you need if you're tired of applying a coat of stain or paint every year or two to your deck. Premier Deck Coating is going to completely transform our deck with their special formulated product, which is backed by a 10-year warranty and virtually any color you want. They'll sand all walking surfaces, repair the damaged boards, and then apply their Protect Deck and Railing coating, which repels mold and moisture, resists scratches, and keeps your deck looking great for years to come. They can also do fences and pergolas. Premier Deck Coating, the ultimate deck protection. For a free quote, call 317-696-4071. Savannah will take good care of you. Or visit PremierDeckCoating.com.
Spring is here, and Dammons is full speed ahead with endless plant production of perennials, annuals, hanging baskets, roses, and planters. Trucks are beginning to arrive with fresh trees and shrubs. Their friendly staff is ready to assist you and get you the help you need. So, for any of your gardening needs, experience Dammons West and visit their website at Dammons.com. That's Dammons.com.
Dammons Lawn and Garden, Indiana's most complete garden center.
Don't want the worry of maintaining your furnace and air conditioner? Join B&W's Premier Club.
Just go to B+W.com. B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Drains is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hey, this is Denny Smith. When it comes to your well, preventive maintenance is the key to reliable water delivery. And right now, C&J is offering a well cleaning, a bacteria sampling, and a 6-point system check. Are you ready for this? $401 discount. All you got to do is tell them Spring23. That's the offer code, Spring23, a $401 discount. Take care of that well because your family depends on it. C&J is going to clean out the well, Run the test for bacteria, the pump, the tank, the flow, the switch, all of it. All you got to tell them is Spring 23, and you get $401 off. And here's the thing going on for their water side of the business. They're once again offering the very best discounts of the season. That same offer code, Spring 23, you're going to get 15% off treatment equipment like softeners, AIOs, reverse osmosis unit. I was talking to somebody yesterday and says why anybody doesn't have a reverse osmosis water system, city water or well water, is beyond me. He said it's the safest and healthiest water for you. Remember that code, Spring23, for 15% off? You give them a call. It is 852-WELL, 317-852-WELL.
Tune in to WIBC's First Day Show each Sunday, 10 to noon, to hear about good things in Indy. Brought to you by Greg Cooper and Lisa Phillips with Crossroads Collective at Compass Real Estate.
Oh, Saturday sun, I met someone out on the West Coast. I gotta get back, I can't let this go. Saturday sun, I met someone, don't care what it costs. No ray of sunlight.
We did not need that last night. Damage seems like all over central Indiana. Whiteland has been hit very. We were just watching some video of Whiteland and just the poles just leaning. I mean, so much power out. It's going to, one thing is putting a line back up when you have to start resetting poles.
Oh, my gosh. We looked at those pictures that Brian Kirchner from Sundown Gardens sent us. That was that building that had fallen down, and all the debris was in the median.
Our caller was...
Yeah, that was the debris in the median between 65 and just full of junk. I mean, I bet they really are dodging stuff on 65.
In Sullivan County, reporting of 2 or 3 deaths. I've seen both. And joining, I think I just disconnected Robert.
Robert, if you hear us, give us a call back. We'll get you right back up.
Not sure how that happened.
We've got somebody from Vincennes, though, Pat.
Yep, let's check in with Alan. Alan, good morning.
Good morning. I'm driving from Speedway to Vincennes, and there's a little town called Carp on 231. From there south to Spencer, there are trees across the road. Spencer has a lot of trees on houses. One of the stoplights there at 46 is out. So on 1 or 67, be very careful.
Thank you, Alan.
Hey, thanks for the update, Alan. Appreciate it.
It's funny that he took 231. We always heard it was reading and writing and Route 41 to Evansville, which was Vincennes and Evansville. So,
all right, we got Robert back.
Don't hang up
Sullivan.
on him now.
Yeah, I don't know how I did that. Robert, good morning. Sorry about that.
You're all right.
All right, give us an update from Sullivan County.
Yeah, I live in Greene County, and I left. I drive truck, and I left just got on the highway as our tornado sirens were going off, and I just went for it. But my daughter called me, said a bunch of houses in the VFW and Sullivan's gone. I came up through Spencer, and them little sheds they sell are all over the place. Martinsville sheds and pizza places gone. It's just terrible.
Boy, Robert, were you in a big rig?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All over the road all night.
Oh, I bet so. Does it help when you go slower when you're driving a big rig like that? Or, what can you do to prevent that? If you were on a north-south road last night, you were getting kicked around.
Yeah, just go and hold on. But I'm the guy that called a year ago that fertilizes his neighbor's yard because he made an ordinance if it's over 4 inches where I live that you can get fined. So when he drives truck, I fertilize his yard, and he was mowing 3 times a week last year.
You're my type of neighbor. So he passed the ordinance, so you're going to get back at him by making him cut grass more often. You're my type of guy.
That's hilarious.
That's hilarious.
Oh, Bobby.
Thanks, Robert.
That's pretty.
See ya.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. So I assume if you're driving a big rig, it's helpful if you have a load.
Yeah, I would think weight would be everything for you.
Have
you ever seen that? I can't remember what the show is. It's on the Weather Channel, where they're up in Canada, and it's between Toronto and the rest of Canada, and it's an east-west road, but they have these huge wreckers because trucks drive off the road when the snow comes in or ice comes in. And, Highway to Hell. That's what it's called, Highway to Hell. And these guys, what they do and how they get these trucks out and whatnot, it's incredible. I think it's on the Weather Channel, but I get captivated by that, the engineering of how to fix stupid people. You know.
Someone's got to do it.
I just want to hang with you. I really do. I would like, because now we spend time together every week, right? 4 hours, but I would like to just do like 24 hours in the life of Denny Smith.
Here was my week this week.
Careful what you wish for.
I went out to the grow dome that you think I grow marijuana out there, but I don't.
You do.
And the tank is a 5,000-gallon water tank, and it was half full, and I'm thinking, I just filled this thing. What happened? Well, it turned out that there was a solenoid on the irrigation system that blew, and so the pump kept short cycling because the heads wouldn't open. It wasn't calling for it, but the valve let it through. So the pump short cycled, burned up the pump. The pump burned through the lining, and so now I've got to replace the lining, do something with this pump, and I still have to call Allen Irrigation to have them
Wait a
come
minute.
out.
Did you dump 5,000 gallons of water around the...
It went someplace. I don't know where it went. It didn't dump. It just oozed out.
Janie!
So anyway,
Are you in the basement?
I had 3 different pumps. I had to pump out the rest of it. I got to change the liner. Oh, you remember that nice young man that did the rubbish removal that we interviewed when we were up at Grand Park?
That's right, yes.
I called him. I said, Mike Bob is his name. I said, Mike
Bob?
I said, I need some help getting this liner out of a tank. Can you help me with that? Oh, sure. He says, I'll be on spring break. Remember, he's a high school kid. He says, I'll be on spring break next week. I'll be there Monday morning at 8 o'clock.
Oh, that's awesome.
So he's coming by to help me get it out of there, and so then I got to rebuild the tank because
I must have been gone that week.
Yeah, you were gone. Denny, tell him real quick about this high school kid's business.
This high school kid just bought a pickup truck. He's an entrepreneur, and he started hauling trash. It's called MR Junk Removal. I think it's MR Junk Removal. And we interviewed him, and he's just a go-getter. He goes by word of mouth. He's got a little bit of a social media presence. But he gave me a very reasonable price. He says, I'll bring a guy. He says, between the 3 of us, we can get it out of there.
And he's made a lot of money.
Yes, he did.
I can't remember what he said.
But he just does junk removal, and he's got an account at the, he pays for it when he goes to the dump and everything. But what a good kid.
Where did he go to school?
Noblesville.
Nice.
Noblesville.
I love stories like that.
You know, there are still the entrepreneurs. I got a lot of faith in Allison's generation, Kylan's generation, and certainly Mike Bob's generation. They're the entrepreneurs that are going to get us through some of this nonsense as we go through everything. But I was encouraged by him.
You know what? I saw a report. I think it was like maybe 60% of a certain age group have what we used to call a part-time job. Now it's called a side hustle, Denny.
Is that what it's called? A side hustle?
Yeah, it is.
The people have taken, second jobs and stuff, sometimes just to make ends meet.
Uh-huh.
But sometimes, if you want to, if you have student debt or something like that, and you want to knock it out.
That's what I'm
doing.
doing.
Speaking of student debt,
take a second job.
I interviewed Jeff Wheeler from the IBEW yesterday for Terry Stacy's the first day. They pay 100% of the tuition of apprentices. It's a 4 or 5 year. In fact, your son-in-law
My
is in
son-in-law,
that.
Davis,
100% free
3
education. You come out with no student loan debt or everything. And we were juxtaposing that. Did you see how much 1 year's worth of tuition is at an Ivy League school this coming year?
Oh, trust me, I know.
$90,000.
Well, that's an Ivy League too.
But that's crazy.
Still,
Do you have student debt?
Oh, land. Yeah.
Do you really? You know what, Denny? Take care of that.
All right, I'll do my best.
No,
but anyway,
I would never
think about $90,000. That's more than my first house and second house combined with my first 3 cars in life. That's all of I could do all that with $90,000.
What'd you pay for your first house?
$17,000.
Mine was $24,500. $24,500.
Allison, here's the thing: when we got that first mortgage payment, I looked at Jane. I said, "Baby, I got to work every bit of overtime I can because this is $93, hon. What are we going to do? $93.
Mine was like
gosh, that's unreal.
200 and something.
Jane was thank God Jane was teaching
I was only 18.
I was a plumber, man. I was working as an accountant and a plumber. I was running all emergency service, and we were struggling to make a $93 house payment.
You know the funniest thing? My mom. So I had a renter. So I was 18.
You were a landlord?
I was a landlord.
Oh, golly.
And it was Karen Carlson, which I didn't know at the time. It was Karen Howard was her married name. And I didn't know that she was a friend of Dave Wilson's because I didn't know Dave Wilson, obviously. I was 18. And but anyway, so she was this 20-something attractive woman. And my mom was always so afraid that she was going to try to take advantage of me, using her beauty to skip out on the rent.
And what's the problem with that?
I don't know.
That's a teenage boy's dream. You were 18 years old when you bought that house. How old were you when you bought it?
That is
18.
hilarious. Oh,
Dude,
my
when
God.
When you and Beth got married, were you 21 yet?
Just 21.
Just 21.
Turned 21 in August, and we got married on September 11th. Someone goes, why would you get married on 911? And I said, because 911 wasn't a thing then.
Yeah.
To get the fire department, you called 356 something, something, something.
That's funny.
Everyone had a sticker on their phone.
We really did. And
One
it was
for the
a
Marion County Sheriff.
It was rotary
One
dial.
for Washington Township
That's
Fire
right.
Department.
I asked somebody, have you ever seen the phone hanging on the wall? Did you have a wall phone calling
Oh, yeah.
growing up? And they go, what? I said, a wall phone. A rotary dial wall phone with a really long cord.
Oh,
so you
the
can
really
get away,
long
So you can get
cord.
away from your mom and dad when you're talking to
Yeah.
your girlfriend. Oh, golly.
And then there was always, you'd leave the phone off upstairs. Well, then you wouldn't get the dial tone again. Someone's always screaming, hang up the phone! Oh, boy, the old guys are here.
And then Mama got in the back room, she got one of those little princess phones.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing about it was it lit up. It had a night light. So Dad could get up in the middle of the night to go pee, and he knew. I still thought that Indiana Bell did not know what they had done for the males in this world. They gave him a night light.
And do you remember, I will tell you a quick story. I know we got a break. So years and years. So this was in the late 90s after they have deregulated the phone company and you could just go buy your own phone. So we were an AT&T drop-off for phones.
Oh, boy.
And then we had phones if somebody. So we used to rent a phone, right? You had a little charge. And Denny, the amount of people that still were paying on these small Bell phones. And a lot of times it was the older person then had passed away.
Sure.
And it was the kids bringing back. It's like, my mom still had this phone. Can we, and we would check them in for them.
Wow.
Joe Piggott,
crazy
from the old news.
They were rotaries.
We'll tell the story about Joe Piggott. We need to go to break.
All right, coming right back. Our number, still would like to hear what's going on in your neighborhood with the storms. 239-9393. That's 239-9393.
Kendall and Casey.
Tom Brady, his 10-year-old daughter hijacked his Instagram account. She started posting pictures of their new cat. Tom finally got his phone back and came out and said, yes, I'm now a cat dad.
Do you remember when things that people were interested in actually used to be things that were worthy of being interested in?
It's also kind of frightening that his 10-year-old got into his account.
Kendall and Casey, weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Sullivan Hardware and Garden and Allisonville Home and Garden by Sullivan in Fishers. Well, we are getting fired up April 1st. It is April 1st. That sounds like spring.
We've got snow shovels. We've got ice melt. We've got everything for you.
We got some pansies. We got beautiful pansies. So if you're getting in the mood, and I tell you what, the last couple of days, people are really starting to come in. Great time to look at nursery stock. Both Keystone and Allisonville have trees, shrubs, and we can install them for you as well. So we can set that up for you. We also have services. We run them out of Allisonville. If you'd like to have one of our experts come out to your place and either just give you advice and do a little sketch of some different things on a napkin, or they can do a full-blown plan. So Jacques and Toby up at Allisonville can help you in that matter. Patio furniture. We've got some hot buy sets that we just put out, and we've held over the extra 10% from our spring open house when it was 20 degrees outside.
What do you recommend for heavy winds, the cast aluminum or the Berlin Gardens? Which is better for the heavy winds?
Our patio furniture doesn't match anymore. It did yesterday. The Berlin Garden would be the
Berlin
heaviest.
guard would be the
Yes.
heaviest. Okay.
Listen, I have some wicker, but we don't have. I just need cushions. It just came into the backyard last night.
Oh my God.
All right, so extra 10% off the sale prices. All right, stop in, won't you? And don't forget, brunch at Maggie's and Sully's Grill opens at 11? 10. 10. 11? 11. We're going to say 11.
Definitely open at 11.
Yeah. I know it's 10 on Sunday. All right, stop by Sullivan Hardware and Garden, won't you? At 71st and Keystone.
49th and Penn.
Don't forget Rich and Cicero.
Allisonville Home and Garden by Sullivan and Fishers and SullivanHardware.com.
Hey, it's Big Joe for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Drains. Co-owner Beth Rovazini says waiting to install a new furnace or air conditioner is a more expensive option.
If you're thinking about a replacement, replace now. Last year we had 3 price increases. We've already gotten the first one for this year. Nothing is going down in price, whether it's at the grocery store or it's your heating and air. Everything is going up.
Just go to B+W.com for B&W, your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Gutter Helmet. Spring is here, and I know sometimes people are still putting screens on your gutter. And sometimes the holes in the mesh are too big, so debris gets in. Then you still end up cleaning your gutters. And then if they're some of the solid ones, depending, the design, they're too small. The debris sits on top. Then you're having to clean the screens. So I actually have Gutter Helmet on my home. Love it. No holes, slots, or screens. It keeps the debris out and the water in. Since 1981, Gutter Helmet has been America's #1 choice for gutter protection. And right now, Gutter Helmet is offering a 17% discount plus 12 months no interest financing if paid within the 12 months. So give Gutter Helmet a call, 800-5HELMET. Hopefully the gutters are still in the house. 800-5HELMET to schedule a free estimate. 17% off is good this entire month. There are a few restrictions that apply and cannot be combined with other offers. Call Gutter Helmet at 800-5HELMET, gutterhelmetindy.com, and never clean your gutters again.
Don't want the worry of maintaining your furnace and air conditioner? Join B&W's Premier Club.
Just go to B+W.com. B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Drains is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hey, good morning. Welcome. Hope everything's going on okay in your day. Hopefully not too much damage in your area. I know there's a lot of damage throughout central Indiana. I know there's a lot of people in the dark right now. So good news is the weather is turning after today. I know we have a cold morning tomorrow morning, but then it's going to warm up on Sunday and then continue. Looks like finally a stretch of some nice weather. So, Denny, am I going to take calls? Is Cheryl going to be on next?
Top of the hour.
Top of the hour, right?
We're taking some guests at the top of the hour. But
okay, great. I just want to make sure that I got Thomas on the line with us. Hey, Thomas.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment. I was coming up, my grandfather and father used to say, march in like a lion and out like a lamb. And I was saying that I'm 65, I'll be 66 this year. And I was saying that to some people, and they looked at me like they'd never heard that before. And I was like, well, we going out like a lion for sure.
Oh, boy.
Because this is the year going out like a lion. I just wanted to make that comment.
That's right.
That's all. You guys
it is
have
funny,
a great
those
day.
the old things like that. A lot of people, especially older,
What did you say about April? Remember April?
April is
April flowers. April showers bring May flowers.
There you go, Thomas. You nailed it.
Right.
You nailed
but
it.
things like, I always say to the kids, low-hanging fruit, and they look at me like, low-hanging fruit? What the hell does that mean?
Yeah.
I don't see any fruit here. Thanks, Thomas.
Sure.
Appreciate it. 239-9393. I was thinking also about the children, and I was talking about my renter when I was a kid. Tay. What are they doing? Denny and Kylan have a little.
They have
their own language.
We're actually talking crap about you.
Tay. So anyway, they had my renter. They had a 2-year-old child.
Mm-hmm.
when I was.
Now,
18.
is this the good-looking one that your mother was afraid was going to seduce you?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the rent money. But anyways, later on, he worked in the hardware store. And one of my favorite stories, and this is my story that ties into a serious thing about teenagers, late teens. You're 18 and you're allowed to have a gun and all of the stuff that we're all experiencing right now. So this kid, it was right after Halloween, and we had not done. Oh, right, I'm going to put pumpkins in with pansies and ice melt because sometimes, when you get stuck with them. But anyway, so we got stuck with pumpkins. So I told Ryan, I said, "Hey, get rid of the pumpkins. When you see it, you just want to get rid of it." So he goes, "What do you want me to do with them?" I said, "Why don't you throw them over the fence out on Keystone Avenue?" And I walked away because I was in my 20s. As God as my witness. I come back and there's two teenagers hucking pumpkins.
There's nobody that stupid.
Yeah.
You need to raise your standards. Now, did you interview this boy before you hired him?
I want to tell you about this young man. So they're throwing, and I'm like.
They're throwing pumpkins into Keystone.
Right. This young man named Ryan Howard, who is the son of comedian Karen, that's his name, but I forget Karen Carlson.
Okay.
He became a soy engineer and developed soy jello for cancer patients. Was featured on Paul Harvey, one of Paul Harvey's Rest of the Story.
He can still be a
genius.
You can still be dumber than a bag of hammers if you're chucking pumpkins over a fence onto a highway.
About some of the things that we've given to teenagers. It's like it's a real thing. Their brains are not developed exactly right.
Yeah,
I've said that about you for years, and you're in your 60s now.
I know it.
I know.
He's a late bloomer.
My frontal lobe isn't closed yet, as they say. All right, who's coming up next hour, Dan?
We got Cheryl Smith from the St. Margaret's Guild going to bring us up to speed on the show home. It's coming up for Mother's Day weekend, and I think we open on the 29th of April.
I saw one of the sofas, about on 38th Street. It seemed like it blew down there. But the fabric was fabulous.
Really?
It looks like, I really like where they're going.
My worst nightmare is dealing with 28 home designers and decorators. I couldn't do it.
No.
I couldn't do it.
All right, we'll also be talking about the storm. We want to know what's going on in your area and if any help that you need. Our number 239-9393. Hour number 2 is coming up right here on 93 WIBC.
This hour is powered by Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling, your American Standard air dealer in Johnson County.
Terry Stacy here. At Easter, we gather with family to celebrate the traditions that comfort us. Make honey-baked ham part of your holiday meal tradition. Always slow-smoked for 24 hours, spiral sliced for easy serving, then fire-glazed right in the store to create that sweet, crunchy finish they're famous for. It's why honey-baked has been the centerpiece of holiday dinners since 1957. Taste the tradition this Easter with 2 Central Indiana locations, West 96th Street and Michigan Road in Indy, or East Greyhound Pass in Carmel.
I'd rather be folding laundry.
This is gonna be fun.
Said no one ever. Also, no one enjoys wasting time in traffic. That's why we love saving you time. Matt Baird Traffic.
Backups are already starting.
On 93 WIBC.
Tune in to WIBC's First Day Show each Sunday, 10 to noon, to hear about good things in Indy. Brought to you by Greg Cooper and Lisa Phillips with Crossroads Collective at Compass Real Estate.
Broadcasting from the Peterman Brothers Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical Studios. This is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis.
More rough weather could be on the way. I'm Pam Huso, Fox News, and the storms could spawn tornadoes.
We have one line of storms that's going to move across parts of the Northeast. We're going to see a pretty nice day across areas of New Jersey and New York. But by this afternoon, once that nice day, that air heats up, we'll see another threat for some pretty significant severe weather, including some tornadoes, especially across parts of New Jersey later this afternoon.
Fox Chief Meteorologist Rick Reichmuth. Yesterday, tornadoes touched down in 8 states. They were especially damaging in Arkansas, where some neighborhoods in Little Rock are wiped out. Statewide, tens of thousands of people are without power.
They're still trying to get a hold of all of the utilities. Lots of utility crews converging on the area this morning at daylight to try and manage that situation. Meanwhile, we understand the National Guard being brought in not only to assist, but also help secure this area. And this is just one of several small communities here across Arkansas, including major parts of Little Rock as well. They're dealing with incredible cleanup and still some search rescue operations this morning.
Fox Weather's Will Nunley in Wynne, Arkansas. The nasty weather is being blamed for at least 10 deaths across the South and the Midwest. On Monday, former President Trump is expected to arrive in New York following his indictment by a grand jury in Manhattan. It's believed he'll spend the night at Trump Tower before surrendering on Tuesday. His lawyer, Joe Tacopina, spoke to Fox's Sean Hannity.
I'm going to be with him. Wherever he decides to go, I'll go. And, of course, with the detail, with the Secret Service detail and the other lawyers. But I don't know where we're going. I don't know if we're coming in front door, back door, through the roof. I mean, I really have no idea.
The Associated Press is reporting the former president is facing at least one felony following an investigation into a hush money payment scheme. America's listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Ben Domenech, Fox News contributor and editor of the Transom.com daily newsletter, and I'm inviting you to join a conversation every week with the smartest thinkers out there about the issues Americans face and where we are going as a nation. This show will feature deep dive interviews with newsmakers and some of your favorite Fox News analysts. I hope you'll join me as we dive into the fray. It's the Ben Domenech Podcast.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you download podcasts.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Some places were hit hard. It's 51 degrees and windy. Slow traffic on I-70 east westbound between State Road 9 and County Road 200 west. I'm Jaden Arnold, and here's what's trending at 10:03. The storms blew through the state, but where did it travel?
Most likely a tornado in the area of Sullivan County, down in the southwest part of central Indiana, that tracked northeastward all the way into Johnson County and possibly up into Shelby County. Intermittently, there was some damage along that path.
Randy Bowers with the National Weather Service says other places in the state were affected by the high winds as well. Winds could be as high as 50 miles per hour this weekend. However, 3 deaths reported in Sullivan County with nearly 200 structures affected. Whiteland was also notably hit harder than other Johnson County locations. A town marshal in Oxford was accused of sending threatening messages to a man from Benton County.
Except he didn't. I'm Donnie Burgess. Zachary Bowers accused Michael Marquez of sending nude photos to Bowers' wife and threats to Bowers himself. State police found out that was a lie. Bowers used a fake Facebook to do it all himself, and that led to an arrest warrant.
On March 30th, 2023, that warrant was filed, and Bowers turned himself in to the Benton County Sheriff's Department.
Sergeant Jeremy Pierce with State Police says Michael Marquez is back on the job in Oxford. Donnie Burgess, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Doors open at 10 a.m. both Saturday and Sunday at the Indiana Artisan Spring Market, which is the state fairgrounds. Rosalind Damari is one of the organizers of the market, and she says there will be about 100 artisans there.
At least 25 will be demonstrating their creative process in their booth, and all the foods and wines will be sampling. One of the reasons this is the best in Indiana is because the designation Indiana Artisan is given by the state.
Now here's the forecast. The American Standard Cooling Weather Center. High of 60 today, low of 36 tonight. The high wind advisories until 6. I'm Jaden Arnold, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
The pothole. Formed in colder months, tiny fissures are born, and in no time at all, they grow into big, gigantic tire killers. That's why you need Matt Baird Traffic.
Watch out on Keystone Avenue.
He'll guide you around these hidden monsters.
Yeah, might as well call it a basement.
And on to safer ground.
You don't want to be in the far left lane.
Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC.
Hey, it's Big Joe for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Drains. Co-owner Beth Rovazini reminds us why changing your filters regularly saves you money.
Your filter is like the lint trap on your dryer. If that is full because you just did towels, your jeans are never going to get dry. Clean that out. The more airflow that can go through there, the better. When you're restricting that airflow, everything has to work harder.
Just go to bplusw.com if you need help with this or have any issues. B&W is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, some folks say that grown-up men are still just little boys, that really the only difference is the price of our toys. We go for macho symbols like guns and running shoes, pickup trucks, hunting ducks, and power tools, power tools.
Hey, good morning. Welcome back. Hour number 2 of Saturday's Home and Garden program, brought to you by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. That number is 844-FIX-INDY. That's 844-FIX-INDY. Obviously, with the storms that came through last night, there's a lot of damage in central Indiana. Not so much. I haven't heard too much in Marion County, although AES was showing about 4,400 homes without power. Duke Energy was showing close to 25,000.
23.5 last I looked.
Okay. All right. So,
but there'll be people waking up, calling in. They didn't know they didn't have power, you know.
That's how I am.
That's how you are?
Well, what's wrong with the TV? And today's April Fool's Day, of all things. So last year, my family... So I just got a text. They're trying to think, hey, we got to come up with a good April Fool's thing. Last year, they announced my retirement.
That was hilarious.
It was not funny.
I got my hopes up.
I had so many people calling with heartfelt thoughts and stuff.
It's sort of like a eulogy in advance.
People from the industry.
He was
and
such
stuff.
a nice guy.
Yeah. Beth said that Weight Watchers put out a good one that they're selling snack food smelling perfume. Danny, tell us who our guests are. We have Cheryl and Barbara.
Cheryl and Bronwyn?
Barbara.
Bronwyn. There we go. We'll get it down. St. Margaret's Hospital Guild Decorator Show House is coming up. It starts on, Cheryl, you'll have to help me. It's April 29th.
And you guys are going to be there with us.
Oh, absolutely.
So excited.
It really will be. But there's a lot going on. I mean, we're in the final countdown right now.
Final countdown. The house is looking amazing.
I think my worst nightmare would be to deal with 28 stressed out home decorators. I mean, you know,
They are cool as cucumbers.
Oh, get out of here.
They are professional. They have their work done. No, the house is looking really, really, really sharp. And I think more than ever this year, they've collaborated. So, so many rooms just blend right into the next. It's a great house.
Now, you were bragging on this house. First of all, it's easy to remember. 57 East 57th Street, the Fraley House. So, what's news? Tell us what you like and what you don't like.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I love everything.
You're a woman. You like everything. You're in marketing.
What does that mean?
She's in marketing. She wants everything. All right.
So one of the stories I heard this week, which I think is just super cool. So Sassy Green Interiors, they are responsible for the welcome portico at the house. And in the welcome portico, you're going to see a piece that they collaborated with Margarita Lenarduzzi. They were in Venice.
Wait a minute. One more time. Go a little bit slower. There's still a lot of syllables there.
Okay. First of all, most of our listeners are wondering what the hell is a welcoming portico?
Yeah, welcome portico.
We call that the front porch at my house. What do you got?
What exactly is that?
Pat, I'm so glad you asked. I was hoping you would, because the Faley House has this great green arbor that you walk through as you're opening the front door.
What do they do in the wintertime? An arbor's great. 3 seasons.
It still looks good now.
Okay.
It really does. I was just there last week.
What's growing on it? Like wisteria or something?
I need your help. I'm going to have you.
We'll say wisteria.
Yeah, I think it's wisteria. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so you got this dynamic portico that you're bragging about.
And the portico is what you walk through. It's the vestibule that leads from the front porch into the reception hall and
So it's the mudroom.
No,
it's not the mudroom. All right.
So
It's a beautiful little space where you think about where you would leave your umbrella and your boots.
Okay, so
the entryway.
First of all, you're
call that
going
the car.
under the arbor.
Yes.
Into the welcome portico. Then into the entrance.
The reception.
Stairway,
hall and stairway.
How many rooms does this house have?
It has a lot. And it's pretty cool to see.
All right, so the whole idea is to gather up your mom and take your mom here to see this house. 57 East 57th Street. How much is it? Well, before we scare them to death, and it's all going to the Eskenazi folks.
100% of the proceeds go to benefit Eskenazi, and it's $30. And you can grab, actually, Denny, it's a good idea now. You can grab a couple friends. We have some bundle deals that you can get a little bit of a discount on the service fees. If you want to walk up that day, April 30th, and say, you know what, I think I want to see the house. It's $35 at the door. So
that's what I would recommend.
Yeah, you give them more money.
Yeah.
That's probably right. Now, Pat came up with a great idea about walk-in mental health.
Let's talk about the house. We don't have to talk about that.
No, I want to talk about that just for a little bit, because the beneficiary of all this hard work by the ladies for a whole year and these decorators is the Eskenazi mental health place. So give us a little bit of an idea where this money's going.
So the Sandra Eskenazi Mental Health Center is just one of Indiana's finest community mental health centers. And we all know that there's a mental health crisis. They're really, what our funds are doing are training more mental health counselors. That's what, and we always work with Eskenazi every year and say, what is your greatest need? How can we help the most? We work hard to raise the funds, and then they assign it to that. And that's what they told us now. They need more mental health counselors than ever.
No kidding. And we need to have a resort to send the mental health counselors to, because that is a job, because I would think that the turnover in that, I mean, it would be stressful.
I think it would be. It's like the suicide prevention thing. My brother-in-law worked that, and that's a hard gig.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a hard gig. All right, so the show starts on the 29th at what time?
The doors open every day.
Now, which door? Is it the portico door? Or
the garage door?
They don't receive guests to the garage door. You're going to want to go through the welcome portico.
You told me that's where our broadcast was going to be, was in the garage.
It's only special people that are in the garage.
Yeah.
We're the hired help, Pat. We clean the cars, driving Miss Daisy, that's our job, Okay.
So you can also see, if you want to do a little shopping, we've got the Maggie's Hoosier Marketplace, which is all local businesses that we've gathered together. And
got the lemon bars again?
I think there might be some Maggie bars,
Are you going to have the artist
I don't know. We're
Maggie bars.
On that.
I said lemon bar.
That's okay.
Are you going to have the artist in residence doing pictures while the whole show is going on? That was pretty cool.
We're going to have a few plein air artists. That was a lot of fun.
What did we call them?
Plein air artists.
Plein air.
Plein air.
We use that.
I got to hang
HVAC.
with you guys more. I think
I know.
Anytime.
Pick up some new.
Isn't plein air in that where we return
That's
the foul
plenum.
air?
That's the plenum.
Yeah, plenum air.
Yeah,
we're going to have flowers there, too. Now, you always go to Sullivan's for your flowers, but we got some flowers.
I'm told there were 3 different gardens or 3 different landscape areas. Yep. 3 different architects doing that, too.
We're so thankful. Honestly, we really want to thank, too. Like, these designers and landscape designers, they donate so much time and talent and materials for this. We're very fortunate to have them. And the pool, you guys need to bring your suits and your floaties.
Good idea.
The pool is done.
Oh.
I expect you to wear a top, because I'm not going to look at your hairy back. Okay? I'm not going to do it, Pat. Okay?
I'll bring my swimmies.
You're swimming on your arms?
Yep.
I'm going to be waiting for that. Now, if you want to get in shape for the pool, you can do the run on the 15th. Dash by the
talk
Pass.
about the run. This is going by all the old houses, which sort of sounds cool.
And Meridian Street will be closed. I don't know when they close Meridian Street ever. So it's really close, so you can run down Meridian Street.
Is it closed for the race?
For the race, yeah.
You guys must be big time to close a state highway and Meridian Street.
We just,
We know people.
Well, we're excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. All the proceeds from that go back to help Eskenazi as well.
All right, so basically opening at 10 every day, goes to 3 p.m. Tuesdays through Fridays. On Mother's Day, it's open to 5:30. Sundays, it's open from 10 to 3. There should be some time for you to pick up your mom or somebody you really want to
Cheryl is a segue machine. I would throw another one out there. See how she seamlessly took the...
She is a marketing genius.
She's a marketing...
Well, this Dash by the Past.
Connect something else. What goes on?
Tell them what it is. That's a 5K and a 1 mile, too?
It is. is. So you don't have to, like, it's not a marathon run. You're not going to have to run all day. You know, it's going to start at 9, be done at 10. You can do the 1 mile.
Do you have a SAG
walk.
bus?
No,
to
there's
pick up the slow movers?
there's actually a golf cart division.
Yeah. My husband, Daryl Dwayne, however we want to name him, Bronwyn calls him Dime. He'll be driving the golf cart to pick people up.
That sounds good. All right, so statistically, this St. Margaret's Guild was founded in 1907, Pat.
Wow.
This is their 62nd show home. 100% volunteer organization, and really, there's no mean girls. Well, what I noticed is that everybody really is nice. You all seem to get along, and they're committed to this health and well-being in Central Indiana, hence the relationship they have with Eskenazi. So, Cheryl, thanks for coming in.
Looking
Bronwyn,
forward to it.
Good to have
It's always a highlight. It's almost like a kind of part of spring, the show home.
You know? I'm glad you mentioned that because it really is. Everybody looks forward to it. I think we're one of the country's longest running show houses, if not the longest. So we're thankful for the community for supporting us and thankful that we can help give back to Eskenazi. So
it's just that you guys get such cool. Now, is this family moving back into the home?
They are.
Because I know occasionally they're for sale.
Yeah, the families moved back into this one, and this is another neat little feature too because they have a great office space off of the kitchen, and the family has some kids still at home as well. So in their office, they put a refrigerated drawer and a freezer drawer. So if you get caught on a Zoom and you can't get back into the kitchen, or all the kids are there and you're in a business meeting, you just pull out your office drawer. You probably have one right here, Denny. I don't know.
I work with Pat.
I've been in a few meetings where I'd like to whip out a beer.
I've been in the meetings where I just have to go to the bathroom. They can be pretty long.
I am such an anti. I know the Zoom thing. I'm such an anti. Like people always say, "Hey, do you have time to jump on a Zoom call?" And I'm always like, "Hey, why don't you just call me?"
Yeah,
just call me on the phone.
I agree with you. Zoom.
Do they have a music room? Do they have a piano?
I don't think there's a piano. They have a lot of period lighting, though. So another thing that I think is really cool, this home's almost 100 years old. So you're going to see features that were original to the house.
Oh, my.
But then you're also going to see things like the freezer drawer, which is the best of technology right now.
Mm-hmm.
So is it okay if Pat brings a saxophone to play?
I think that would be perfect because I don't know that we have any music planned.
You know what?
I
can make that portico rock.
He can play the saxophone with one hand and hit the cowbell with his other. He's just really a musician.
Are you doing the recorder then, or is that
banjo
at best? Well, thank you for joining us,
We're looking forward
Smith.
to it.
And Bronwyn Smith is in here, but
Barb,
just tell all the ladies.
Barb, tell the kids we said hey.
Sure will.
Barb, did you rename her?
You know what? I'm sorry. You come in here with a name we can't pronounce, you will get renamed.
I was trying
Okay, wait a minute. Let's hear it from. Go ahead one more time. Say what your name is.
My name is Bronwyn Smith.
Bronwyn.
Bronwyn.
Okay,
yes.
Barbara.
Yeah.
That's exactly why. You can't come in.
And you said it was
can't
Welsh?
march in here with a name like that.
Yeah, it is Welsh.
It's almost Irish, Pat, as well.
Welsh, Irish, same thing.
Now I'm more interested.
I thought she would be. And I won the daughter-in-law lottery. She's the best. She's amazing.
Excellent.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us. Always fun.
Tell Dwayne my cousin Dwayne, I said, hey.
He is excited.
Oh, now I remember. You said that was your cousin Dwayne.
Yes, and we thought for months it was really your
cousin.
He was the slow one in the family, and so we were really delighted when he married Cheryl, So, well.
Oh, so bad. Did we talk about your website one more time before we let you go?
Showhouseindy.org. Yes, you can buy tickets. Also, you guys, an event coming up. If you want to be the very first to see the house, you should get tickets for an evening with the designers.
Oh, really?
That's cool.
Is coming up super soon. You'll be the first one to see. It's on the 19th, and it's from 6 to 9. And I think you guys would be interested in this. The designers are going to be in their spaces. So if you want to ask, what was your inspiration?
Okay, so can you hire if you're talking to him, you really like him, you say, can you sort of proposition him? I mean, for work?
Oh, this is great. That's a great way to do it. Hey, Sarah.
No.
What do you think you can do with my living room?
Yeah,
exactly.
And
what
then
then
you whip out your cash roll.
So if you see that blue range that's in the kitchen, that La Cornue range, you're going to want to. It is amazing. It's an amazing oven. But if you think, gosh,
so
I don't
now
know
wait
how
a
they
minute. You brought up the Italians, and now you're bringing up the French. Is there anything American in this house?
There's a lot American. There's an international flair, but there's a lot American. But yeah, the designer's right there, so you can say, why were you thinking, a blue range? Like, this must be important.
Okay, so thank you for that, because I'll get that call. Let's see, this is 2023, so if I'm still doing the show, about 2040, someone will be calling. We got a blue range. Is there any way that we can take epoxy paint and paint that? So I appreciate the call. I'll be getting in 17 years.
We're 6 minutes past the break. You got to go, Cheryl. Bronwyn,
See you, Cheryl.
You too.
Barb, go get the kids. 239-9393. Coming right back with more 93 WIBC.
Thanks so much.
I'd rather be folding laundry.
This is gonna be fun.
Said no one ever. Also, no one enjoys wasting time in traffic. That's why we love saving you time. Matt Baird Traffic.
Backups are already starting.
On 93 WIBC.
Denny Smith here. Spring is here at Sundown Gardens in Westfield, and right now Sundown Gardens has an early bird special. It's 20% off all fertilizer and container trees and shrubs. You take advantage of that. Sundown has a 4-step program, and they also have a 6-step lawn care program in stock. And that great weather is coming, even though we've had some storms and whatnot. Now's a great time to start planning those applications. Sundown Gardens in Westfield has a great big announcement, a second location coming later this spring. Coming soon is Miss M's Home and Garden by Sundown Gardens, and they're coming to JMV's neck of the woods down in Bargersville, right off the east side of State Road 135. Whole team's truly excited about the Bargersville location that's coming soon. For now, visit Sundown Gardens at 186th Street and Spring Mill Road. Take advantage of that early bird special. Remember, it's 20% off all fertilizer and container trees and shrubs. And be sure and ask about their loyalty program. SundownGardens.com. Remember, it's SundownGardens.com.
Hey, it's Big Joe, and I'm in Franklin, Indiana today visiting with Eric Marshall. He's the owner of Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling, and as we're getting ready to record a spot here, a text message just came through from your customer service rep with a review of one of your technicians. What did it say?
It said this technician was the most polite, professional, personable, and picky technician he had ever worked with. He wanted to give him a 10-star review, but unfortunately Google only goes up to 5.
That's amazing. We're going to sit here and talk about how great Marshall Mechanical is, getting those tune-ups taken care of, making sure that you've got financing to take care of people, you've got the equipment with the American Standard brand, but really everything comes down to the technician that can install it correctly. How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel extremely proud. We work really hard on our customer service. Just as important as knowing what component it is to change, we want you to know you've called the right company.
Well, sometimes the ads just write themselves. Put Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling to work for you at callthemarshallnow.com. Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
After nights like last night, you're probably asking yourself, do I really need to fix that crawl space and foundation issue? Look, I get it. You've got a lot going on with work. The kids are back in school. You're running them to practices and games. It's a busy time of the year. Plus, the spring and summer seasons are just around the corner, so you might be thinking that crack in the wall or leak in the basement floor can wait, right? Go downstairs and look right now. No, it can't wait. You and your family's safety are really, really important, and you need to fix those problems now. Even if they seem small, the longer you wait, the more chance you're going to have it grow into a bigger and bigger problem. Indiana Foundation Service understands the complexities of basement, foundation, and crawl space problems. They also know the importance of protecting your home from the ground up and will install a permanent solution that'll give you peace of mind as well as protect you, your family, and your home. So if you have cracks in your walls, you have bowing basement walls, sagging floors, musty smells, mold, standing water, reach out to the experts at Indiana Foundation Service today. The root of the problem is usually a vented dirt crawl space that's muddy and mucky or an unconditioned basement. The best way to fix these issues is with quality waterproofing systems, crawl space encapsulation, and dehumidification. So don't wait for that small problem to turn into a big headache. You go to indianafoundation.com and schedule a free, no-obligation inspection repair estimate. Remember, it's indianafoundation.com.
Tune in to WIBC's First Day Show each Sunday, 10 to noon, to hear about good things in Indy. Brought to you by Greg Cooper and Lisa Phillips with Crossroads Collective at Compass Real Estate.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for the Michaelis Corporation, available to you 24/7, 365, and I would guess they'll be extremely busy today with the storms that came through last night. So if you find yourself in need, give them a call, and they'll do what they can. I know there's going to be a lot of you. 844-FIX-INDY is the number. 844-FIX-INDY. But again, they're there 24/7, 365. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
Hey, this is Denny Smith. You know, if you've heard the saying, if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you always got. You've heard that old saying, but I'm sure you rarely think it applies to you. Well, how about this one? You can change your life in 20 minutes a week. Yeah, you really can, and that's the one I like. And I'm talking about Exercise Inc., the 20-minute-a-week workout that has absolutely changed hundreds and hundreds of lives right here in central Indiana, including me. Each week I go in, I do 5, sometimes 6 specific exercises, one at a time, to focus on a specific muscle group. It is a slow cadence. Instead of just banging the weights out and back in, no, it's real slow. 10 seconds out and 10 seconds back in. And it really does exhaust a muscle. And when you do that, it grows back so much stronger. The next time you come in, your personal trainer adds just a little bit of weight more. Maybe it's a pound, or maybe he wants you to go just a little bit longer. And that's what makes you stronger and stronger, leaner and leaner. Change your life in 20 minutes a week, you bet. And it's just not a matter of continuing what you've always done. You got to get the mindset that you want to be stronger and healthier and have more energy. Exercise Inc. is in Avon, Brownsburg, Zionsville, and Greenwood. Construction has now begun for the Fisher Studio. You give them a call to arrange a free visit. 317-750-2219 or exerciseinc.com. Well, our thanks to Cheryl Smith and Bronwyn Smith, who have stepped in to bring us up to date on the St. Margaret's Hospital Guild's Decorator Show House and Gardens. Remember, it is April 29th. Pat, that's just around the corner. I mean, we're really getting close to that. Mother's Day.
It's like a month.
I know. Mother's Day's coming too, buddy. It'll be here in no time.
Denny is...
You're back up. You're back up there, girl.
Denny is jacked up about this house.
Yes,
I am.
I mean, how many times have you had him in, Denny?
Well, I promised him that I'd get him in.
Well,
this is the third time.
The third time. 2 today.
Yeah.
No, Cheryl came in with Bronwyn, but
So
then she
I thought
came
they're
in.
coming back in the 12 o'clock hour.
No. Are you getting me in trouble?
No.
This is a
No.
community service because
It
this
is.
takes care of mental health at the
Absolutely,
Eskenazi
it's
Center.
100%.
And it
I've
is-
just never seen you just get so passionate about
Well, Cheryl's
this.
my cousin. I don't get a chance to see her except at the family reunion, so, you know.
Disclaimer, it is not actually Denny's cousin.
You're right. Dwayne's my cousin, her husband.
Is really truly your cousin?
No.
He was the slow one in the family, yeah.
Denny,
And-
that's not appropriate to say.
It is when you talk to Daryl. Oh, sorry, Dwayne. We called him Dwayne.
Man,
He knows
I hope
what
at
I'm
home
saying.
You're booing. I hope right now you're looking at the radio and going and booing.
All right. Hey, Terry Lynn, we saw you on television this morning on WISH TV.
You know what? I told him I'm not coming back.
You look
TV
so
superstar.
good.
on
The
TV.
live things. Thank you, Patty Spittler, Barney Woods, and everybody that takes such good care of me because I know nothing about television.
Your makeup looks great this morning.
Thank you. That's so sweet.
You know what you should always do? On
You know what?
TV.
I'm taking collagen, Jennifer Aniston's collagen, hoping to look like her within 10 days.
Oh.
Let me know how that goes.
I will.
I've been trying to get enrolled for years.
I'll tell you what, the hair's not
Do you
growing
want-
on my chin anymore.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you want
Step
Brad Pitt?
one.
Do you want Brad Pitt's phone number? You're talking about that, Jennifer Aniston?
That one that we all feel so sorry for about the whole Brad Pitt situation. Let's let that go.
Yeah.
I think she's over it.
I don't feel sorry for her.
I think the country's not, and that's weird.
She's getting $1 bajillion for being a B-rated actress and a good-looking woman.
Jenny Smith.
I don't think she's that great of an
Oh,
actress.
she's such
you're
a
just
good
saying-
actress. She
you're-
is a princess.
You're just saying that because she's a woman.
No, she turned me down for the prom.
Oh, look at what a beautiful day it turned out to be. I mean,
I know.
sky-wise,
That's a
and
great
it's always
pivot.
there's always, a blue sky after a storm. Although it's not really blue, is it?
Is it really windy out there?
It's sort of
Or is it
gray.
windy?
Terrible windy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Moves my car windy.
Yeah.
Ugh, I hate that.
I do too. It's bad. It is really bad out there. And let me tell you, I'm sure thinking about all of you.
Oh,
I
my
really
gosh.
am. I truly am. My family, as you are in Morgan County. Are you in Morgan? You're in
I do.
Morgan.
Uh-huh.
Morgan County.
But
And,
Terry, it was Boone
Martinsville.
County, Clinton County,
I know, but
Howard
I can only
County,
speak for
Madison.
my family at the moment, and
Yeah.
and they lost all their trees and
Oh no!
and a barn and I mean just I think their road is closed
And
because
Terry,
of
where
the
are they?
devastation. They're in Martinsville.
Okay.
And
I
the-
know you heard from somebody this morning
Yes.
earlier.
Yeah. They said
That was
Martinsville
Jeff
was
that-
a
Yeah,
Yes.
Martinsville got hit pretty bad.
Said the church they lost the steeple and the roof.
Yeah.
Well, did they have
Robbing cattle.
animals? Were the animals okay?
Well, there's these beautiful cows that are behind them. They have quite a few acres, and then there's a beautiful, and it's all wooded. It truly was. And these beautiful kind of cows. I don't know what kind they are, but they've got the ring around their belly.
Yeah. Those are.
Is it the ring around the belly cow?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ring around the rosy.
Yep.
That are just gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh,
And,
Charolais. Are they
is it-
Charolais?
Oh, I bet they are.
Okay.
And anyways, they're
and so we don't
they're
know
in
what
their,
happened to the cows.
But the cows might be in the new barn they have.
It was one of the maybe.
that came over from your sister's house.
There are so many shingles flying across the road, even in Indianapolis. Shingles and everything are flying today across the road. A lot of debris as you drive around. So, and a lot of traffic lights are out too, guys.
Right.
And four-way stops.
Four-way stops.
Right. So just
if
be
the
careful
lights
while
out,
you're
it's
out
a
there.
Sometimes those are on the major roads where you have, 2 or 3 lanes, and then you have a turn lane. That four-way stop thing can get really confusing.
Yeah, the people from Carmel are calling in. If the light's out on the roundabout, just do what you always do.
Is there lights around the roundabout?
No, Terry, there's not. That's the joke.
Well, I don't get to Hamilton County often. Not often.
They don't got
because I
roundabouts
get
where we're
really
from.
lost
Yeah.
and confused often because let's not talk about that. Anyway, it's good to see you guys.
It's really sad. I'm just sorry for the loss of life. I know in Sullivan County, a couple of people, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Is it 3
It was 3.
confirmed? Okay.
It is. I heard this, and I don't know if this is true or not, but the South.
We just lost your mic.
Blow it out.
Yeah, well,
Blew it out.
That's the power of a Hall of Famer.
The South. Thank you, Danny. The South has experienced severe weather outbreaks since Christmas every weekend.
Isn't that something?
It's just something pretty scary. And then that coming through last night, that was one that really scared me. Did you all get down in it, except for Allison, who had to continue to run this morning?
We didn't. We had
The
heavy
fourth
rain,
floor.
Terry, and a lot of wind. But the cutest thing was we have a driveway alarm, and just before a lightning strike, it will send off static electricity.
Yeah.
It fired off the driveway alarm. The dog barked, and then it was the biggest boom and clap of thunder.
Can we just...
And the poor dog thought she'd caused it.
Back up a minute.
Yeah.
You have a driveway alarm?
Yeah, we got
that, but I don't wanna
weird
stop it.
people coming up in the country, and I want to know
Carmel?
when they're coming. Yeah, it gives me time to load the shotgun, Pat.
What is so like
Who
when
are you
someone
shooting at?
someone drives up your driveway, your driveway alarm goes off?
If they drive through the drive through at 2:00 in the morning, I want to know somebody's sneaking up. So I'll go out and turn on the porch light, rack the shotgun, and stand out there and watch them back out.
Everyone, if you're going to Denny's house, drive through the lawn.
No, just call ahead so I know you're coming.
Drive around the alarm.
Just go through the grass.
You know, somebody else who lives out in the country is George Faber, and I bet he has a driveway alarm. I bet he knows who's coming in.
Are we? I didn't realize the clock. I'm sorry, Kylan. Can we talk to George Faber? Hi, George.
Hey, Pat. How you doing?
Do you have a driveway alarm by chance?
No, I'm really not paranoid about stuff like that.
George, you are 6'3" and much bigger than I. But when people come up at my house in the middle of the night, I want them to know that there will be, let me say this, a force to be reckoned with. How's that sound, George?
That sounds pretty good, and I'll make sure I don't come up your driveway.
Just drive through the lawn when you're going up there.
Hey, how do doors and windows hold up when we get winds at 100 miles an hour, brother?
Oh, wow. I hope real well. We haven't had any calls yet that there's been any issues, but, man, it's really been blowing.
Have you ever sold any hurricane windows in up here in Indiana?
We never have.
Never have?
Hurricane. No, but as you know, Pat, they're required down in Florida, and they make a difference. It's all tempered glass. And
yep.
What we do is sometimes around the airport we'll put in our sound control glass, which cuts down dramatically on any noise, from the airplanes or if someone's along an interstate, and pretty awesome. And along with being able to do our architectural design that we have from our platform that we use, we take a picture of the house, and then depending upon windows, colors, grids, someone wants an entry door, we can show them what the entry door would look like on the house. Pretty awesome. And it really helps both the customer as well as us, because the customer gets exactly what, instead of trying to visualize what it's going to look like, they see exactly what the house is going to look like after we're done.
Makes it so much easier. I mean, that technology. How many times did you stand in people's yard and try to explain to them and kind of like, well, it's going to look great. It's like, and now they can see it.
Exactly. It's just like in the landscape business, the same way. When you can physically see exactly what it looks like, it makes a huge difference. And we've got a big promotion going on right now. We've got a sale through Tuesday. We always try to do a home and garden special.
Yeah.
And so through Tuesday, anyone that calls in between now and Tuesday, you don't have to run the appointment. All you have to do is set the appointment. It can be for 2 weeks, whenever. But they'll qualify for our employee discount on all of our products. That's 60% off. It's a dynamite promotion that we do specifically for home and garden, and in recognition of all your great audience. And then along with that, we have 20 months, no interest, no payment.
Wow.
So it's an awesome promotion.
That is great. And you mentioned landscaping. I was thinking of your grandson, who Kyle, who's in who does an incredible job of what's the name of his company? You remember?
It's Wellspring Land
That's
Design,
right.
and does a lot of hardscapes and pergolas in the back of the house where people want a patio with a flagstone, that kind of stuff, or steps. And he really enjoys that.
He really does. And you know what? He's like you. He's like 6'6" or 6'7", something like that. And he's a good-looking kid. And the girls at the store just go gaga over him. I mean, we have women putting in like stone patios that don't need them, just to have Kyle, his partner Kyle, to come over to the house.
Is that why Jane ordered the landscaper?
Yes, that's why you're getting a new patio.
Golly.
So kind of like, you mean the gals at the store, kind of like when I come in as well, or?
No, they actually throw out the a code for a possible shoplifter. All right, George. The number 800
233-0169.
I am going to tattoo that on my arm, my man. I'm telling you right now. All right, George, thanks. Hopefully no damage up your way from the storm, so hopefully everybody's safe.
Or people can go to bwindow.com as well and make that appointment to qualify for that employee pricing.
There you go, 800-233-0169. George, thanks for spending a little time with us. Again, set the appointment, and you'll qualify for 60% off and 20 months, no interest, no payments. Also at bwindow.com.
B-Window. Trust me.
This hour is powered by Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling, your American Standard air dealer in Johnson County.
Hey, it's Big Joe for your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer, B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Drains. Co-owner Beth Rovazini reminds us why changing your filters regularly saves you money.
Your filter is like the lint trap on your dryer. If that is full because you just did towels, your jeans are never going to get dry. Clean that out. The more airflow that can go through there, the better. When you're restricting that airflow, everything has to work harder.
Just go to B+W.com if you need help with this or have any issues. B&W is your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Terry Stacy here. At Easter, we gather with family to celebrate the traditions that comfort us. Make honey baked ham part of your holiday meal tradition. Always slow smoked for 24 hours, spiral sliced for easy serving, then fire glazed right in the store to create that sweet, crunchy finish they're famous for. It's why honey baked has been the centerpiece of holiday dinners since 1957. Taste the tradition this Easter with 2 Central Indiana locations, West 96th Street and Michigan Road in Indy, or East Greyhound Pass in Carmel.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Sullivan Hardware and Garden and Allisonville Home and Garden by Sullivan in Fishers. People ask me often, do you stock patio furniture? Because a lot of times people have a showroom and then they order their furniture. We stock patio furniture. We have a lot of patio furniture. So it is ready to go. The only thing that generally you order would be if somebody wants a custom cushion. And in that case, we'll send out your furniture with a loaner cushion. And then the Berlin Garden Poly, that is made in Berlin, Ohio. We have a lot of it in stock. Matter of fact, we have like 1,200 Adirondack chairs in stock right now. Wow. 1,200.
How many of them blew away last night?
I'm hoping a lot of them because we've got to move some of these. Yeah, our Adirondack chairs don't match anymore. Well, that's because that chair came from down the street.
I found the tag on the back, F lost, returned to Sullivan, 71st and Keystone.
All right, but we have an extra 10% off. So when you go in the store, you just take 10% off the sale price, the preseason sale price. We're extending that from our spring open house when it was 20 degrees. All right. That's what it was. So once again, this weekend, got some weather issues, but check it out. It's going to warm up the next couple of days. We can get that furniture out to you really, really fast. In the nursery, all of our nursery stock is starting to roll in. Allisonville has tons and tons of trees. We also plant. We will plant we can plant them for you. You can just mark the spot. If you need a little help, we can send out one of our designers. Jacques or Toby will come out, do a little consultation with you. If you even want to go, they'll draw a full plan, or they'll just sketch something on a napkin. Whatever you want. All right.
It's a nice napkin.
It is nice. It's actually from our gift shop, and we have a full array of napkins for every and Easter. We have a lot of rabbits right now. A lot of rabbits.
You've got
Keystone
a
and
napkin special? A napkin special?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we just have a lot of everything right now. I was just thinking we have rabbits on one side of the store, and then we have rabbit repellent on the other.
We do it all.
It's really a weird thing.
Well, they obviously went opposite directions.
Stop by Sullivan Hardware and Garden, won't you, at 71st and Keystone.
49th and Penn.
Don't forget Rich up in Cicero, Indiana.
Allisonville Home and Garden by Sullivan and Fishers and SullivanHardware.com.
Where are your life's most important memories stored? In your basement, right? Cracks in your foundation and high humidity could mean water is coming in your basement, eventually causing flooding, and you'll lose all your precious photos and memories. Crossroads Foundation Repair travels all over the region, repairing foundations with the highest quality service. Call now and get a free sump pump with full basement waterproofing system. Read our 5-star reviews at crossroadsfoundationrepair.com and call 844-975-6735.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Swain Co. Adam Swain is running that company that his father started. Kenny Swain started that company before there really was a crawl space company. Before they really realized what goes on in a crawl space doesn't stay there, whether it's the smells, the moisture, all of those things. So now it's really important. It's really important to take care of the crawl space. I would highly recommend encapsulation. That's what I have Swain Co. do to my crawl spaces. They've done the Yellow House. They've done our event center at Keystone. They've done my own house. And it's like they just condition the space like any other part of your house. So they'll put in a drain system if you have a water issue, or they can add insulation. They take I just always describe it as a heavy pool cover, and it completely covers the ground right up the sidewalls, and it is fabulous. So, and if nothing else, have them come out and inspect the crawl space to make sure that there's not raccoons playing poker down there. The number 407-1868. That's 407-1868, 317 area code. And again, just great people. Check them out online at SwainCoLLC.com. Hey, I'm sure sorry if you don't have power or you've got damage at your house or in the neighborhood. We're thinking of you. Wish there was something we could do for you.
Glad you got a portable radio.
When you go down into some of the smaller communities, if you're driving during a spring break especially, and there's a lot of storms that are happening, and you catch those little radio stations within those little towns.
Yeah.
That's fun.
And we've gone through there, oddly enough, a couple of times as we were making that trek to Florida through these little Tennessee towns after storm had occurred. And so they just take calls all morning. What do you need? And somebody would say, listen, I need somebody with a power, a saw to come and help me with some trees out here, and here's my address. And they did that all morning.
Really?
They just took phone calls from people that needed help and had people responding. It was kind of a cool community thing.
Like the swap shop.
Like a swap shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could send Denny out.
Well, that'd be nice.
I always like this Sunday morning swap shop.
Me
shop
too.
you hit. What do you got? And
that was Harry Rinker. That was different.
I'm sorry. Okay, so this was a garage sale thing that I think that Terry did.
Yes.
But it was fun.
On Saturday, with John Gregg.
Yeah, it was fun.
239-9393. Alice joins us on the program. Hi, Alice. Sorry it took so long, but I'm glad you held on.
Good morning. I want to thank you for bringing some laughter into the world.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you.
It's needed this time of year. So I have a privacy fence that fell down this week from the winds and wondered who can help me out with it.
Denny.
Denny
can
He's
be
coming right now.
right
Where
over.
are you?
Are you up north or?
Where are you located, girl?
I'm on Boy Scout Road.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's got.
He'll be there in an hour.
She got Fort Bend on one side, and she's got the Camp Belzer Reservation on the other side. I know where you are. The folks that have helped me with my fence, Glidden Fence Company, Glidden, Glidden Fence. If you've got a pencil, I'll give you their phone number.
Got it.
317-867-5140. 317-867-5140. They're really nice people.
Okay, Glidden. Thank you.
You betcha.
How many sections came down, Alice?
Well, it's 4 sections long, and
So they're probably 8 foot.
Yeah, 3 are down, and 1 is leaning.
Yeah.
How old is it?
It's at least 25 years old.
I bet the posts rotted out because they didn't have pressure-treated lumber back then, and I bet something rotted out. And anyway, they're good folks. They'll be able to fix it.
Okay.
Thanks, Alice. Yep.
Yeah, all right, thanks. Bye.
All right. They had pressure-treated lumber. They had the good stuff with the arsenic in it. What are you thinking?
I don't remember it
25
back
years
then.
ago? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so now it's copper sulfate.
Yeah, that's the
but
good
arsenic.
stuff with the arsenic.
And didn't they have the stuff that I can't remember what it is that we balm people with. I can't. It was arsenic and
Old Lace.
No, but anyway, you're right. We had to get the arsenic.
I know what you're
out.
thinking of because they had it on the railroad ties. And they banned it.
You know what? And think about that. We used to burn that as Boy Scouts, and they found out it was an arsenic. And I wonder how many Boy Scouts have got.
That's when
the
they
after
started.
effect.
That's when they started combining troops.
Yeah. Formaldehyde. I was trying to remember. It was
I
formaldehyde.
was thinking of another one.
No, it was formaldehyde.
239-9393. Coming right back with your calls. 93 WIBC.
Hammer and Nigel.
Noble Romans, I think one of the original ones is still open on 10th Street on the west side by Ben Davis.
Yeah.
That's one of the OGs of pizza places. Walking up on those little steps and you could watch them make the pizza through the giant window.
Because I saw an ad for that 10th Street Noble Romans, and I looked at the monster, and I thought, you know what? That's a pretty damn scary monster.
Right, that blue thing with the green nose.
Hammer and Nigel, weekdays 3 till 7 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Gutter Helmet. Spring is here, and I know sometimes people are still putting screens on your gutter, and sometimes the holes in the mesh are too big, so debris gets in. Then you still end up cleaning your gutters. And then if they're some of the solid ones, depending the design, they're too small. The debris sits on top, then you're having to clean the screens. So I actually have Gutter Helmet on my home. Love it. No holes, slots, or screens. It keeps the debris out and the water in. Since 1981, Gutter Helmet has been America's #1 choice for gutter protection. And right now, Gutter Helmet is offering a 17% discount plus 12 months no interest financing if paid within the 12 months. So give Gutter Helmet a call, 800-5HELMET. Hopefully the gutters are still in the house. 800-5HELMET to schedule a free estimate. 17% off is good this entire month. There are a few restrictions that apply and cannot be combined with other offers. Call Gutter Helmet at 800-5HELMET, gutterhelmetindy.com, and never clean your gutters again.
Where are your life's most important memories stored? In your basement, right? Cracks in your foundation and high humidity could mean water is coming in your basement, eventually causing flooding, and you'll lose all your precious photos and memories. Crossroads Foundation Repair travels all over the region, repairing foundations with the highest quality service. Call now and get a free sump pump with full basement waterproofing system. Read our 5-star reviews at crossroadsfoundationrepair.com and call 844-975-6735.
Adding insulation to your home will lower your heating bills by preventing air leaks that can also burn a hole in your pocket. To pay less for heating and get more comfort, call family-owned Alpine Group for insulation at affordable prices. Alpine Group is the go-to company for insulation in Central Indiana. Call Alpine Group today, 713-6801, to stay warm this winter. That's 713-6801, or online at alpineairduct.com. Alpine Group will keep you toasty warm on these cold nights.
Drip,
Drip. Drip.
Annoying, isn't it?
Drip.
It's even worse when it's coming from your fireplace.
Drip.
That water stain on the ceiling isn't going to fix itself. Call Chimney Solutions Indiana. Their certified technicians will make sure your fireplace is ready for reliable comfort this season. Stop the
drip.
Call the experts trusted by thousands of Indiana homeowners. Call Chimney Solutions Indiana at 317-757-6979 or go to chimneyindy.com.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Hope Plumbing. Jack Hope, his partner Brad, a great local plumbing company. We use them all the time. We use them for our clogs. We use them for our leaks. Sounds like the start of a poem. But they've been around for a long time. Jack kind of actually, I would say that his plan was not to have a plumbing company because he was working his way through IUPUI to get his philosopher degree. Turns out it's not that valuable. But anyway, so he continued plumbing. Hooked up with his partner, and they started off small. And it's just like, we always talk about entrepreneurs, and that's what these guys were. They created this great company. So, man, they have a ton of trucks now and just a great system. If you call them, they're always letting you know through the day, how their load is going, when you think they'll be coming, and the plumber calls you 30 minutes and all that stuff. So just a great company. We use them all the time. Their number is 641-HOPE. That's 317-641-HOPE. Hope Plumbing, specializing in older homes.
If you're looking to hire, look to Indeed. With Indeed's hiring platform, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Ensure your comfort year-round. Join Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling Service Club from Johnson County's premier dealer. Call themarshallnow.com, your American Standard air dealer.
I'd rather be folding laundry.
This is gonna be fun.
Said no one ever. Also, no one enjoys wasting time in traffic. That's why we love saving you time. Matt Baird Traffic.
Backups are already starting.
On 93 WIBC.
Just noticed my family has
disowned you?
We had a big announcement this morning. Coming this summer, we have Jolly Joe's Rooftop Beer Garden at our Keystone location.
Jolly Joe's.
Yep.
I like it.
Yep.
Rooftop, you're going to put them where?
On the roof.
For the beer garden.
Yeah. Just above
Build a platform above the greenhouses?
Yeah.
Have a spiral staircase to go
Yeah.
up there? That'll be fun to watch the drunks get down.
Jolly Joe's.
Jolly
slide
Joe's.
down.
We're going to have, they'll probably have one of those slides, I would guess.
Perfect.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
Yeah, so that'll be a lot of fun. 239-9393. Terry Stacy is with us. We really missed you this morning.
I don't know if that's true, but
Quite
I
honestly,
saw you on Channel 8.
So sweet.
Next time, will you just take me with you wherever you're going?
I'd love for you
Just
to go. You know what? You can actually sponsor my segment on Great Day TV, and then you'll be by my side the entire time.
Oh.
And just don't say a word. Just stand beside her.
That's it. I mean, I'll let you hold a mic.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Whatever you want.
I mean, I think it'd be super fun.
I can
to have
drop you
by
off
my
at the
side.
door and then park the car if you'd like.
And it would be brought to you by Selvis. It'd be so much fun. Let's talk about it.
Okay. Fine. Talk to my person. Tiffany joins us on the program. Hi, Tiffany.
Hi there, everyone.
Hey.
So
Hello.
my question, perfect.
Uh-oh.
Tiffany, you're breaking
I
up.
can't-
You get to a place get to a safe place with your phone, but you're breaking up.
Are you on speaker by chance?
Yes, can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah, we always have better without
sorry.
the speaker.
Sorry.
No, you're
So because of squirrels, I can't do bulbs in my yard because they dig everything up. So I switched to containers, got them all from Allisonville.
Oh, thank you.
But I overwintered my more expensive bulbs and clematises that were in those containers in the garage.
Okay.
When should I start transitioning them out to the real world?
I think I would start transitioning after the freeze-free date, not the frost-free date, but the freeze-free date, which is April 21st.
Okay.
So what I would do is I would wait, when we get a couple weeks into April, I would look at the 10-day forecast, and if it looks good, I'd go ahead and start bringing them out.
Okay, and since obviously overwintering, you limit your watering, should I try to make sure that there's maybe minimal rain days, will they get a shock of some sort if it's real rainy?
No, they'll be fine. You want to wake them up.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tiffany. Appreciate it. Very nice lady.
That was pretty good.
I should have given her a gift card to the new rooftop bar, Jolly Joe's.
Yeah, like a buy one get one.
So those Sully's,
I tell you what,
Sully's Grill, then Jolly Joe's is up above.
If you call in the next couple hours, what do you think? $25 gift certificate? What do you think for a gift certificate?
I say just buy one get one.
Jolly Joe's, named after your son Joe, the baby in the family.
Jolly Joe's. Alan joins us on the program. Hi, Alan.
Hi, hey guys, how you doing?
We're doing well, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say thanks for all your morning shows on Saturday. It's a blessing to all us folks out here that don't really know what to do.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, I got a few electric issues at my house, nothing major, and I just wondered if you guys might know of a good electrician to point me to.
What are you close to the Keystone store? Barth Electric's pretty good. Also, Kinder out of Fishers. I like both of those people.
Yeah, I like Bill Beckrich, Beckrich Electric. They're just a local. They do a lot of work up at the store and in homes.
Okay, Blackbridge.
Yeah, you want their number?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
317-590-6001.
He did that from memory, Alan. That's one more time, Pat. That was good.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, 590-6001. That is either Bill Beckrich's cell number or it's my sister's. So,
or it's the parsonage at St. Pius.
Yeah.
One of the three.
So.
Yeah, I just live between St. Pius and the Northside Baptist.
Oh, yeah. You're right in the neighborhood.
So have you decided what denomination you are?
For 36 years, Pat, I have bought my softener salt exclusively from you.
Oh, so nice.
Nobody else. Nobody.
Well, I'm glad you're buying it, unlike some of the other people. Man, somebody was loading up mulch the other day, stealing it.
Serious?
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
That's becoming
Alan,
a problem.
I know.
Do you pay for the salt, Alan, or do you just sort of come over and open it?
No, absolutely. I hobble in with my cane and get to the counter and say, hey, I need 4 bags or 6 bags. And
then he takes 5 or 7.
Alan, they've got really nice. You know what? One time I bought some stone there from Pat once, and I heard him. Customer needs help loading stone, and out came 2 ladies. And I'm thinking, Pat, you're sending ladies out to help me load stone? I'm not going to let those ladies touch those bags.
I am not some sort of chauvinist like you are.
Oh, well.
Ladies can.
It's called chivalry, Patrick.
Whatever. I call it loading cars. Alan, thank you very much.
All I can enter in and say, you guys have too much fun. Real quick.
Yep.
Tom Brandon was a close friend of mine.
Oh, Tom. He cut up all our tomato sticks for us.
I'll be darned.
I worked with Tom in the 70s, late 70s, John Kleinup, the builder.
Yep.
79th and Marsh Road. I probably did 20 homes with Tom.
Wow.
I was a head painter. He was a head carpenter.
Yes, he was.
And when I found out he was working with you, Pat, at the store, I would come in knowing what time he would get off, and I would just visit with him for a few months.
Aww.
He was just a person of mine, and I didn't know he had passed for quite some time. I think it was during the COVID time when nothing was going on.
Hey, we got to. I hate to interrupt. We got to roll here, Alan. We're right up against the hard one. I'll talk more about Tom. He's a great guy. Coming right back with more 93 WIBC.
Spring is here, and Dammons is full speed ahead with endless plant production of perennials, annuals, hanging baskets, roses, and planters. Trucks are beginning to arrive with fresh trees and shrubs. Their friendly staff is ready to assist you and get you the help you need. So, for any of your gardening needs, experience Dammons West and visit their website at dammons.com. That's dammons.com.
Dammons Lawn and Garden, Indiana's most complete garden center.
If you're looking to hire, look to Indeed. With Indeed's hiring platform, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Ensure your comfort year-round. Join Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling Service Club from Johnson County's premier dealer. Call the MarshallNow.com, your American Standard Air dealer.
Tune in to WIBC's First Day Show each Sunday, 10 to noon, to hear about good things in Indy. Brought to you by Greg Cooper and Lisa Phillips with Crossroads Collective at Compass Real Estate.
Broadcasting from the Peterman Brothers Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
The number of dead is rising. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. The tornado outbreak that ripped through the central U.S. yesterday is responsible for at least 11 deaths in 5 states, including Arkansas.
Even the National Weather Service's Little Rock office had to shelter in place so that they could be safe. They had to change over the duties to the Memphis office while they took shelter, essentially. After the tornado hit, there were first responders out in the streets rescuing folks. Just a harrowing scene here in Little Rock. The Arkansas's Governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, declaring a state of emergency here. Just for so many people, lives completely torn apart after this tornado.
Fox Weather's Max Gordon, one of the victims, was in Belvidere, Illinois, where the roof of a theater collapsed during a concert. Some 400,000 homes and businesses across several states are without power. More nasty weather could impact the South today and the Northeast. Tornadoes are possible in both regions. Security in Lower Manhattan is tight and expected to get tighter before Tuesday. That's when former President Trump is expected to surrender. He's been indicted following an investigation into a hush money payment scheme. He responded on social media.
On his Truth Social platform, the former president writes, the radical left Democrats have lied, cheated, and stolen in their maniacal obsession to get Trump. But now they've gone too far, indicting a totally innocent man in an act of obstruction and blatant election interference.
Fox's Jonathan Seri. Another batch of U.S. military aid for Ukraine is expected to be announced on Monday. It totals $2.6 billion. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, it's Will Kane, co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Join me as I share my thoughts on a wide range of topics, from sports and pop culture to politics and business. With the help of newsmakers and personalities, I will provide you my free, unfiltered, uncancelable opinion on the hottest topics in America.
The Will Kane Podcast. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. America is listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
Tornado swept through Sullivan. Accident involving a truck that's in the median of I-465 Southside westbound at Harding Street. Slow traffic on I-65 Southside eastbound between Kentucky and White River. Also slow traffic on I-70 east westbound between State Road 9 and County Road 200 west. I'm Jaden Arnold, and here's what's trending at 11:03. Last night, devastating storm swept through Sullivan County.
And as of right now, I can confirm that there have been 3 fatalities. It's definitely a tough time in our community.
That's 3 fatalities. Jim Pirtle, the Emergency Management Director. Nearly 200 structures have been affected, spreading debris across the city. Volunteers and workers continue to provide help in the area. It may look like another storm on the horizon, but probably not.
Yeah, for the weekend, it looks like we're in good shape. We'll have a few showers that'll be around today, but we won't even have any lightning or thunder with that. It looks like just some brief showers that may pass through for portions of the central Indiana area.
It should be cool today, and Randy Bowers with the National Weather Service says temperatures will rise day by day, though. We'll see high winds, but that should calm down by the afternoon. Going east should be a beast this weekend. With more on that, here's WIBC Traffic's Beast, Matt Baer.
I-69 construction is blocking the 2 left lanes on eastbound 465 from I-72-65 on the southwest side. Also, the eastbound I-72 eastbound 465 on-ramp, along with Kentucky, Man Road, and Harding Street on-ramps to eastbound 465 will close as well. You can hop back onto eastbound 465 at US 31 East Street. Work should be done by 5 a.m. Monday morning. I-69 29 in Indianapolis should be finished by late 2024. Learn more from the WIBC Traffic Center at WIBC Traffic.
Now here's the forecast, the American Standard Cooling Weather Center.
We're finally much more quiet for now. We do have a wind advisory through the day today for gusts over 45 miles an hour. Otherwise, some scattered showers, highs near 50 in the early morning hours. I'm Which TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Jesse Went for 93 WIBC.
And I'm Jaden Arnold, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
After nights like last night, you're probably asking yourself, do I really need to fix that crawl space and foundation issue? Look, I get it. You've got a lot going on with work. The kids are back in school. You're running them to practices and games. It's a busy time of the year. Plus, the spring and summer seasons are just around the corner. So you might be thinking that crack in the wall or leak in the basement floor can wait, right? Go downstairs and look right now. No, it can't wait. You and your family's safety are really, really important, and you need to fix those problems now. Even if they seem small, the longer you wait, the more chance you're going to have it grow into a bigger and bigger problem. Indiana Foundation Service understands the complexities of basement, foundation, and crawl space problems. They also know the importance of protecting your home from the ground up and will install a permanent solution that'll give you peace of mind as well as protect you, your family, and your home. So if you have cracks in your walls, you have bowing basement walls, sagging floors, musty smells, mold, standing water, reach out to the experts at Indiana Foundation Service today. The root of the problem is usually a vented dirt crawl space that's muddy and mucky or an unconditioned basement. The best way to fix these issues is with quality waterproofing systems, crawl space encapsulation, and dehumidification. So don't wait for that small problem to turn into a big headache. You go to indianafoundation.com and schedule a free, no-obligation inspection repair estimate. Remember, it's indianafoundation.com.
Well, some folks say that grown-up men are still just little boys, that really the only difference is the price of our toys. We go for macho symbols like guns and running shoes, pickup trucks, hunting ducks, and power tools. Power tools. Power tools. Power tools. Power tools. Yeah, you just plug them in.
My apology to Farmer Ryan. They were not Charolais cows that Terry Lynn was talking about. Terry, what are they called?
They're called belted gateways.
Belted?
Oreo cows.
Oreo cows. Belted. What are they? What'd you tell me, Allison? A galet? They're a beautiful cow, black and white, and then they have what looks like a belt around their bellies.
That's white.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Galay.
Galloway, I think.
Galay?
I don't know.
Anyway, they're beautiful cows.
Oreo cows.
And I hope they're all safe after the tornadoes.
That's Pat's favorite. I think that's what Pat
They're
has
in their
his
new
place.
barn.
Yeah. Pat, let's not make a fun of somebody losing a barn, okay?
I don't know about that.
One person's loss is...
Was that your sister's barn that was gone?
It's down in Martinsville. They have, there's, from what I understand, there's a lot of destruction down in Morgan County.
We did.
As well.
We had a couple
Johnson.
calls.
So, and elsewhere. I mean, it's scattered.
Martinsville
it's all over the
lost
state where there was devastation.
Was it the Episcopalian church? I can't remember which church that lost the steeple and the roof. Yeah, Les Dunn sent me a picture from the square where his daughter's car, her Jeep, just got dumped on by all the debris from a building somewhere.
Wow.
So that's
so scary.
That's a total loss. Can you imagine being in the Jeep?
And just be aware that the wind is very strong today. And stuff is blowing around everywhere and in front of you as you're driving. And there are a lot of traffic signals that are out as well.
Yeah, Duke Energy put out a note that said, hey, we're expecting more power outages due to today's wind and that it will slow down the restoration of the power lines that occurred last night.
So for God's sake, spit downwind.
Those guys that fix the power lines, guys and gals that fix the power lines.
They are real hardy folks.
They are. They truly are.
Oh, my gosh. Some of the cold weather they're out in. And
that's what we had earlier in the winter.
What's your son-in-law? Is your son-in-law going to be a lineman, or what type of electrician is he going to be, David?
A good one.
Well, is he going to be a lineman?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right. Just a commercial electrician.
Yep.
One of my friends said that they were going to become a lineman, and I thought they were talking about football. And I was so confused. I was like, you've never played football before.
It's a weird thing to take up, isn't it?
All right. Yeah, sure.
I mean, yeah.
We can get you drafted.
Oh, Kylan, you're the best.
She makes me laugh.
You are such a girl. I love that.
She's such a girl. What does that mean? Wait a minute. Everybody start booing at the radio again. Denny said, what is wrong with you? You are such a
You
girl.
have got an edge today, Terry Lynn.
How many people raised their hands in this room that thought that? And listen, I'm not one of those people, but I'm just saying I picked it out immediately. You're such a girl.
I noticed it immediately.
Did you guys
But
raise
let
your
the
hand?
record show that the two girls in the room have raised their hand.
So, my Pilates instructor, Kat.
Yeah.
So
She sounds
she's
cool.
she's got a new boyfriend, and so they were at a party, and one of her new boyfriend's friends, introduced him and gave her a hug, and Kat said, "He is one bear of a man."
Whoa!
And her boyfriend goes, "Well, he plays for the Dallas Cowboys."
Oh, that's pretty
Zach
good.
Martin.
Oh.
I wouldn't have known that either.
I just pointed out to Terry, we have had, I'm going to assume that it's the National Guard helicopters going back and forth across the North Sky here. I wonder if they're involved in some sort of
Bet they're looking.
effort.
Maybe, looking.
Yeah, looking
damage.
just for damage. It's hard to fly in this type of wind. I had the gyro
wind is
plane.
that's a good
crazy.
It's really hard. It'd be really hard.
Okay.
Anyway, glad.
I'm sad for everybody, though.
I know it. I am too. It's a lot of cleanup today. A lot of heroes are born today, though. A lot of acts of kindness.
Yeah.
People coming to help each other in the
People are
neighborhood.
so kind.
And
Every
that's a
time you
good
get
part.
down, like you get down about what's going on and the violence and all that stuff. And,
Yeah.
But there is, most of us, there's a lot of kind people.
A lot of good people. More good than
mostly kind people.
Mr. Rogers always said, look for the helpers.
That's
the
right.
helpers.
There's always
I love
helpers.
Hey, is Susie? How's Susie doing?
Susie is doing well. Susie, our staff member who got shot, she's out of the hospital, and they opened her eye this week. They sewed a little button on it to hold it shut, and they were really afraid that she wasn't going to have much movement from her eyelid and stuff because the bullet kind of went through it.
Yes.
But she actually, it was a really good report. So very happy. It says some
Good
movement,
deal.
some of the muscles are recovering.
And she
That's
knows
amazing.
about all the love that came out, and all the cards and everything that everybody sent to
Yeah.
you. She
And it's
knows
still
about
coming.
The love
I mean,
out
we
there.
still
Still
are getting
coming.
cards and everything.
Isn't that
too.
awesome?
It's
Yep.
very good.
Yep. Sadly though, there was another lady that was killed
Yes, I saw.
in her home in bed
Oh my gosh, when was that? I've been
2 nights ago.
not paying much attention.
Yeah, just a stray bullet.
Oh my goodness. Right here in Indianapolis somewhere.
Yep.
I need to catch up on the news. Sometimes I have to take a break from it, and I'm sorry
I
because
think
know
everyone
this is a
should.
news
You do.
station.
No, I think everyone
But
should.
I just have to take a break from it sometimes because I get
You get
so
anxious.
anxious about everything and where I'm going, and I know I should be aware of things, but if
Terry,
I have
that's
to take
what-
a break from it
That's
sometimes.
what Saturdays and Sundays are all about. Just
I know
sort
it.
of settle it out. Let's listen to Home and Garden
Have
the first
fun.
day. Have
Yep.
fun.
Right. But I
Yeah.
mean, you can't help it. The news is there.
Yeah.
You gotta pay attention to what's going
Well,
on.
and that's what I was thinking when I was asking George Faber about Hurricane Glass, because at our condo in Fort Myers, it was just 18 months ago we bought this condo and it just had plain glass windows, and so we put hurricane windows in it.
Had you just bought it a year ago?
About 24 months, and then we replaced the windows. And I was thinking, I know this sounds crazy, but with what we've been through at the store, and then I'm thinking of this lady, it's like, does that stop bullets?
Let me read to you.
I hate to say that. I hate to
But
even
I know
say it
that
out
that's
loud.
in your. It's not everybody's brain.
Right.
You think about that. You're aware. You're so aware of it.
Yep.
I'm so glad I grew up in a time when when this was not part of our conversations, part of our, the way we spoke. I know, Denny. Go ahead.
No. It's all right.
No, I know.
I was just going to say, I just wanted.
Keep it uplifting.
No, I was touched by it. In 1965, we had the Palm Sunday tornadoes, and this was written by a guy by the name of E.L. Cassander from the Kokomo area, and he said it was a dark, deathly dark, and there was a terrible roar. There was an initial tinkle of glasses. Thousands of windows broke. There was an almost explosive sound as the air rushed in and out of the windows. There was a ripping and tearing sound as the air rushed out of the windows. There was about a minute of the most awful sounds anyone can imagine, and the time was 7:29. And the roar was getting to be less and less, and noises had stopped. There was almost an invisible silence. The time was 7:30. That was in Rocheville in 1965. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
glasses, Pat talks about hurricane glass. I wonder how it would have.
Have any of you been through a tornado?
No.
Not that I know of.
No. Henry County, we were a part of
Were
a
you
tornado.
really?
Yeah. And just after school, and the bus driver told us, that it was coming, and to get, we didn't have what we have today with communication, but had us go to a neighbor's house because my parents were both working, and went there and watched that tornado that came through and destroyed a little community called Kinnett in Henry County. Just completely leveled it. It was gone.
How old were you?
I was in would that have been maybe 7th grade, 8th grade, I guess? I don't know.
So that would have been
like 70,
69, 70?
No, 70 something, yeah.
Sorry.
70.
I forgot.
Wow, that
You're
was
younger
a close
than
call.
I am.
Close call.
Oh my gosh, I got so jumpy. Maybe it's the collagen.
All right. So, all right.
Wait a minute.
Now that we've had that
I'm taking
uplifting.
Jennifer Aniston's collagen.
Really?
I'll look like her very soon.
Do you think I should take it too? Is it a cream?
It's everybody can take it. You put it. It's a powder.
Where do I put it?
You put it in your coffee.
Now, are you taking hyaluronic acid with it? Because
And what's it
going to
do for me again?
Well, it's not going to change your voice. It'll just be good for you. It'll be good for your skin and your bones and your hair.
What about my wrinkles?
And your wrinkles will disappear.
Hey, we need to take a call.
Look at Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
We need to take a break.
We need to take a break. When we come back, we'll take your call.
No, let's take a call because we've got to get the train back on the track here.
You're right.
Oh, now we're talking about derailments. Eddie, Eggy.
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 Hello.
Hi.
Hey. Hello.
Hi, Eggy.
What's up, guys? Hey, I had a question for you. Is there anybody locally around the Indianapolis area that buys black walnut trees and cuts them down for you? Because I hear that wood's really. I heard somebody talking the other day. They were getting $2,000-$3,000 a tree down in southern Indiana.
What county are you in, Eggy?
Well, right on the border of Hamilton County and Marion County, and I'm in Hamilton County.
I tell you what, if you will send me your contact information.
Denny's going to make you an offer.
No. I was going to refer him to the Hamilton County Master Gardeners or Carrie at the Marion County Master Gardeners, because they keep the Purdue link there is they'll hook them up with the Purdue Foresters.
I thought I would call the woodworking shop.
Eggy, Denny at WIBC.com, and I'll send you some numbers where you can reach out, and they might be able to get you to the Purdue folks to track it down.
Okay, I appreciate it very much.
Hey, thanks very much. It'd be interesting if somebody was listening that has actually sold some walnut trees to see how that process went, because people talk about that all the time, and then you'll find out that the kids had a fort there and drove a bunch of nails and screws into the...
The interesting thing about walnut trees is that they're not all the dark wood that we see. Sometimes they have this blonde streak that comes through them. Very interesting. But it's still walnut, has all the same characteristics, but it's not that dark wood everybody wants.
Very good. 239-9393. Hang on the line. We're going to get to your calls when we return. Saturday's Home and Garden program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. 844-FIX-INDY.
Kendall and Casey.
Jeff Reitz, Guinness Book of World Records, the most consecutive visits to Disneyland. 2,995 days in a row.
Why didn't he just get a job there?
Great point, Kev. Maybe Kings Island will be his next conquest. I don't know.
That's his greatest achievement.
Does he put that on his resume?
I don't think he has a resume.
Kendall and Casey. Weekdays 9 till noon on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for the Michaelis Corporation, available to you 24/7, 365, and I would guess they'll be extremely busy today with the storms that came through last night. So if you find yourself in need, give them a call, and they'll do what they can. I know there's going to be a lot of you. 844-FIX-INDY is the number. 844-FIX-INDY. But again, they're there 24/7, 365. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
Terry Stacy with Beth Rovazini, co-owner of B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, your American Standard dealer. Beth says, let's get our spring maintenance scheduled right now.
It's really important to get that scheduled as soon as possible because we need to get all that debris and leaves and all that crud off the outside unit, and then also go check that filter and make sure the filter in your furnace is clean.
Schedule your spring maintenance at bplusw.com. B&W Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical, your local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Denny Smith here. Spring is here at Sundown Gardens in Westfield, and right now Sundown Gardens has an early bird special. It's 20% off all fertilizer and container trees and shrubs. You take advantage of that. Sundown has a 4-step program, and they also have a 6-step lawn care program in stock. And that great weather is coming, even though we've had some storms and whatnot. Now's a great time to start planning those applications. Sundown Gardens in Westfield has a great big announcement, a second location coming later this spring. Coming soon is Miss M's Home and Garden by Sundown Gardens, and they're coming to JMV's neck of the woods down in Bargersville, right off the east side of State Road 135. Whole team's truly excited about the Bargersville location that's coming soon. For now, visit Sundown Gardens at 186th Street and Spring Mill Road. Take advantage of that early bird special. Remember, it's 20% off all fertilizer and container trees and shrubs. And be sure and ask about their loyalty program. SundownGardens.com. Remember, it's SundownGardens.com.
Did you know this weekend, Indiana home sellers will be getting above asking price offers on their properties? How much would it take for you to sell your home right now?
No matter what you've heard, Indiana's housing market is alive and well. So go ahead, dream big. Tell us what your dream sales price is. I'm Lisa Phillips.
And I'm Greg Cooper from Compass Real Estate. Let's dream big together in 2023.
Tell us what your dream big number is at HoosierHomeValues2023.com.
That's HoosierHomeValues2023.com.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Gutter Helmet. Spring is here, and I know sometimes people are still putting screens on your gutter. And sometimes the holes in the mesh are too big, so debris gets in. Then you still end up cleaning your gutters. And then if they're some of the solid ones, depending, the design, they're too small. The debris sits on top. Then you're having to clean the screens. So I actually have Gutter Helmet on my home. Love it. No holes, slots, or screens. It keeps the debris out and the water in. Since 1981, Gutter Helmet has been America's #1 choice for gutter protection. And right now, Gutter Helmet is offering a 17% discount plus 12 months no interest financing if paid within the 12 months. So give Gutter Helmet a call, 800-5HELMET. Hopefully the gutters are still in the house. 800-5HELMET to schedule a free estimate. 17% off is good this entire month. There are a few restrictions that apply and cannot be combined with other offers. Call Gutter Helmet at 800-5HELMET, gutterhelmetindy.com, and never clean your gutters again.
Indy, finally springtime, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Edwina did. She called Rhino Shield.
Over the years, I've had to touch up the house. I just got to the point where I couldn't spend any more money on the outside of the house, and when I saw Rhino Shield, I thought that was the answer to my problem.
Rhino Shield's not paint, it's better.
I'd had painters here before, and it was usually quite a disaster with them leaving their equipment here and picking up things in the yard, but Rhino Shield was right on it.
Indy, now get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
The gentleman said, if you're interested, give me a call. And I said, honestly, can you come tomorrow?
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl. Go Rhino.
Don't paint. Don't vinyl. Go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I'm not sure what to say about today's show. It's a mix of some laughs, some sadness.
It's like the tide's coming in and going out, and we're just sort of watching it happen.
Yeah. Well, I hope everybody is doing okay. And I know there's quite a few people that are out. We didn't check the power lately, but it was Duke had about 23,000 out, and AES had 44. But we'll check that and see where we're going on that. All right, we're going to talk to Amy because she's got good news, just like Dave Calabro has good news.
I love that segment.
Hi, Amy.
Hi, how you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Okay, so it's more of a shout out.
That's okay.
You guys make a great team and are making a good day out of something that bad has happened. And honestly, Terry and Allison helped make the show. You girls rock.
Oh, I love that.
I I agree, because quite honestly, I wasn't sure if Denny was going to kill me or I was going to kill Denny before Terry got here.
You know, that is a nicest compliment. Wait a minute. Is this an April Fool's joke?
No. Honestly, I forgot it was April Fool's Day. But my bet would be on Pat killing Denny first.
Yeah.
Pretty sure about that one.
Amy, thanks for being sweet enough to call.
Oh, you made us smile. You made us laugh today. Thank you, Amy. We really appreciate it a lot. Have a great rest of your weekend. Always call us with good news. We can always use good news.
Especially
you guys rock. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Rock.
Pat, the answer is on the Duke website, they're still showing just under 28,000 without power. 17,000.
That's gone up.
Yeah, 17,000 is southeast of us. 5,000 is out past Putnam County. 1,000 up by Cicero, and 1,000 out east by Terry. So and 3,000 down closer to Cincinnati. So it's a pretty big map, but just under 28,000.
Okay.
We always thought we were safer because we have underground power lines. And they all have to come out of the ground somewhere.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Big tower. So
Paul from Noblesville joins us on the program. Hi, Paul.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
I got three things. First off, it's prayers for everybody affected.
Yeah.
Thank you.
By the wind. Second, to my beautiful Terry Stacy. Good morning. I haven't seen you for a long time. I was on a few weeks ago and told about being on the morning show with Pidge and Steve and you. So
I remember.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. Go ahead.
The third thing is a commercial for one of your sponsors, and that's Swainco. Listen to you guys. The house that we live in is 40 years old. We've been in it for 26. I don't know that anybody has ever been in the crawl space, with the exception of maybe Xfinity when they came in to hook up the wiring.
Right.
Called Swainco, and Mike, the general manager, showed up to look through it and give us the estimate. I got to tell you, if anybody in your group has ever seen Mike, he is huge. And the trap door is in our laundry room, and it ain't as huge as Mike is. And he managed to get down the thing.
Is he still down there?
No.
Oh.
He did come out. But the things that they do are impressive. He took pictures of the entire crawl space, came up and showed me where the problems were.
Put them on your Christmas card.
I will. He said, Paul, you don't have to do the total enclosure. He said, we can fix this. He says, he knows how old I am. And he figured, what the heck? So anyway, 3 days later, the two guys that do the installation came and did the whole thing that he had estimated, and then retook pictures so that we could get a look at exactly what they've done and how it looked like. You guys can keep advertising for Swainco because they are absolutely outstanding.
Wow. I think you just did.
Terrific. You really did.
Paul, thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
Appreciate
that.
So much.
That also comes from 32 years in radio. I know how to BS just like you guys.
Hey, if you ever want to fill in, let us know.
Oh boy.
Give me a call.
All right. See you, Paul.
He's got a great laugh.
Who is
That's
he?
pretty good.
What famous radio person is he?
I don't know, Paul. It's not Paul Mendenhall.
Not Paul. I know Paul Mendenhall's voice. Paul Page.
Paul Page, maybe. Was it
Paul
Page?
Petit.
Paul.
Listen to you guys. You do remember them.
Yeah. I don't know any other Pauls, though.
Maybe he gave us
Paul
a fake
Bunyan.
name.
What'd you say, Kylan?
Paul Bunyan? Who was the Paul?
No.
You're acting like a girl again over there.
Hey, no.
Oh, gosh.
Pat, don't be such a Denny.
Hey, speaking of old WIBC.
Being a Denny, that's a new thing.
Speaking of old radio people, today is John Bartholomew's birthday.
Oh, it sure
Remember
is.
John Bartholomew?
Yep.
Do I remember him?
He was in the newsroom forever. He used to have a quasi-office at the city-county building that one of the cops let him use because that's where he got all of his leads. He was really a good guy. Knew how to kick it up.
He followed the story. But the funny thing is, John was kind of jumpy. Still is. So
he's a great news guy.
Oh, great news guy. So we always had him on. We always had him on Sunday morning, and so I would make sure that he got some donuts.
Get him sugared up.
And then his wife Sharon would get mad that I gave him sugar because he'd come running. The FBI is downtown. I gotta go.
He was the stereotypical news guy, and he was the best.
You miss people like that.
You miss him.
Yes,
you don't see people wanting to jump and run like he did, jump and run. And I'll tell you, his birthday being on this day, the newsroom surely played some jokes on that guy.
Yeah.
On this day, on
Very
his birthday,
cruel.
on April Fool's Day.
April Fool's, yeah.
Some big ones.
Tell me again about the new restaurant at Sullivan's.
Jolly Joe's.
Jolly Joe's.
Yeah,
rooftop.
Just above Sully's.
Now,
rooftop.
Is it a disco?
No, it's a rooftop beer garden.
Do you have sort of the canvas top to keep the sun out? Because it can get pretty hot.
I haven't seen the final prints yet, and I'm not sure that we applied for a permit.
I don't think
we're going to get a permit.
I think the spiral staircase is a great idea.
But the spiral slide on the way down into the hot tub is even more better.
That's even more fun. Cool. Yeah. Oh, look at the time.
We got Craft Corner coming up.
All right.
We do.
What are we doing today on Craft Corner?
Terry and I have been working literally all week for it.
It's a secret.
Can't live without it. Great gift idea.
He's on this one.
239-9393. All right, we'll come back. We have Craft Corner. Your call's coming. 93 WIBC.
This hour is powered by Marshall Mechanical Heating and Cooling, your American Standard air dealer in Johnson County.
Hi, this is Pastor Micah Beckwith from Life Church. Many of you know me from being a weekly guest on the Kendall and Casey Show. I often talk about defending freedom and liberty in our nation, but the heart I have for liberty comes from the freedom I have found in Christ Jesus. Liberty is not man's idea, it's God's idea. If you've been searching for true freedom but still haven't found what you're looking for, I'd like to invite you to one of our multiple Life Church Easter services on Sunday, April 9th. For service times and locations, go to lifechurchin.com. Join us and find the eternal freedom your heart has always longed for.
Every time your power goes out, you say to yourself, I'm going to look into a whole house generator. Don't wait another year. Call the Generator Guys. The Generator Guys are a local company that installs Generac and Briggs & Stratton whole house generators. The Generator Guys offer a 7-year free extended warranty. Before you overspend with someone else, call for a quote or free second opinion. Don't lose power anymore. Call the Generator Guys, 317-886-8996 or GeneratorGuysLLC.com.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for Hope Plumbing. Jack Hope, his partner Brad, a great local plumbing company. We use them all the time. We use them for our clogs. We use them for our leaks. Sounds like the start of a poem. But they've been around for a long time. Jack kind of actually, I would say that his plan was not to have a plumbing company because he was working his way through IUPY to get his philosopher degree. Turns out it's not that valuable. But anyway, so he continued plumbing, hooked up with his partner, and they started off small. And it's just like, we always talk about entrepreneurs, and that's what these guys were. They created this great company. So, man, they have a ton of trucks now and just a great system. If you call them, they're always letting you know through the day, how their load is going, when you think they'll be coming, and the plumber calls you 30 minutes and all that stuff. So just a great company. We use them all the time. Their number is 641-HOPE. That's 317-641-HOPE. Hope Plumbing, specializing in older homes.
Hi, this is Denny Smith, and it's springtime in Indiana, and that means everything from allergens and irritants to dirt and mulch are being tracked into the home, and between the kids, the dogs, and even ourselves as carriers of this junk onto the floors and carpets, it's time to call Zero Res. Zero Res is part of my defense team for my allergies, and they really get the allergens and irritants out of my carpet and upholstery with their patented ZR water for a lasting spring clean. I used to dread the pollen explosion in springtime, but Zero Res has really helped me tame the beast. Best of all, Zero Res does it with no soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals. And the techs are the best in the industry, trained in extraction techniques that just work to get your carpets and upholstery really clean. With Zero Res, things just stay cleaner longer with a softer and fluffier feeling that you'll absolutely notice. And right now, when you mention WIBC, you get a 20% discount. Call 388-5141. Again, that's 388-5141, or schedule your appointment online at ZeroResIndy.com.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Hello. Is it still morning? Oh, yeah, it's still morning. It's Terry Stacy. And guess what? In just a couple weeks, Premier Deck Coating is going to actually change my life. and David's life too, because they're going to save us time and money preparing and protecting our deck year after year. You can do this too. This is such a great company, guys. Premier Deck Coating, the ultimate deck protection. It's the sister company of Rhino Shield, locally owned. It is the product you need if you're going to be tired like I am, like we are, I should say. David would say, you know nothing. But yes, we would both be tired of applying that coat of stain every year or two to our deck. And you will be too. Premier Deck Coating, they're going to completely transform that deck of ours with their special formulated product backed by a 10-year warranty. And any color that we want, truly. They'll sand all the walking surfaces, they'll repair those damaged boards that we have, and then apply their Protect Deck and Railing coating. It repels mold, moisture, resists scratches, and keeps the deck looking great for years to come. And they can do fences and pergolas. Premier Deck Coating, the ultimate deck protection. For a free quote, call 317-696-4071. Talk to Savannah there, or visit premierdeckcoating.com.
Does your home have a musty, dank, funky smell? Maybe it's not the dog or your teenager's socks. It could be your crawl space. Alpine Group provides affordable crawl space services, mold remediation, vapor barriers, and crawl space waterproofing solutions by trained and insured personnel, plus free crawl space inspections. Call Alpine Group today at 317-713-6801 and rid your home of that smell. 317-713-6801. Online at alpineairduct.com. Alpine Group cleans what you can't see.
Hey, Pat Sullivan here for B Window. That's Faber B Window. And do I have a deal for you? Today through Tuesday, if you schedule an appointment with B Window, this is you'll only hear about this on the Home and Garden program. It's a little flash sale, and you will get, and make sure you say you heard it on this show, you'll get 60% off, which is their employee pricing, plus 20 months with no interest, no payments. How about that? So whatever your project is, whether it's a brand new windows, entry doors, screen room to dream room, a bath makeover, any of those things qualify. The number 800-233-0169. I'll wait while you get a pencil. 800-233-0169. Remember, set the appointment before Tuesday. You don't have the appointment. It might be 2 or 3 weeks out. You just have to, and then you'll get that 60% off. But make sure you told them you heard it on the Home and Garden program, or you won't get it. 800-233-0169, bwindow.com.
That's Faber's B Window. Trust me.
Glitter, stickers, buttons and beads, doodles and doodads, you gotta see. We're gonna have a crafty-rific time. I got scissors, ribbons, tape and glue. I can tell you like to make things too. I just seen it in googly eyes. Yeah, me and you.
Well, you know, I think what we need today is a good craft. After last night's storm, today's wind, people are out of power. Property damage seems like all around. So we decided, you know what? Why not bring a little joy? And that joy comes in the form of Craft Corner. Terry Stacy, Allison Lemons.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming by to see us today here on Craft Corner. Terry Stacy, Allison is here too with me by my side. And this is one we've been thinking about because Mother's Day is coming up. And we thought this might be an interesting, unique, one-of-a-kind item that Mom probably doesn't have. And again, we say happy 1st of April to all of you. Today, we're going to be crafting with Cheez-Its.
We are, and I'm so sorry the live stream failed on me. But,
today, we're crafting. You know, I think electricity is a little messed up today. Power is a little messed up today. We're going to be crafting with Cheez-Its. And so we've got our...
I think you're going to need to start all over again.
Wait a minute.
Just for
Play the music.
Are we on?
Denny, are we on? We're on radio. We're just...
Rotate your phone.
Rotate your phone.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Craft Corner here on 93 WIBC and online at the Home and Garden Show,
This
Indiana.
is not going well.
And I want to show you today about crafting with Cheez-Its. We've been thinking
Cheez-Its, you say?
Yeah, Cheez-Its. We've been thinking about this for a very, very long time because this might be the best Mother's Day present you've ever seen. It's a one-of-a-kind, unique gift, and it will only take a couple of items.
You know, Beth is so hard to buy for, so
This is the gift.
I am looking for...
This is the gift.
It's a very intimate gift, I would
It's
say.
very intimate, and I would like for you at this moment to take your paper clips and your Cheez-Its. That's all you're going to need. Paper clips and Cheez-Its.
No bread or
Again, we've been
anything?
thinking about this for a long time. And here we go, guys. You're going to take your paper clip. You're going to open it up. You take it from there, Allison.
Just like that. And really, the great thing about this is you don't have to use Cheez-Its. You could use Cheerios or your wife's favorite snack.
Fruit Loops.
So do you
Cherry
are you
tomatoes.
are you gonna clear coat them or something to preserve them?
No. This way you can also attract animals and feel like Snow White as you walk around the town.
You'll smell
and attract
good.
the animals.
Right? And if you go to the movie, instant snack. Right?
Or, yes,
And you're not going to
perfect.
get snagged at the door for it.
Not
Candy
snagged at the
necklaces
door.
for adults. So you take the paper clip.
Okay.
Undo it a little bit. Make sure there's a little bit of a curve there. Then you're going to find the hole of the Cheez-It and or Cheerio Fruit Loop.
Where
You're
is
just
this
gonna
going?
thread it through.
Donut. Mini donuts.
Oh,
Mini
my
gosh.
gosh.
Right there.
Oh, that would feel so good in your
Fried
hair.
chicken leg.
Oh my gosh. And so you're just going to curve it up a little bit just so it doesn't slide off. Just like
That's it.
that.
You ought to see the karma.
And then you
Okay.
can stack them. You can stack them up.
stack them.
Again.
Okay, so right now they have a bent paper clip and they're loading it with Cheez-Its.
I feel like you're not.
But I still don't understand what you're going to do with it then.
They're going to make a nose post out of it.
Oh, that's fancy.
That's not it. A nose post is
so
not
once
it.
you get them all hooked in like that, then
Okay.
you're going to
Like
take
a
the top
fish
part,
hook. For those of you that aren't
Okay.
listening,
just
you make it
curve
like
in
a
a
fish
little
hook.
bit.
Got it? Okay, now you're bending
And
the
now
top of
what
it.
does that look like? An earring. And
So
now
now-
you can just slide them through your already pierced ears.
See?
And just
now
like that.
She's wearing Cheez-It earrings.
Doesn't she have beautiful complexion?
Wow.
Wait a minute. Cheez-It earrings?
Uh-huh. Or any of
Now,
or your
they're a
favorite
little
snack.
fragile.
But I
So
mean,
you can't move your head much.
couldn't you be chased by like a dog or something?
Oh, no, you won't be chased. You will be covered with kisses because they will love you.
Yeah. Maybe a
Top
little
of the
nibble
town.
from your honey.
So-
right there on the corner. Honey comes in
So
for
are
a
you
nibble.
saying?
Wait.
Wait a minute. Are you saying this is a way to take snacks into a movie theater without getting caught?
I guess that's the way if you'd like to put it
So
that
versatile.
way. I mean, that's pretty. It's not as eloquent as what I said.
And
but,
then you reload them?
and then you reload them if you want to or not. You know.
Whoops.
And if maybe it's an early
Now I
morning
have a
meeting,
snack.
then you do the mini donuts
You could do the mini donuts
in the morning.
You could absolutely. You could do a lot of things with this, and so that's
Breakfast,
why
lunch, and dinner.
today we thought this was a very, very
On
good,
April 1st.
On the 1st of April, this is the perfect gift, and it won't take you any longer to do it than a couple of minutes. And now you've got a very versatile pair of earrings.
Cheez-It earrings.
Cheez-It earrings.
You're welcome, America.
On Craft Corner, Denny, get a shot of this, huh? On Craft Corner, right here on 93 WIBC. Thanks for watching, everybody.
And I think that's it.
Let's make, create, and decorate a crafty-rific day. I wouldn't have it any other way. Sip things, cook things, carve dip things, oh so crafty-rific. Let's build something together today.
The pothole. Formed in colder months, tiny fissures are born, and in no time at all, they grow into big, gigantic tire killers. That's why you need Matt Baird Traffic.
Watch out on Keystone Avenue.
He'll guide you around these hidden monsters
Yeah, might as well call it a basement.
and on to safer ground.
You don't want to be in the far left lane.
Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC.
After nights like last night, you're probably asking yourself, do I really need to fix that crawl space and foundation issue? Look, I get it. You've got a lot going on with work. The kids are back in school. You're running them to practices and games. It's a busy time of the year. Plus, the spring and summer seasons are just around the corner. So you might be thinking that crack in the wall or leak in the basement floor can wait, right? Go downstairs and look right now. No, it can't wait. You and your family's safety are really, really important, and you need to fix those problems now. Even if they seem small, The longer you wait, the more chance you're going to have it grow into a bigger and bigger problem. Indiana Foundation Service understands the complexities of basement, foundation, and crawl space problems. They also know the importance of protecting your home from the ground up and will install a permanent solution that'll give you peace of mind as well as protect you, your family, and your home. So if you have cracks in your walls, you have bowing basement walls, sagging floors, musty smells, mold, standing water, reach out to the experts at Indiana Foundation Service today. The root of the problem is usually a vented dirt crawl space that's muddy and mucky or an unconditioned basement. The best way to fix these issues is with quality waterproofing systems, crawl space encapsulation, and dehumidification. So don't wait for that small problem to turn into a big headache. You go to indianafoundation.com and schedule a free, no-obligation inspection repair estimate. Remember, it's indianafoundation.com.
Terry Stacy here. At Easter, we gather with family to celebrate the traditions that comfort us. Make honey-baked ham part of your holiday meal tradition. Always slow-smoked for 24 hours, spiral sliced for easy serving, then fire-glazed right in the store to create that sweet, crunchy finish they're famous for. It's why honey-baked has been the centerpiece of holiday dinners since 1957. Taste the tradition this Easter with 2 Central Indiana locations, West 96th Street and Michigan Road in Indy, or East Greyhound Pass in Carmel.
Hey, this is Denny Smith. You know, if you've heard the saying, if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you always got. You've heard that old saying, but I'm sure you rarely think it applies to you. Well, how about this one? You can change your life in 20 minutes a week. Yeah, you really can, and that's the one I like. And I'm talking about Exercise Inc., the 20-minute-a-week workout that has absolutely changed hundreds and hundreds of lives right here in Central Indiana, including me. Each week I go in, I do 5, sometimes 6 specific exercises, one at a time, to focus on a specific muscle group. It is a slow cadence. Instead of just banging the weights out and back in, no, it's real slow. 10 seconds out and 10 seconds back in. And then it really does exhaust a muscle. And when you do that, it grows back so much stronger. The next time you come in, your personal trainer adds just a little bit of weight more. Maybe it's a pound, or maybe he wants you to go just a little bit longer. And that's what makes you stronger and stronger, leaner and leaner. Change your life in 20 minutes a week, you bet. And it's just not a matter of continuing what you've always done. You got to get the mindset that you want to be strong.